Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV. You made it. It is Tuesday, August the 20th, 2024. This is the opening call. I'm JD. You're looking at Hogue. We are here for you. This is TopstepTV, the most watched, the most trusted futures trading stream out there. We get the greatest talent, the best traders, and we're here to do it all live for you. Good morning, Mr. Hoagland. How are things happening in your world this morning?
Oh, good, man. It's a beautiful day. Happy Tuesday, JD. Always a pleasure to see you. You know, we got Eddie out a little bit under the weather this morning. Thanks for being here with us this morning, JD. As always, our focus here on the opening call is seeking accurate context, good risk management, and always remembering to remain patient. Got to say good morning to everybody here with us this morning. The top folks in the chat. I'm seeing Chris Unknown, John Jones, Pete, Dan Trader, C. Walsh, Yabbersmack, Theo. Good morning, Toby, Nick, my friend Fess, Marv Daly, and Frizzoo. It's good to see everybody. I'd love to say good morning to everybody. There's just too many of you, but it's always a pleasure to be here with you and looking forward to an interesting and challenging and hopefully profitable trading day. We'll see what happens.
I always love scrolling through the chat first thing in the morning. It's either going to make or break your day, right?
Absolutely.
Just a quick update for everybody. We got the daily levels on TopstepX all updated for you. I was working on the daily levels website this morning when we found out Eddie needed to take the day off. So those levels are updated, but they're not really formatted just yet fully. So as soon as opening call is finished, I'm going to go in there and finish that task up for you. Levels are in there. They just don't look so pretty right now. So keep that in mind, and I'll get that cleaned up right after the opening call, in case you're looking at the daily levels page right now. All right, Hogue, what's happening in the world of news today? I'll tell you what's happening. This is what a couple stories I was looking at this morning. We got the Jackson Hole Symposium coming up later this week. Fed Chair Powell is expected to speak on Friday. Not much expected. Analysts are saying he's going to keep the tone pretty dovish during his comments Friday morning, likely using that time to frame the Fed's strategy for reducing rates. According to Evercore ISI analysts, the central bank is prepared to implement significant cuts if needed. We're all expecting a 25 basis point cut, but he might start hinting at a 50 basis point cut also. So keep that on your radar going into the end of the week. Also, according to Citi, here's a big one, $16 billion in new risk flows into the S&P 500 in the last couple of days. This is a quote coming directly from Citi. This influx of capital has been accompanied by a marked reduction in short positions as the rally pushed all short positions into lost territory. Weak shorts just getting run over and adding risk flow back into the S&P 500, 16 billion in risk flows. We see stocks just continuing to rise. We're at 8 consecutive days of higher highs in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Over the last 5 years, I pulled up Edgeful this morning. Over the last 5 years, they have data going back 5 years. The max number of green days back-to-back consecutive in the S&P is 8. So we are sitting on the record right now. If that happens again today, we're making a new record. Don't forget about Turnaround Tuesday, though. I know that's an old... What would you refer to Turnaround Tuesday as, Hogue? Is that like an old wives' tale? Is that still a thing? Do people keep an eye on that? I don't know.
I think it's an old floor thing. Yeah, it's an old floor colloquialism. We'll see if it rings true today. After 8 straight up days, what are the probabilities?
What are the probabilities? Not very high for 9 consecutive green days. The max number of green days in the NASDAQ is 11. So we're a few shy of that, but the S&P is what we're going to be watching on to break records if that happens today. In the world of the DNC, the Democratic National Convention is in Chicago, USA. They kicked in this week. They kicked off yesterday. Today's sort of a banner day. Today is where they're going to do that ceremonial roll call vote to nominate Vice President Harris for president. So that is happening today. No, I was looking up some probabilities on what are the chances of her not getting the nomination, and it's very, very, very slim that any curveballs are coming our way. So no one's really expecting anything crazy to happen there. When that happens, again, the probabilities of her nomination are very high. It will just be official after tonight. So the convention is where the official nomination takes place. Again, that roll call is tonight. Also, former President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama will be speaking tonight, but not much in the way of policy expected to be discussed during those speeches. Hogue, what's happening on the economic number front today? Anything big coming out?
Well, no, nothing really big. I mean, the only thing that I could see that was impactful, at least in Canada, was their CPI numbers came out month over month. They were looking for plus 4%, and that's exactly where it came out. The year over year, they were looking for 2.5%, and that's exactly where it came out. So nothing very impactful there. We did have the U.S. Red Book come out here at 7:55. Came out 0.2% higher than the previous release, which was 4.7. This release, 4.9%. Not typically a very impactful number. At 12:30, one of the talking Feds, Bostic, is due to speak. At 1:45, another talking Fed, Barr, is due to speak. And at 3:30, we have the AAPI, crude stocks or crude inventory number. As far as earnings this morning, Lowe's beating on earnings per share, but missing on revenues. Lowe's, I'm understanding, is a little bit lower this morning. Medtronics beating on earnings per share and flat as expected on revenues. Nothing really important after the close. We're really towards the end. We're just waiting for a couple of more big earnings. Probably, I think those are coming out next week. As far as the VIX is concerned, 1507. It's up a little bit on the day this morning, but as of this time yesterday, it was 15.5, a little bit lower than that. Dollar index, 101.79. At this time yesterday, it was 103. Take a look at gold this morning. Wow, pretty good overnight move in the London session to the upside. And the yield on the 10-year, 3.85% last I checked yesterday at this time. 3.88%. So nothing earth-shaking in any of that. And that's what we've got as far as economic, or at least known economic numbers and information for us today. Eddie, JD, back to you.
You could call me Eddie if you want, Hogue. That's fine. Just a quick update on what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. Shanghai Composite down 0.93%, the Nikkei up 1.8%, and the Hang Seng down 0.33%. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. If this is any indication of where U.S. stocks are headed, that's yet to be said, I guess. But stocks definitely trading lower in Europe this morning. FTSE is down almost a full percent, 0.89%. DAX down 0.18%, and the CAC is down 0.09%. So keep an eye on those European stock closes later at 10:30 this morning. We'll keep you posted on that. The tip of the week, folks. You ready? The tip of the week
Let's do it.
is to stay informed. I'm going to read this right off the overlay for you. Stay updated on market news and developments. Be aware of economic indicators and earnings reports, and monitor changes in market sentiment. That's what we are here for, to give you a heads up on when these important events are coming out, the results of these important events, what the consensus is heading into the important events, and keep you apprised on changes in market state. Oh, what are your tricks for staying informed? You keep the news up. You got your Twitter feed up. You've got the financial juice up. What are you looking at? What helps you?
Yeah, I think a lot of folks. I think a lot of folks like that financial juice, and I do keep that as one of my many browser pages open. But I have my list right here that I do every morning. I write it out. I look at the numbers, write out the way they come out. So I keep an eye on this top sheet of my morning prep here to let me know and remind me when known economic information is due out. One thing I wanted to add is, occasionally something happens that is not planned that nobody can plan for, and there's nothing really we can do to stay on top of that. Something unusual happens, some sort of news comes out, some sort of event comes out. The only way that you can be prepared for that is, man, always use stops. Always use stops. We never know when something can change, and that can change the markets in an instant. So just be aware of what you can be aware of. Be aware of that there are things that we aren't going to be aware of. And remember, ACH, everybody, anything can happen.
That is true. Anything can definitely happen. Almost forgot, folks. We got a big treat today. Guess what day it is, Hogue?
I know what day it is, and I'm psyched. I'm so excited for this.
It's Brett Steenbarger Day, everyone. Does anybody remember that old movie from the 90s? I call it an old movie. I was in high school when it came out. It's called Empire Records. The basis was a group of high school kids working at a record store, and there was a pop artist coming in to sign autographs that day, Rex Manning. So the big theme of the day was Rex Manning Day. Brett Steenbarger Day is my Rex Manning Day, everyone. I'm pumped for this. I love when he comes on. I love listening to him. I've read all his books. He's just excellent. So I'm looking forward to Brett Steenbarger Day. He's here at 11 a.m. Central Time. We're going to put a form in the chat for questions. Hogue's going to be interviewing him. It's going to be an excellent, excellent lead into your lunch break. Or if you're eating lunch at that time, it'll be
I call him
perfect way to spend
the Godfather. I call him the Godfather of trading psychology. Do you think he would? Do you think he likes that?
I think you would love that for sure. Yeah.
I think all right. We'll try that today. We'll see.
All right. Without further ado, let's talk about some charts before our guy Rips gets in here. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. So as always, starting on the E-mini S&Ps, and yes, as JD was just saying, yeah, we've got 8 straight green days. That is a record, I understand, for at least in the last 5 years. I think the record is 9 for the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ still has some work to do. But, JD was talking about the, enormous number of inflows to the long side that has come into the S&Ps over this last rally. It's been squeezing shorts the whole way. Yesterday, we added another 6,400 in open interest. Volume doesn't have to be that strong on up days. I'm a little bit concerned that it is getting pretty weak overall. But, as if we're seeing all this money coming in, and one of the things that I wrote on my notes here before I even read that article this morning was, this market needs new buyers, and it has been getting new buyers to this point. We've got all-time highs in sight. There's just a couple of visual targets between where we are and the all-time high. When and where and how will this market become too long? I think it's much, not that it's easy, but I think it gets too short a lot quicker than it gets too long. There is a lot of money out there, and there's a lot of money still continuing to wait for an opportunity to get into these markets. And if they get squeezed into it, they get squeezed into it. Turnaround Tuesday, who knows? We've got the markets that were largely higher overnight, off a little bit now, a little bit lower on the day. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we're looking at here. Having a little bit of trouble having some of my indicators remain on my charts here. So I'm going to have to put the volume profile fixed range on yesterday's regular trading hour range again here. There it is. And so yesterday we had an obvious trend day to the upside. The market looked at 56.12 and said, okay, well, with all this buying coming in, we're just going to buy more. And we had the market continue to push to the upside through the end of the day. So we're opening maybe with a gap, maybe not with a gap. Right now it's looking probably like we will not open with a gap, but we do have some interesting things on this 30-minute chart. Um, so as far as upside targets, there's a gap here that is from a session gap from the past 56 72.75 up to 56.90 quarter. There's one naked TPO above that at 57.02, and that's the only thing we've got in front of us for all-time highs. Are we going to go there? Are we not? Well, in the profile yesterday, we ended up with a late spike to the upside. You guys hear me talk about the late spike quite a bit, and it just tells me there's some basic rules around it. So yesterday we had the trend day to the upside with the late spike at the end of the day. The late spike is when price leaves the previous range in the last 30-minute period and then closes below, or in this case, above the previous day's session range, the previous session range from that day. So we have a base of the late spike here that comes in at 56.20.50. Opening above 56.20.50, but in the late spike is a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. That's all that means. The market could come all the way back into the point of control from yesterday or back to weekly kickoff high before buyers can come in and then continue this move to the upside. Opening flat out above a late spike to the upside is a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. It doesn't mean we can just close our eyes and buy it. We have to be smart about it. We'll look for some sort of a pullback, some sort of structure to lean on from the past that will give us an opportunity to limit risk. So, the way the market is right now, if we were to open, we'd be opening in the late spike. The base of the late spike might provide a degree of support. Again, that's 56.20 half. And at the very least, it offers us the opportunity to limit risk. If price gets kind of down a little bit too deep through there, we may need to look for opportunities at lower levels if we're looking for possible longs. One nice thing about it is we've got the 50 session moving average on the 30-minute chart here, 56.21 quarter. That's 3 ticks above the base of the late spike. By the time if price doesn't get there, it's probably going to line up very nicely, giving us a little bit of confluence for a potential opportunity at that level. Again, no guarantees. At the very least, it allows us the opportunity to limit risk. Now let's look at the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ has yet to take out the weekly kickoff high. Last night, it traded right to within about 4 points of that 5% off the all-time high, 19,935. That put in the overnight high. We're back in the range from yesterday. We added 8,300 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday. That's a pretty good jump in open interest. Volume was not that great, but that's okay. That doesn't scare me on up days. Volume always tends to come in on the down days. It is getting a little bit soft as far as the volume is concerned, but as long as we continue to see that open interest coming in, it's a little bit more encouraging for continuation to the upside. Volume, low. Open interest was up. Again, same as the S&Ps. We need new business to come in and continue this push to the upside. We need more money to come into the long side, and we've already seen a whole lot of it, and especially in the S&Ps, according to what Citi was saying in that article that JD was talking about earlier. So we're still seeing money coming in, and there's still a lot of money out there. It's just a matter of if they're willing to pay these prices or if they're going to look for some sort of a pullback to start to get into these markets. We just had a pretty decent pullback, seems to me. If you've missed the boat, you've missed the boat. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, and getting a little bit of a fight here on this platform. I've got to keep having to put my profiles on here. These are the volume profiles, volume fixed range on Topstep X. So again, another trend day to the upside. The market was holding basically no overnight inventory. We may be starting to get a little bit short here. Some doubters coming into the market, selling the US. What are you thinking? Looks like we're not going to be opening with a gap, but we have the same situation. We have the late spike. The base of the late spike in the NASDAQ is 19,788. So if we do get an opportunity down to that level, it could be a decent opportunity. And at the very least, it allows us or helps us to limit risk if we are looking for an execution in either direction at that level. The market's coming off a little bit, maybe getting a little bit short here before the open. No gap, no runs, no hits, no errors. We've got a ways to go before we're really going to start to think about any kind of value area acceptance plays in the NASDAQ, maybe a little bit closer than that in the S&Ps. Watch the fast markets because I'll be monitoring for acceptance inside of yesterday's value very carefully because I'm still thinking we need to be looking for longs at least as long as we are above that base of the late spike. And again, in the NASDAQ, that's 19,988. Visual targets above. Way up there, we've got another gap. It's a session gap that remains unfilled. That is a weakness in upside structure. That gap is from 20,281 to 20,464 and another naked point of control above that. So if we do begin to push higher, we've got some visual targets with which you use for eventual maybe some exits on some longs, maybe some opportunity for executions. We'll have to see how this plays out. So again, the profile, trend day, late spike to the upside, opening in the late spike, a probability of higher pricing exists. Opening above the late spike, a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing exists. Be smart in your opportunities today. We don't know if it's going to be a turnaround Tuesday. We don't really have any information. We don't really have anything coming out. No bad news usually means that we're going to end up getting too short at some point, and the market is going to run us over to the upside. Just be careful today. It's going to be, as they all are, an interesting, challenging trading day. Take a look at gold. Man, my gold is just ripping to the upside. Actually, we forgot about crude. Let's look at crude first because we did have a test down to weekly kickoff low in the overnight session. All right, 72.60s weekly kickoff low. In the overnight session, the market did push down to that level. We see volume a little bit higher yesterday. We lost about 36,000 in open interest, but we lost about 45,000 in the September month. So this is still a function of rollover. We added actually open interest in future months, which would be kind of encouraging to the downside. Volume, it did increase on the way down yesterday, but that is a function of rollover as more of the volume from the September contract comes into the October contract. All right. Is crude oil getting too cheap? Well, with that reaction off that weekly kickoff low, 72.60 in the overnight session, it is starting to look like crude oil might be getting a little bit too cheap, even with everything that's going on. We know that the negotiations for a ceasefire in Gaza are ongoing. That's a good thing, and that's part of why crude oil has been pushing to the downside. But we're at the lower extreme here. We're looking at 52.60 as the weekly kickoff low that was tested last night. Boy, I would really appreciate it if these markets would give me the opportunity to participate during regular trading hours near these weekly kickoff levels. And sometimes we do have that opportunity. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We keep losing our volume profile, fixed range, 8 o'clock. There we go. All right. So a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. No late spike to the downside. However, there is a really kind of a weak low to yesterday. There's no real excess on that low, indicating a potentially unfinished downside auction. Did we finish that downside auction down to weekly kickoff low last night? Do we remain in range and in value? Do we come in and repair the double distribution day from yesterday? If that is the case, we're going to have to get in to this low volume node and get all the way through it. Some people would call that a fair value gap. That could take us to an assumed point of control in the upper distribution, which would constitute repair of the double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday. What is going to happen? Again, the profile yesterday, a double distribution day to the downside, getting into the low volume area between the two distributions. You can see make this really big so everybody can see it. You can see, some decent volume in the upper distribution. The upper distribution was rejected. Price seeked a new level for two-sided trade where it found it right near the lows here. We did test down to weekly kickoff low. Back in range, we start getting into these things. This low volume node again. We could fall into repair and bring price back up to. I'm just spitballing here up to about 75.20. If we do get in, we do take out that overnight high, and if we do continue to push into the low volume node, that would kind of constitute a possible repair type of situation. Let's look quickly at gold here. I see on my Ring doorbell we've got our friend here. So the upside auction is continuing, ladies and gentlemen. Volume was low yesterday, but we did add 2,800 in open interest on a day time frame directional move to the upside. We added new longs yesterday, and delta divergence does continue to play out for us. We're minus 18 yesterday. We're at new all-time highs. The 2590 is the weekly kickoff high, and that is a measured move, 30-minute chart. Wasn't until the London session opened last night. Oh, why is this thing? It's making me a little crazy. So here, let's go. All right, there we go. All right, so there's the profile yesterday. It was a lower day, sort of. We did close the day higher, settlement-wise. The move was to the upside, adding open interest. More buyers came in. So now we see the London session opens. Buyers continue to come in. The market is continuing to try and push to the upside. It's going to complicate things a little bit. We did open with a gap. We've opened with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities for potential longs. Out in space like this with nothing to lean on, it makes it very, very difficult. Be cautious trading gold today. Look for the right opportunity using information, maybe some sort of structure that you're getting from today's session. And the profile yesterday was a double distribution day to the upside. Jeez, my goodness. All right. Hey, let's did he ring the doorbell yet? Let's get Rips in here. Let's see what he's thinking. Hey.
I heard it.
Come on in. Come on in.
What's up, Hogue?
How you doing,
buddy?
Doing well, man. Doing well. What's happening?
I'm still ringing the doorbell, by the way. I'm using my pinky toe to ring that doorbell. How's everything going in your world today, Mr. Hoagland?
Everything's going good, man. It's cool. I got the windows open. It's a nice sunny day. Looking forward to, an interesting trading day. I'm very excited about having Dr. Steenbarger on here at 11 o'clock today. I call him the godfather of trading psychology. I hope he likes that moniker. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out today, but I'm very excited always when Dr. Steenbarger is on. So what are you thinking in these markets, my friend?
Well, what's interesting is I do have, let's see, my charts up over here. I think I'm sending them here to the producer, but it's interesting. We had such a rally yesterday that I believe was fueled specifically by shorts, right? It was fueled by the fact that we had, if you look at the open here, it was like this big dunk low at the open down here where we were just kind of interacting with the price down here. And you can see on the volume profile, the distribution is kind of a bell curve that's going to the downside here. Most of the distribution was here in this area, which led me to believe that this is where shorts were getting the most blasted up. And because they didn't unwind early enough, this is their first point of contention where they started unwinding. You could see that through the volume profile over here. And then this is the next shelf that we had to up here at 19,693 3/4. That shelf was kind of the final blast off point where we had shorts really getting punished for staying in the trade. And it was a complete unwind to the upside in those shorts. And in fact, that final closing candle that we saw in the market here, this is a 3-minute chart in the NQ. It was just going crazy. We saw a less violent approach in the S&Ps. Over in the S&Ps yesterday, we still had it going up and to the right, but for the most part, it wasn't nearly as violent as what we saw in the NQ. It still had a lot of violence, but it wasn't as poppy and crazy as the NQ is. We still were jumping up points at a time, but the NQ is jumping up 5-10 points at a time. So it was a very violent day if you were trying to short the market. If you kept on trying to pick a top and short it, you were temporarily right, if at all, and then you got completely run over to the top side as the market continued to trudge upwards. And I think that the close yesterday shocked a lot of folks. Again, we didn't have a lot of news yesterday, and that seems to be the case again today. We don't have much news. We did have the Canadian CPI numbers come out, and that was the only big ticket item that I was tracking today. We do have some other things that are happening today, but really not important. We do have one of the FOMC voting members, Raphael Bostic, who's going to be speaking this afternoon, but I don't expect him to comment too much on monetary policy. Instead, I think most of those folks are going to be waiting for the Jackson Hole Symposium, which is going to be coming on Friday. And I think that's really the big ticket item as far as events-driven trades this week are only going to be coming on Friday, perhaps Thursday when we have the jobless claims numbers. But outside of that, I think that this market is going to be controlled, number one, by positioning in the options market, and number two, by the price action, the order flow that we're seeing in the here and now. And right now, if we're going back to the NQ, what I have noticed that we are drifting lower here, but we have breached below the support of 846.5. We are coming down to this 783 3/4, which was kind of this kerfuffleation that we had yesterday. If we do come down and break that level, I will be looking for longs from 760. I'm from the camp today when I think that we will see this market continue to climb into the Jackson Hole Symposium. And here we go. Off to the races.
Off to the races. We are open.
Is Eddie around with us? Is he going to get those ponies in the gate?
Eddie is actually...
There they are.
Let's get our Pataks and Dakotas in the gates.
There you go.
Hey, there we are.
Wow, good morning
doorbell.
to you, Dakota. Morning, Andre.
Good morning.
B. How you folks doing this morning?
Good.
He just woke up.
A little groggy this morning.
I had my window open on the way to work, and I just got out of
That happens.
I got WD-40 all over my hands. I just sprayed it stick down.
Butterfingers.
You said you had the window on the way open to work. So what? The window next to you was open?
No, I stick my head out the window when I drive. No, I had the window down, cruising down old 82.
I think it's time to shotgun a Celsius to get the party going.
Thinking Taylor Swift with the windows down in the morning, way to work. Nothing better than that.
I played Fortnite and A Broken Heart. Two of them. My wife and I sing it together.
All right, we got buyers out of the gates here. Hogue, what are you seeing on this
Judge
opening?
all you want.
NASDAQ was catching a bid. S&Ps as well. Dow kind of faded on that pop. What are we seeing here, Hogue?
Yeah, well, with the late spike that we put up yesterday that Rips was just talking about in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps, opening in the late spike base yesterday, we talked about this, 19,788. If we open above that level, it's a higher probability of acceptance of higher pricing. Doesn't mean you can just close your eyes and buy it. You got to be smart about it. But in the NASDAQ, we have left the opening range at the low of the session. It gives us a little bit of an indication of possible buyer control right off the open. But as long as we stay above 19,788, I'm looking for opportunities for longs in the NASDAQ. And in the S&Ps, we have the same situation, the late spike to the upside. The base of the late spike's 56.20 half. Opening range left at the low of the day, looking at the high of the day from yesterday. Again, as long as we stay above the base of that late spike, 56.20 half, we're looking at, possibly some decent opportunities to the upside here. I'm with you, Rips. I think, overall, with no bad news, these markets are just going to continue to grind shorts to a pulp to the upside.
Well, I'm going to be the contrarian to you, Hogue.
Oh, boy.
That's
I
good.
have a bear in the background, and I'm looking for us to have some type of a bearish movement today. I got stopped. It was a late night for me. I was up through the London session. I had a short
Tuesday
running overnight in the NASDAQ. I got stopped out at 9:20, and pretty rough because we sold off as soon as I got stopped out. So I'm looking to sell the rallies here this morning.
Man, I just tested out my hotkeys.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard.
$22. It's already made me money.
All right.
Manual mic yesterday. I was like $100 here just to try things out on if the button works.
No,
All
Dakota.
right.
I mean, we've been up for 8 straight days. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of a pullback.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's kind of
Jack.
what I'm looking at, right?
I'm
They're
ready when the
actually
news
50
comes.
zone.
I'm with you, Dakota.
This is Jack.
What's the probability we have? Check this out. You like it, Rips?
The wireless.
What's that?
This is how you do it.
Hey, look at that.
Order fill.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay. All right. I can quit.
I'm down $41 now. That was $60.
It's amazing.
It works.
All right, here we go. We're into these 850s, looking to test these 860s.
50s. I'm gonna take a look at.
Well, I just closed my trade because I'm well over the profit target. I just passed 5 more combines. I made 11.2K. I'm not trading my XFAs today. Do you know why, Michael?
Because you're much better at your live account.
Well, that too, of course. I mean, that's a given. But I took a payout on my XFAs. I requested a payout.
Wow.
We'll see if
I
those
don't think you
knuckleheads
need a
over at
payout.
Topstep will approve that thing or not.
I don't think you need a payout. I see how you play poker on your Instagram. I see the car you drive, and I see the meals you have.
It's called McDonald's in a Honda Civic, Michael.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all usually start off that way. We usually start off that way.
I understand the Honda Civic. McDonald's, I would rather take Top Ramen in a bag than.
Yeah, that is true. He does. Dakota does have a Honda Civic. All right, we are right, don't you?
I will be honest though, MP. I like to be very transparent here. I can't believe I'm going to say this out loud, but I did dollar cost average on a couple of my trades. Please, will you approve my payout? Please.
What?
Uh-oh.
I got to be transparent. I did dollar cost average on a couple of my trades here.
Rips.
Get him.
How dare you?
Get him.
Oh, good.
All right,
No
I like
worries,
the shorts
man.
right here. I like the shorts here at the 850s.
All right.
We have no
Right at
we have
yesterday's high.
a lot of no worries. Just be happy here when you request a payout.
That was Hoag's mantra the other day. Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata. Yeah, it was.
I just got done watching that Bob Marley movie. Really good.
Watching that college admission scandal documentary the other day. Anyways, we got Dakota short. Dakota's your short from 850.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it to just show some type of technical reversal.
It is yesterday's high.
And we are coming into the VWAP
54,
as well.
54. I'm short from 54.
Short from 5.4. Short from 5.4.
Short from 5.4. All right, cool.
All right,
You guys, we got to give a shout out there, Jose. Y'all suck. I like it. Getting us feeling it today.
That one, you will suck, Jose.
You will. Oh wow, that's harsh.
You will.
Man.
That's like y'all's like after past tense.
Yeah,
You will.
after.
Wow. All right, so we got Jose on our
You
side.
will be sucking today.
Yes, you will be sucking. Anyways, all right, we got Dakota in the house. He is short. You see at the top of the chat, you see your morning trader checklist. Make sure to get all that off. Check off all the boxes there as well. I've got my Topstep daily levels open right now. We look to make some house account trades off of those. Currently, last trade in the NQ, 19,859. 859 takes us into what's a big zone. All right, we're between zone 3 and zone 4. Wait, what?
All right, zone 3, zone 4. Guys, top your screen. No, guys, put the daily levels at the top of the screen so then we can. Zone 4
NQ. Zone 4 NQ zone 633.
Yeah. For all those that just started trading, we talk about levels. We don't really talk too much. Well, we will talk about technicals and all that kind of stuff, but like levels is areas again where technical stuff has happened, or your technical charts or all that kind of stuff will show, and areas of importance. You could also call them that. We don't call them support and resistance. That gets a little biased feeling towards your position when it comes up to it.
Captain. Hey, Captain got a check mark along NQ 825. Stop 800, target 900. 825, one check mark.
For a long.
On a pullback?
Correct. 825, one check mark. Stop 800, target 900. Thank you.
I like that.
Higher highs. Team higher high.
Whenever we get a check mark
on that one.
Okay, whenever we get a check mark, I'm going to put
that's a rips.
The number of lots per check mark. So right now I'm working 825 even on 2. Guys, that's 2 working orders. 1, 2.
We get there.
So that's how that'll help us remember.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're going more than 2. It's just kind of a placeholder.
Oh, you're working it right now. Gotcha.
Yeah, just you got a check box, so might as well put a check box, aka work it.
Smart.
If you had 1 check box, I'd work a 1 lot there. How about that?
I like.
Could you put my check mark as a short right here in these?
Well, yeah, you are
50s?
short. You're short right here. Hey, we can meet you down at 825, Dakota, if you want to cover 825.
Yeah, if you guys want 825, we could try and
Let's
push
do
it
it.
down there.
Let's get 900 first. I say 900 first.
Let's make.
Oh, I
let's
like
make
it.
a deal.
What a good guy. What a good guy.
Let's get up to 900 first.
Dakota. Well, we'll meet you in the middle. Anyways, yes, we got the Topstep daily levels. You'll see it. Get that pinned to the top of the chat here. Make sure everyone's got them open, so we're all looking at the same things. We can go from there.
And we are holding these 850s right now. We just need to see a breakout of 867 to the top side in order for this market to rally. We are running into resistance at the VWAP and the NQ, so it is a little bit precarious here. But Apple's screaming, Meta's screaming. Microsoft has pulled back from the highs, but still showing some juice to the upside. NVIDIA is battling at the 50 right now, so we'll have to see whether or not it's going to hold this. If it does start to dip and roll, we could see the markets in the NQ starting to roll, but everything seems to be a little bit supported here. So we'll have to see if we can get a breakout to the top side or if sellers are going to take temporary control of the market first.
Again, I'm sure
we're struggling.
Sure Jack will touch on it during the news, but we are going for a bit of a record today.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going
Jack's
for an auspicious record today.
Jack's been all over this
that.
one.
Auspicious. Great adjective.
Yep. Okay, watching this price action here.
Yeah, again, looking for that breakout of 867 to the north side here.
867.
What's up here as far as house account levels? Anything up here?
Take a look at the zone's last trade, 19,000. I was just taking a look at gold, new all-time highs. Gold closing on 2,600.
That's a
high today, 2570, 2570. Hogue level, 2533. Hogue and Dakota had double check mark, long from 2533. Yesterday, you see the low overnight, 2535. I'm sure you're not surprised to see this market moving higher in the gold. Take a look at the NQ, last trade, 19,855. Upside levels, yeah, let's take a look here. Team higher highs. Break of 857. Likes this going down to 775.
NASDAQ 861 is yesterday's high. It seems to be struggling a little bit there. We've got a
also
long way to go
coinciding with the
before
VWAP as well.
we've got a long way to go before we're going to get anywhere near the overnight high, which is all the way up at 931. And when we, and you know, above we've got that 19,935, which is the 5% off the all-time high, which put in the overnight high. Very interested to see the market get to that level to see if there's any continuation above it or a rejection of that level for a pushback to the downside. But yeah, we are right at VWAP and the NASDAQ. Very interesting level here.
Oh, bring
yeah,
it.
There we go. It's starting to get that blowout. There's that 867. Let's see if we can get that tickle above. Looking for that tickle to the north side here. We are getting that breakout in the face, actually. Look at that thing go. Yep, it is ripping and rallying here.
Damn.
In the face.
Hey, Hogue, 935 is 5%.
Yes. That's the 5% off the all-time high, and it's also the overnight high, the NASDAQ.
No,
935. 935.
Right. And both the opening ranges in the NASDAQ and the S&P remain the low of the session.
It's bullish.
Yeah, could be. We have to hold above that 867. We did a draw of liquidity above the VWAP for now.
And it's the opposite in the Dow. Dow, the opening range is the dead ass high.
Woo. NVIDIA rejected above the VWAP too. So sellers coming in above the VWAP there in the NVIDIA. Same thing with Meta, same thing with Microsoft. Still looking to hold above those levels comfortably and start blowing out all of these early shorts here. But with the way that the market's been trading, we could definitely have a refresh of liquidity back to the downside there.
Just a note here. We were watching gold on that breakout to the upside yesterday. And the range today, we have just started to possibly leave an unfinished, a failed downside auction in gold. Failed downside auction. Here it is. I'll show it to you here.
Yeah.
So we opened with a gap.
Working 25.
We opened with a gap. Okay. Initial balance. We looked above it. We just looked below it. This may actually end up ending like a range bound day. But if we leave this failed downside auction, I would look for rotation back to the other end of the initial balance, which could take us up to 25, 67, 90. We are seeing negative delta again. Look at how many straight days we've had negative deltas as prices pushed to the upside. We added open interest yesterday. This market is actually acting very healthy to the upside. The question is, where do you get in?
25.33. Oh, 25.33. Like yesterday. Dakota
That was the spot.
Yes, it was.
It was perfect. Yeah.
That was short squeeze. Just a textbook short squeeze. That precious yellow gold.
We've got the dollar pretty much on the ropes here. Dollar's 101.68. At this time yesterday, it was 103. So the dollar's really been taking it on the chin.
Yeah, well, we're cutting rates. Again, like Rip said, we got Jackson Hole Symposium later this week.
That's gonna be a big one.
Yes, it will. All right, MP, take a look at levels.
We're up at 67
highs.
again, kind of battling here.
67, that's a VWAP. Only 15 minutes into the session. We're still pushing here, Mike. Good.
Yeah, some buyers are hitting the tape here, but they're getting capped off by people on the offer.
869. Those driving the long haul right now, 18,870.
Driving the long haul. Is that what they're called?
Big rig.
Big rig. Big rig.
Yeah,
Yep.
we keep on drawing liquidity above that 67 level and coming right on back. So it's definitely concerning. But if those shorts start to get blown out, we will see panic on those bids and push this price up even higher.
What do we got up here? House count 35s, 935s.
935. That's 5% off the all-time highs. And house count took 3 trades yesterday.
I mean, as long as we're holding above yesterday's regular trading hour session high, we did open in that late spike, and opening in that late spike indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. It's been 8 straight up days. How do you not keep that in the back of your mind? It's like there has to be some sort of a pullback in this, but there's so much money out there. There's so much money that needs to get into this market, and if they get squeezed into it, they get squeezed into it.
876.
I'm so happy. Got long term, like literally a week ago. I'm already up 7%.
Nice.
Wow.
Look at you timing the market for these college fund investment.
I went heavier on this pullback. I'm like 200 period moving average. Yeah, 200 period moving average.
You bought off the 200 EMA, man. Dad, SMA. I'm like, Dad, you really nailed that call, man. Can I go to Harvard now, Daddy?
Yeah, if you can get in.
Well, I was watching this documentary. If the price is right, you can get your kid in.
I guess you guys would be on the rowing team, huh?
Yeah, I got Photoshop, Michael. I can Photoshop your children's heads on any athlete you want and put that in there. Oh. That's what they were doing,
Becky.
by the way. Yeah.
You got Aunt Becky. Aunt Becky went to jail, man. Crazy.
I mean, Aunt Becky.
Just seeing in the chat here and looking, LeJace is saying the Russell is falling hard, and yeah, it is down about 0.5% right now.
College fund. Nate B trades. All right. In the chat.
So our rotation back to the IB high in gold just finished.
Gold, man. Got that scrap gold. Cash in now.
Dude, I'm going to shout it out again. That pruning we did is awesome. Chat is like stacked with awesome people now.
We're talking trading. We're talking trades again.
Conversations are normal. Like normal, not like beat each other up. I'm having a miserable day, therefore you are going to have one too. Yeah,
that's not what we're about here.
Hurt people.
4,800 cool people.
Looking for a new high day here on the Nazi.
935s. 935s. And people put a 1 at 935.
I've worked at a 1 at 935. Look at this. That's how far. That's how dialed I am as an executor. Right there.
Hey. So far, so good. It's Tuesday.
You're working along, you said?
No.
Ooh.
I'm working a short from 935. You guys said, are you? Is that the? It's a
5% off
level.
the
We'll
all-time
see
high.
how. Okay.
Just a one. Just alert. We're gonna be patient here. Work the extremes, as Hogue would like to say.
My guy Hobbsy is saying he likes longs above the yesterday's session high in the Nasdaq, looking for the pre-session high, which is basically that 5%, 19,935 for a move up to that level. But we also have the captain saying he's looking for price to come back to the opening price to get retested before looking for any longs. You think he says that
I'm
the
out of
floor
that.
is between
Sure.
47 and
Yeah.
54?
47
to
and 50.
854.
Okay, that's the
That's the
backfill.
captain.
Cool.
Yes.
Captain price action, right?
854?
Yeah, oh yeah. 845.
Captain price action.
845.
Great trade, Rips.
Thank you. We're out here, baby.
845.
Are you guys hedged up? You two?
We were
Yeah,
we were
so
hedged
don't
for
worry.
a moment.
It's all good.
Yeah. We call it hedging here, guys. I mean, it's fading, but hedging sounds a little bit better. House account likes, or prop firm likes when you guys hedge.
Yes.
19,845 check mark from
My guy Vince says S&Ps are gunning for the overnight high. I can see that.
Yeah, we're seeing a little resistance in NVIDIA, which is a little bit concerning. Definitely some overhead resistance there, but right now we are still seeing a little bit of unwind from the short side in the NQ here, which is keeping me in this trade. Yeah, some early shorts keep getting battered in this, so we want to see if that cycle can continue here to the top side. Looking for a new high of day. And we're punching through here.
We are.
I love. Okay, so Jack, are you on it? Who's on the who's on the crawlers today? They're pretty good. Deanna's breaking news. Deanna's dog's got her perfume covered. I'm liking it. already.
James is on it
I'm
right
liking it
now.
already. Oh God, you're good at these
Yes.
guys. Jack, you guys know the Onion? You guys know the Onion? Anybody here?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, they're coming back. Jack was
It's a writer.
writer for it. What, reporter or writer? What do they call them over
I
there?
don't know if they're reporters.
Reporters, the preferred
I don't
thing. I'm still a contributor there, but doing most
Well,
of the time.
you're gonna be getting your paper back here soon. They're
Yeah, they're coming back.
trying. They believe paper is coming back. That's
They
what I'm hearing.
got new owners and they seem like decent folks for the first time in a long time.
Remember the red eye, Michael? The paper.
The red eye. We were in the red eye. I had a company called GorillaGamer.com, Gorilla Gamer, and allowed people to challenge each other on games like John Madden football, Tiger Woods golf, all that kind of stuff. Built that company up. Didn't have a revenue model, but we had thousands of users.
Should have
Ran out
worked.
of
That's
money.
awesome.
Should have worked.
I was at
Too early
03, man.
Too soon first time. You're ahead of your time.
Yeah, and then there was one that got bought out fairly similar for that for like $1 billion in like
Yeah, they did.
09 or 10.
You've been buying
Here
it.
I'm broke. I'm broke back after that. Yeah.
You what? Let's.
On a mountain?
broke. I'm broke after that,
No.
but before the sale, you get it.
I got you. All right, last trade in the NQ 19,888.
Triple eights, baby.
Triple eights.
We're pushing.
Triple eights, pushing higher. These are all new highs of the day. Will we see 20,000 in the NQ? You gotta remember, the world was ending in the markets for that matter. 2 weeks.
I know.
2 weeks ago.
Blood in the
Here we are.
street.
2,500 points ago.
Yes.
Something like that. Look at that. We are scooting and rallying here to the north
We are
side,
just
looking for those
running.
900s to trade. My goodness, this thing is just off to the races here.
Yep, here we go.
Those
Right,
35.
90s.
I just peeled out
890s.
2 contracts there. I'm going to peel out one more. There's those 900s. Peeling out one more there, and I'm going to move my stop 50% of the bar there. And now I'm hands free.
Man,
Just like that. Don't even think. Just long
buy
it.
it.
Just buy.
Buy it.
We're back to
Profile
that one.
nuances are really working for us today.
I'll be honest, John. It was you who guided me in this trade. It was you.
Mm.
What with the opening
Don't
range?
lie to me.
No. I'm being honest.
You lied to me
It
about
was
that.
you.
I know
It
you
was
lied to
because
me
we
about other
opened
things.
above the levels that you were talking about. That was the confluence that I needed to hear. And that's what
Awesome.
got me into the trade.
Well, happy to help.
All right. I was remaining patient here.
10% for MP and 10% for you, Hug. That's the deal,
Everyone's
right?
making money around us here. We got to be patient.
There you go.
Everyone's making money. That's when the FOMO kicks in. All right.
And
Last trade, that's
Pay
the
the team now.
20,000 is only 100 points away.
All right, yeah, 19,900. Looking at Topstep daily levels.
Yeah, I have an area at 906 that we're looking to get some traffic into here. So we'll see whether or not that plays out.
Strong. Jack, are we going to do it today, Jack?
I remember that number from somewhere. Where was that?
906 was the tickling level from yesterday. And then if we go back even further, let's go to the 4-hour chart here. 906 was traded back on Thursday, June 20th as well.
You got great
We're
words,
holding into
Rips.
these 900s.
Is kerfuffle? What's that word you use?
Kerfuffleation?
Is that real?
Absolutely. It's in the Oxford Dictionary, my friend. And by the way, you know what time it is? Oh, it's
Oh,
there you
Profitable
go.
Trade Tuesday.
Rips is fired up. I love it.
Love it.
What I did forget to
Good
say, folks,
stuff.
is upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Topstep on Twitter, on X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets. Send us your performance dashboard analytics, your swag, your trader station setups, anything you'd like for us to share here on Fast Markets on Topstep TV. We'll turn that around to you guys in a few hours. But in the meantime, bulls are in control. S&P is making new highs.
Man,
41
this market is ripping.
Woo!
Like no hesitation. Running.
Heck, we
into
might
the
do
900s.
it.
This NQ is like a
35.
warm loaf of bread in the oven and just rising on up.
Oh yeah.
Kerfuffle is actually in the Topstep glossary, thanks to Anne-Marie
Real
Band.
word. Real word then.
Oh well, there you go.
Good words.
There you go.
It's in Topstep.
It's
Guys,
real.
drop
It's
the-
a real word, MP. Come on.
I make up words. I'm country, so we kind of we merge words. We merge words together and say it
Like
say
woozy
it as
woo.
meaning. Woozy woo. Guys,
I'm
drop the link to the lingo so everybody can save it. 168 on 08 bid. 19908 bid. They
No weights.
It
Build.
did look like a bit of a blow off top there. So we
did,
may have been chilling out. We might have like a 50-point pullback here, but that did kind of look like a blow off top. So we'll have to see what happens here.
911's yeah, 919. I got 919 quarter high of the day, Hungus. Just hit the overnight high in ES. Thank you, Vince. A little bit of a double top here.
Hey, speaking of Celsius,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how that. We're talking to the company now.
Oh, yeah?
we got connected. Yeah, we want to see if they want to give us money to sponsor, which basically means
Did you
we
let
get
him
free
know
Celsius.
about your boy over here, Ripsy Hustle, who just loves to drink down that
We're
good
gonna-
stuff?
We're gonna. That's gonna be part of the presentation. We go check out this dude. And then we're
Dude,
gonna
slide
give him,
one,
like,
just my
35
face.
Yeah, just your face, clicking. And yeah,
Hyped up on.
We
it.
are still in this trade, though. This is for the MP family
S&P is-
trade here.
Oh
Who's
man.
pushing higher? Spoos cannot be stopped right
Beautiful.
now to the upside. Wow, what a
I love when
rally.
you leave a runner on and it just keeps running. Nothing
Yeah,
so
feels
you
better.
are. You have a runner on.
You better believe it. Check out the screen.
Yep. Overnight low. Overnight high is 930s. We're running to it. Looks like we're headed towards
Oh, my
that.
God.
I had a
You call it
5 line on.
35.
I took down 4. So we took
Okay,
down 4 into the
35.
traffic area of 900.
Okay, where's your out? Because I want to know you're out, and Dakota, I need to know you, and then we have a working 35 up there, which is just a placeholder.
938 is what I'm looking for. 938 and a quarter. If we get up there and we start really blasting off, then we have an upper side target that's all the way up at 987. If we blow through that, 20,012.
Okay, so does my center dome and my hotkeys?
How are you enjoying those hotkeys, by the way? Because I'm one of those traders who I've never really traded without hotkeys.
Oh my God, really? I can't wait. I'm sitting here. I still have my hand on the mouse, which I've had always.
Old habits die hard.
Uh-huh. And you get like the fan in the mouse. You ever see that one where it's like cooling your hand?
Oh yeah. Keep those palms less sweaty when you're in a big position.
Or when you're playing Fortnite, one of the two.
Either way. New Hive Day here on the NQ, by the way. We are running hot.
Headed to test those overnight highs.
Wow. 35s.
While we're sitting here too, the next thing about sponsorship: if you have a company and you have cool apparel, send me a hat, send me a shirt. Go to TopstepTV at Topstep.com. I would love to support your company and talk briefly about it on the show. Maybe somebody lives in Des Moines, Iowa, and you have a roofing company there.
Go-to's always Des Moines.
I've used Des Moines my entire life. I don't know why. That and Stacy, Johnny and Stacy.
Take that example a little bit further. What do we do? Are we trading on a roof with roofers? What are we doing to demonstrate that?
There's a lot of people in the trading world that also have their own primary, self-employed, the gig economy. They're doing something. Consultants or contractors that do artist work and make websites and all that. A lot of those folks would love to help you guys. I don't know. We get quite a few views today. Maybe you get a plug. I would love it. I used to have a lawn mowing company in Nebraska.
What was it called? What was the name of the lawn mowing company?
M&N. Mike, Nick, and Mike. And we used to hand out M&Ms clicked together on a brochure.
There you go.
Door to door.
That's pretty good.
16 years old. Yeah, we had 25 accounts, 30 accounts.
Not bad. How many lawnmowers did you have? And what happened? Was there any strife between you and your partners about how many lawnmowers you guys were going to buy?
I had my own, and then they were Mike and Nick were already doing their one, and then I pitched them on Mike, Nick, and Mike, and I merged my walk behind mower with their
rider. You had a riding mower.
I don't think we had a rider. Everything.
Did you happen to call yourself the real Trim Shady?
Jesus.
I don't think the 90-year-old ladies that would give us $20 to do their front yard and backyard in small town Gretna knew anything about that. So I was like,
wow. All right. We were working 35s. Didn't get that.
Looks like I might get stopped out on my remainder here. My stop's at 895 3/4 and stopped out. So that's going to put our grand total up in the live account, up $4,003 in our live account today.
Yes.
Good job.
Feels good to give a little bit back to the company that funds me here. I love it.
You don't have to worry about us. We're making sure you guys are taken care of. Fully supported. Need more room. Need more downside.
You still owe me to the high tick.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I got 10 points for you too, John.
You were just talking about it rolling off, blowing off steam, or blowing
the top off.
Blowing the top off.
Yeah, we had what looked like a blow off top on the way up, and then it kind of just did this grinding pattern to the north side and just kind of rolled over there. And you can see here on the screen, these are all the executions. These blue arrows are my executions here. These purple arrows are my outs. This is my final stop out here. And, you might have been swept out and missed out on some more upside move here. But you have to trade with stops, folks. If you're trading without stops, you're just going to be holding and hoping. And, the price action could come right below your entry and, ruin your day. So always use stops when you're trading there. I think I'm going to meander on over to Topstep X Town right now and trade some Topstep X combines.
Come on over. Water's warm.
That's what I'm saying.
All right. Well, look at these Topstep levels. MP, you're still staying patient, I must say. Chilling.
It's not my trade. And you guys have two levels thus far that I'm working orders just to keep them as
20
top of mind.
You're working 25? What, 25s and 35s?
25s and 35s. It's a pretty big gap.
It is. I think Captain like a backfill to 845. 845.
Oh yeah, talk to me about backfill if we're still liking it from the long side. Here's my little 2 cents, because I was looking at tilt and I'm just sharing information. It was 72% up there when I was trading 915s, 19 915s, 19 920s. up there, 72% longs. Lots of longs, ES and NASDAQ. Open positions that are here at Topstep. We call it the tilt. It's only found within Topstep X platform. That's a data set we provide real time to you. Do with it what you want. So now this big pullback, interesting. I think when I'm a believer, really quickly, I'm a believer that when majority of people get one way, I like to understand what the minority of folks are doing. So if it's like 80% long, 20% shorts, to me are in a much tougher to read trade than
Could you explain it this way, MP? I think that whole trade comes from your pit mentality days. You walk into the pit and say, what are locals? Locals are long. You're flat. What are you looking to do? Well, you're looking to get short. You're trying to beat the locals to the punch.
Yeah.
Is what you're doing.
Well, you're also going to ask, and John would know this because he's a broker. You're going to ask what orders came in. Oh, they 100 lot came in at evens, 100 lot came in at 10s, 108 lot came in at 15s. I don't know. They're probably long from roughly 05, 07, something like that.
Goldman sold 2,000, Merrill sold 2,000, Shy Corp sold 2,000, Shearson sold 2,000. This pit is way long.
Paper
it's
short.
Basically Delta. It's what we look at Delta for now.
Exactly.
Yep. All these things matter, guys, when we're talking about this, because we all come from different wheelhouses or swim lanes of what we know and how we do it, and then we merge it all together with you all, and even the folks in chat. We kind of get that input as well, and then we're having trading dialogue.
Speaking of tilt, crude oil, 82% long right now. Crude oils. Last trade crude, $74.25. High of the day, $74.36. Last trade in gold, $25.67. High of the day, $25.70. Seen a bit of a pullback here in the S&Ps. High in the SPOOs, 56.43 last trade, 56.37.
James Hansen, are we getting Delta on Topstep X? Hogue, I know you're a big Delta guy. Are you pushing that with those folks over there?
Yeah, I've pushed it up the queue 100 times.
Do you know where it sits?
Not currently. I'll check it out though.
All right, cool. Keep us posted. I know you're a Delta guy, and it would be great to put that.
We're squeeze them. All right. Backfill.
We failed to break that overnight high in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, definitely where we ran into traffic is the same area that we were kind of dealing with in the overnight trade. So it's definitely interesting to see. However, when I'm looking at the order flow, I did not see any outside of normal price action where usually, let's just say that the idea of a market maker is to take the price higher so that they can put on a bunch of orders to the short side. I didn't really see much of that up there. In fact, there was a lack of traffic up there. So I think that the move right now is being fueled by the fact that we have NVIDIA coming down, Tesla rolling over a little bit, Amazon sort of topping out, and Google sort of topping out. Microsoft, if it did turn around here and start to take over 424, which is kind of this line in the sand that we've had, if we do get above that level, I think that could give the NQ that push that we'd need to see to break that level. And of course, we're going to have a lot of stop orders above that overnight high. That's where a natural place for a stop would be, not only amongst retail traders, but large positional traders are also going to have stops there as well. So we may see a stop run up in that area. If it does follow through, we could see this then again potentially making that pathway up to 20,000 by the end of the day.
A few more things about that, since we're talking about that streak.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I love this. Go ahead, Jack.
All right, it's time for the news. All right, first off, I saw this today because we only had Edgeful data for 5 years, but if the S&P 500 pulls off a 9th straight day of gains today, it'll be the first time since 2004. So that's 20 years ago.
Wow.
Right. And the second part of this tweet we'll get back to in a little bit. In the next image, a dealer positioning in the S&P 500 futures is near its most negative levels ever. They're usually taking the opposite side. This is more not like a signal, but more an interesting thing as far as sentiment that retail traders and investors are getting pretty long right now compared to history. But on the positive side, the equal weight S&P 500, which has been the dog of everything for the longest time, everything's been fueled by the Mag 7, hit all-time highs yesterday. So the equal weight is where each component is equally weighted as opposed to market cap weighted. So we're seeing good breadth here on this rally. Like, this is a strong market any way you look at it. And finally, I just want to show one cautionary tale. I check in at Wall Street Bets every once in a while. I want to pour one out. There's trader right to black out a few words. Who, within a matter since the beginning of August, went from like 23,000 up to nearly 1.5 million, and then back to scratch.
Yikes!
Yeah, those guys are.
That is so rough.
Sorry.
You got to show that equity curve. Move that up a little bit, Gabe. Like that's the thing at the bottom is what hurts.
I mean, is there anything wrong with getting 4% off on your $1 million cash that you had as a windfall? Is there anything wrong with that?
Take something off the table. Take something off the table.
I feel really bad. You had to take a ton of risks to get there. I think it was like Carvana calls and puts or whatever that got them there. But the person is opining above, like, I could have got out of 1.5 million, invested in triple Qs, and
that hurts.
I mean, he still has 22,000.
There's part of me
like that.
Everybody gets hurt on individual stocks, or not everybody, but you hear it all, and then they're like, well, I should just put it in indexes. Now you got everybody believing that indexes is like the fail-safe, which it concerns me, because when everybody thinks one thing, going back to that, then is it still a good opportunity?
It's my one long-term conspiracy theory, Michael, is I think there's something fundamentally unstable about basically once you get to be one of the top market cap weighted companies in the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, you've essentially won, and you're just receiving a huge percentage of every piece of money that's flowing in. And someday that could become a problem.
Why would it be a problem?
Because it's not really an efficient way to distribute capital, right? Like, once you get to be 6 or 7% of the S&P 500, it's hard for your stock to go down, right? If you're getting 6% of everything invested in the S&P 500.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're golden. You're locked. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what you mean by problem. It's not a problem for the company. People
retiring, start selling. Like, these plans haven't been around. Like, the 401k thing isn't like that old in terms of things. Something to read more on, but definitely doesn't affect your day trading.
Dude, start that conversation in Reddit, Wall Street Bets, and see if they even jump on that.
No, they'll just call me a cock.
Incredible.
All right, here we go. If NASDAQ's, it's probably it's looking like a now new lower high. We just broke. I was looking for a break of 70.
Monster sell there.
887.
NVIDIA just broke the 50 EMA, which is what is causing this right now.
Yep.
Big sellers underneath that 50 EMA.
Right, low 845s, Michael. Backfill to 845. We have a check mark, but we might be catching a falling knife. We'll step in.
My check mark is now removed, Andre, because of that price action. In the beginning did do what I was looking for it to do, so you can remove my check mark for the longs.
Gotcha.
Yep, I think we go back to the new session lows. I think we go back below. Maybe we go down to test 800 and lower.
And while Dakota has this beautiful short on, I do want to mention that Netflix did have some news and a press release that came out. They did state they have a 150+% increase in upfront ad sale commitments over their 2023 ad sales. So that is the latest press release out from Netflix. Netflix, of course, does have some weight in these indices. We are seeing big gaps in price in the S&Ps.
25s. We still have check marks there?
25s. Pause and rethink market.
Captain's got 25s.
45s would have not held up. So good
45s getting off the 45s. Yep, good call on that one.
What are we?
S&P's 2050 is the base of the late spike. We just took out the low of the initial balance and the opening range in the S&Ps. We have not yet done that in the NASDAQ.
Talk to me.
I'm talking to you. What do we got here? Hogue, we still like 25s. Rich, we still like 25s. And
no,
I don't like 25s.
You can take my check mark off.
Cancel.
Yeah, cancel that from me.
Thank you.
We're seeing a tremendous roll in equities here. NVIDIA has broken loose. Meta is starting to turn its tape to the downside. Microsoft bumping into the VWAP here. If Microsoft breaks the VWAP, we'll be testing the 50 EMA to the downside. S&Ps are at a precarious area right now. If that starts to break lower, this market can really cut loose, and a lot of these longs can start to get punished.
I don't think I'm.
All right, what do you guys like?
We took out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps. I'd like to see it get down to 56.20 half, which is the base of the late spike. Below that, I'm not looking at anything long. The NASDAQ did not take out the low of the opening range, so that is still a buy.
Our 25s would have been filled very nicely. We would have we would have been 15 handles into the money right now. Just a little FYI, if we're playing the woulda, coulda, shoulda, got into a trade game, which is sometimes I think about if I would have been in this, and it's up.
I think
20
that
handles
momentum
down.
scared us out of that. There was a lot of momentum to the downside there.
Yeah, I would say short these 50s if we come back up and test. We're here now. That's what I would actually
check mark for 50s. Check mark for 50, Michael. Check mark for 5.
What else?
I personally would like to see the market settling a little bit.
Keep pulling, everybody. I mean, like the other Eddie. You have anything? Is Eddie in? No,
Eddie out.
No, Eddie's not in. 50s aren't the level that I would be looking for to do anything right now. That's just me.
What do you guys think?
We're talking to the GOAT here. We're talking to Dakota. So,
where's Captain? Captain, where you at?
Let's see what the captain says.
What do we got? 33s at 2927s. 833s.
Captain says he's long 825s, risking 50%.
Wow.
Risking to 800. Risking to 800 to be quick to get out of it if order flow continues down. But he's long at 825.
Dakota, did you take those
Momentum
50s?
Changed. Market's completely changed right there. And that we went up, we tested those 50s. That's where we were holding earlier this morning at the open. We held those 50s. We went up, broke back down. We went up, we tested those 50s, and now we rejected them. And so the next thing, if we do break below these 25s, then of course session lows and a break below maybe even 800s into play. I can see us going back down to 780s for a first area of support.
Yeah, I see those same 780s you're seeing there, Dakota, as well. For me, I'm still hands off on this. I want to wait for the price action to settle down a little bit, head into some consolidation. That 50 trade might have been the best entry for a reshort there. Did you add into that trade there, Dakota, at all?
I didn't. I'm in short from 887, and
gotcha.
I'm probably going to hold this
Here's
till
your
780s if we get there.
Yeah, 50s were nice.
Here's your 25s. 19,825, 19,830 now. 19,825.
Yeah, right now Microsoft is battling at the VWAP, and NVIDIA has broken much lower below the 50. So if Microsoft breaks below that VWAP and holds, I think that we will see more downside in the NQ here.
Seller stepping back in last trade, 19,826. Low of the day, 19,812. We got top step daily levels from the 812s. We are into zone 5 now. For our supply, 19,816.
8. Nothing on tilt. Nothing.
Question,
820.
50-50 looks like on tilt here.
50s.
You could play a breakout trade, just a break down below 800s if we hit 811. I mean, that is. Remember that one day, MP, where you just bought it or you sold it in the hole and it worked out really amazing.
Yeah, that was money.
This very well could be a similar situation.
Yep. That day the sun shined on a.
Where are you going? What are you?
Country term, Andre. You idiots wouldn't understand.
That's really mean. That was just really mean to say. Very, very mean.
What was that?
Idiots. My God, what a meanie.
What was that?
What a meanie.
Farmers only. Didn't they have a tagline like that? You had a tagline like that.
What is farmers only?
Ozzo feels
It's a dating site for farmers.
Yeah, I know what it is.
Save a tractor, ride a farmer, something like that.
Yeah.
I think that was their internal tagline.
All right.
So you got Vince saying 812 is the overnight low in the Nasdaq. We just traded down to it. We're unable to take that out. You got the captain who's long at 825 with a stop at 800. We still have the nuance of the late spikes, which indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. The base of the late spike in the Nasdaq is 788.
We can get 825. We got no.
Captain's still long. If the captain's still long, he's back in money now. His stop was at 800.
You short, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm short from 887.
You short?
The next play I would see is a break below 812 would be the next
below.
trade setup.
Ripped hands off. What are some of the coaches in chat saying? And anybody in the funded level? Share your thoughts. We got to give funded level folks a different color on their handle or live funded.
Michael, while there's a break, the cumulative delta indicator is number 4 on the planned. So it's getting close to being in progress. And then for those of you wondering about the market profile and TPO and the cumulative delta on that is in review, but it is 4th from the top. So these are all moving up, and you know how quickly Topstep moves with these Topstep X improvements. So won't be long.
Oh, yeah. We launching that Thursday afternoon.
Really?
Could be.
They do.
If I was still holding.
25 is still holding. 11s down there. Dakota's watching. I'm watching the 11s real quick because if the evens is the evens are the captain's stop, and it could work us into a better long. But what do you guys think on that aspect of it? Dakota's still short.
Yeah, I'm looking for the 780s. 780s.
Rips his hands off.
I took a short in my Topstep X combine because I think that we are going to break lower here, given the market internals right now and the way things are trending. If Microsoft doesn't save the market here, I'm short S&Ps right now in my Topstep X combine. Yeah, it looks to me like the way that all of the equities are trading right now, they're having a lot of trouble finding a bid. And they're at key inflection points where they need to find bids here and now, and they're just not shaping up. So for me, that looks a lot weaker than it should be. And I think that we have room in the S&Ps down to potentially 5,600 evens if we do continue this fade.
I like it. Yeah, the market just completely changed as soon as we broke back below 900. We failed to hold above it. It was up there for a moment, and then we just rejected off of it. Maybe this is a beautiful technical pattern if we're looking at it, the lower high, where we just completely broke down, went up, made that lower high, and then completely sold off. So I would like, if we do get a pullback, I would just be, shorts are in the dock for me. It's just, where do we find opportunities to see if we can take a move to the downside? I'm in short now. So maybe a test if we do get back up into these 50s again.
Yes. Okay.
I think you might get that test exactly where you want it.
Mickey or Captain Conviction.
Who here is in a position in the chat? How about this? Did anybody get the 25s down there with old Cap? Anybody get the Dakota? Anybody get the Dakota? What'd you get? 80s?
Wow.
87?
87. Flat, Cliff says. Short gold, Hoop says. Hoop, I like it.
800s. Eduardo liked 800s. Never quite got down there. Kept like the 25s.
David's long at 23. Long at 20. Short at 903. Wow, nice. Long at
That was
828.
nice.
We got some 20s. We got some 25s. We got some 23s, 24s. Okay.
So
What are you
a
guys
red
taking
day on the Nasdaq would be below 857, right?
857. She settle. We have Topstep daily levels here on the Nasdaq.
Yeah. NASDAQ settlement 19,857.75.
Okay. So I think that's going to be interesting as well. If we're just talking, because I'm sure everybody that's watching the markets are thinking the same thing, like, oh, 8 green days in a row. I mean, it's been on CNBC. So, are we going to close above 857 or below? Are they going to consider if we close at 858 a green day?
Yeah, if we have a red day today, you can bet your bottom dollar that CNBC will run the markets in turmoil promo as they always do.
They should
Nasdaq
call up Jack.
snapped.
Tucker was going off on that yesterday.
He's Jack
All
is
right,
a
I
resource.
added another contract to my S&P short here on my Topstep X combine. I'm looking for this break lower because, again, we didn't even battle all the way up to 50 in the NASDAQ here.
No.
And we just
We
need
got
to
to
see
49,
Microsoft
that's
really
it.
starting to fade lower here.
50s.
50s is a level.
There we go.
I got that on a short. 11s is where
Asia low.
Dakota's thinking anything below that starts to evaporate, but also Captain's looking at the evens down there as a stop.
Tug of war mode right now.
For the sake of good entry, if you're looking long,
Short from Asia low, 56.25 in the S&P. Team higher highs.
Yeah, it's struggling both ways, to be honest. It's really struggling both ways. But if it does break one way or the other, it's really going to start to rip. And I'm betting on this to really fail these 810s to the downside in the NASDAQ here, which will bring the S&Ps down as well. You seeing the same thing?
You're
Dakota,
both on
right?
810s on a fail of 810s.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. This market's looking extremely heavy.
We've got somebody from Team Dolby, JMFJ. He says short the S&Ps from the Asia low, 56.25 half to the base of the late spike, which is 56.20 half. It's only a 5-point move, but something to think about.
Well, what your risk upside is how much? Or if you're short,
That's
25.
the question. That's the question.
Well, we need to throw that in there. So, providing that information, please throw your entries and exits to help that out. All right, trading 12.
Get out and push, Dakota.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. There's a
little snapacito.
Where's our check marks?
I would buy right now based upon good entry of Dakota saying 11s if they don't hold up.
Take a look at Topstep daily levels.
Captain saying the evens.
They were 5.
But you got Rips and Dakota both looking to get short.
I'm already short right now in my Topstep X combo.
Already short.
It feels weird to feel like, say the market's going down and this feels heavy. That's just not in my
Not something we've been able to say lately.
No.
All right, so from the captain, he says he got out of his longs at 8:45. He just doesn't think that the auction is moving in his direction. So he got out of that at a small profit. So he's no longer in that trade.
Okay.
He's with you
I was
guys.
trading 45s when up there. That was 20 handles in the money.
True top trader is waiting for a long, trying not to short at all. Hasn't shorted for 10 days now. He's looking for 812. If it taps, he's just gonna go one long micro.
We did
he's got it.
get 808, so he's probably long.
Mm-hmm.
So we got here. We're being very, very patient, MP. Very patient.
I love the patience, though. Patience has been hanging out
how-
really well in this market.
Where would you? I mean, honestly, if you had both Dakota and Rips saying they're short,
Or those
And
are
then-
the all-stars.
you had a Captain getting out at 45s, which we didn't
That's
know,
true.
but we knew he had a
Cross currents.
we knew he had an even 19,800 even stop.
Once again,
and
this
then we didn't trade
wobble-
up to the 50s. We didn't trade up to the
This-
50s to get short.
the stickiness right around here. We're right
could
at
you
the
find a
5600
short right
SPX
now?
level.
Right here.
That's right.
Right.
Would you be able
Say
to find
what?
a
Here
breakout
we go.
short, like shorting now in the hole? Is that a possibility?
I like that too. Ooh, I like that too.
Order filled.
Oh,
Nice. Thank you.
did you hotkey into that thing or did you mouse into
Hell
that
yeah,
thing?
No, I
Right.
use my mouse.
Finally.
You Tom and Jared into that thing,
Yeah.
didn't you?
Finally, we're in. What do we get, Michael? What the house account get? We got Dakota.
Don't worry
we got,
about it.
what
It's
do we got?
finally shit. I don't need to finally
Don't
shit.
worry about it.
Sorry. That was supposed to be internal thought.
True
got
Top
rips, we got
Trader has a
Dakota Post.
great quote here. He says, "Put your orders where the masses put their stops."
That's
Yep,
always
right
a
here,
good one.
evens.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of defense coming in, but I just don't think it's going to be enough to hold back this push.
What did house account get?
We got 15s. We got 15s.
Right. 5.
15s. Nice.
5 lots of 15.
Okay. 8.
And now we wait.
5.
5 at 15. That is evens held up. 11s held up.
P's.
803 was the low.
Lots of
803
icebergs
held
on
up.
S&P lows. Icebergs on the S&P lows.
What do you guys got for stop on that? I have.
Yes,
I have
there are.
I'm all the way up at 56.31.
31 for
Wow,
you.
50,
I have a wider stop than most on that trade.
There's about 4,200 iceberg orders on the lows in the S&Ps.
Get us.
4,200 traded on the offer. Bids being stacked there.
Say that one more time, Andre. Pull stuff for the trade if anything changes.
Gotcha.
know.
I'm looking.
Between-
We're not.
Between 24.5 and the low of the day, 22 in the orders, about 4,000, maybe a little bit more than 4,000 traded on the bid, which means they're stacking bids there. There's some iceberg orders down below that are scooping this thing up down there.
They can punch through that.
Now, we don't know if they're going to stay there. We don't know if they're going to hold, but there's interest in buying here in longer time frames because we've got some pretty negative delta. Again, about 40, about almost $5,000 in negative delta in those prices, which means that people are stacking up bids there and just scooping up what they can get.
Downside targets. Dakota Rips, what's your downside target on these shorts?
My first
I
target,
would-
780s.
780s.
On
Downside
the
target.
S&Ps, I'm looking for 56.15s.
Yeah, I'd say 780s and 760s. And then, dare I say it?
I mean,
You dare.
680s?
How low?
680s?
What
680s.
today? Dakota, you dog.
You dirty
680.
dog.
Man.
I mean, I'm just calling out what the areas that I could possibly see the market going to. I mean, is
gotcha, I
it
gotcha.
unrealistic to see a 100-point sell-off?
Just saw one.
Not at all,
Nope.
just-
Right.
especially after 8 straight up days.
So if we do start to sell off, I mean, 680s could be very realistic. But
Get my
we have to get
Look at
the
the patience.
780s first and then start
Look
to and that's why if you're in multiple contracts, you could close one out at one target and then let a runner go.
780s. We're stuck at 56 hundo SPX.
Oh, it's hanging around here.
Definitely going to be a bit of a gamma wall there at 5,600.
Yep. It's hanging out. It needs a floor to come out from underneath it, or
Oh, it's going
this
to.
is my
We had it
take,
there.
but I'm not.
Oh, we had it right there. Wants to go.
It really does. That's the thing.
Wants to.
It's trying.
It just
15s.
looks so heavy.
There we
It
go.
looks
Some would
so
say
heavy to me.
15s is in the hole. Was in the hole too. Like we could have got 50s, I guess, and things like that. But I like
We'll
you
say-
guys all got aligned. You guys all got
Yeah.
aligned on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Like
The thing
it.
is, we're short. We're up money.
Interesting location. I mean, is it really in the hole when we have 8 up days?
True. Maybe for the
Yeah, because
session.
Yes, because it's still in the dip, in my opinion.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to start being a perma bear now, Dre, since I'm
No,
pretty heavily long now in my
Can you
long-term
not?
stuff.
Oh,
You're
I see
You're gonna
what I'm
hedge.
doing.
You're gonna hedge your own accounts.
You got to
Doing
hedge the
reverse
hedges.
jinx. He's the reverse. Yeah, the reverse jinx. I like that.
All right, here we go. Let's see if we could push these lows.
There
College check.
has to be
Here we
people
go.
picking bottoms right now. There has to be people picking bottoms.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is where they're picking it.
This is exactly what they're picking.
They found it. Here it is.
Yes, this is the bottom. We'll see if we got anything else.
They're really trying to
Oh.
put, like, somebody's trying to huff and puff on this thing, but nobody wants to blow
Yeah,
it
you can
first.
see it. You can see it. It's just
Again, you guys watching the 5-minute?
Would you take anything off, or would you keep everything on?
Patience is key, MP. Patience is key.
yeah. I'd keep it on.
It was like,
I mean, we could anything can happen. We really could just have a 30-point rally right here, but
19,000.
and we did get a 30-point rally a moment ago, and then right back down. So
We are into zone 5. 816 4-hour supply.
Volume is getting a little bit light here as well, and that's a lot of the reasons is because we don't have any news today. So, I mean, this could very well be, there could be a big old wall here that we can't see because they're in the way of icebergs, and they could just be sitting here parked with 20,000 contracts, and there's just no way that we'll ever get through it. But, you know, we're here now. We have a position on. We just wait and see.
Agree.
Still seeing some iceberg activity in the lows here in the S&Ps.
right back down.
Same.
Right back down.
I'm seeing sellers
800s
stepping
is
in
just
here.
right
I'm
there,
seeing
too.
sellers step. Yep.
And right here at these prices, tons of contracts being traded, but nobody's willing to push through this level here. And as we're saying it, can we break it? Can we get down lower? Can it be defended
That
with
traps
thicker
some
offers?
longs. That last little push
Uh-oh.
up trapped some longs, I'm sure of
Long's
it.
gonna pukey.
All right. 805.
This is wild.
You're
man.
trying.
This is good. This is mesmerizing.
Ooh.
This is trading, baby. This is trading.
We are seeing some an awful lot of overhead supply showing up here on the tape
Oh, I
in
see
the
it, I see
S&Ps,
it.
which is strong.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh,
There.
somebody-
Oh,
Right
look at that. A
there
little
it is.
flush of
Look at
Cito to
that.
the downside.
That is conviction.
Now let's see if we can hold it. Let's see if we
MP,
gain
what are we
momentum.
doing? Shapes up.
Here we go. We're holding below it.
MP, did that patience pay off for you, my friend?
MP.
Yeah.
That's
It did,
conviction,
didn't
MP.
it?
We're going.
You
780s.
dirty dog,
Let's see
you.
780s.
Conviction, MP.
780s.
All right, I'm peeling off some more of my
Commit to the
position here.
process.
Order filled.
Commit to the great trade.
Cool.
Are you
Oh,
adding
right to
to
the
it?
base of the late spike here, guys. Right to the base of the late spike. We'll see what happens.
You're
here.
adding to
is
this,
I
right?
got, we just got one on right now. You guys
no.
are talking about the
Convict-
80s.
That's how you stay
You
convicted.
guys are talking about the
Michael.
80s. We're 85s. It's our first trade of the day.
Beautiful.
Yeah, there. Whatever. A winning trade is good.
Well, yeah.
One in the
Stay
hands, worth
convict-
two in the bush.
Yep. Don't do it, Andre. Don't get me started.
I'm watching 788
Don't
last
do it.
trade.
Don't get it.
788 last trade. 785's last trade.
Can we do a little bit of a temperature check on the room here? If you did catch that to the downside, can you drop a W in chat? I am curious if anybody caught that. If anybody saw it, like Dakota MP and I saw that.
It's the.
I
the
didn't know. I
spirit
didn't
animal
see.
back
I didn't
here.
see anything. Just so you guys know, I saw. This is what I love about closing my personal account after 20 something years of having the exact same account. Never put a deposit into it ever since like 06. So, Michael, prove yourself in the combine. Did it right, bro.
Into the combine. He
Whose
invented the
voice was
combine.
that?
Oh, that's his. That's what he's making fun of the mouth breathers.
A lot of W's in chat. I love to see that. That's
Love it.
amazing. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
So 680s was the first one. Now we're gonna hit or not 780s. Then now maybe we see.
What is it?
All
What's
right,
that
680s.
P&L? What's housing up
We're
P&L?
2,500. That's the first trade.
All right. There it is.
yeah!
The patience pays, Michael. Patience pays.
Patience.
You have that
pays.
runner on till 680.
We do not.
60.
We do
All
not.
right.
You guys are talking the 80s. You guys are talking the 780s. What you were talking earlier. I put it in here. Unless you're talking about the 6 handle, and I was completely freaking off. But
Nope. It's all well. Money's money.
you guys are in shorts. That's good for Topstep. Topstep
Oh,
house
yeah.
account is up. That's good for Topstep.
We got
Everybody tuning in. Hopefully, you guys are
Bunch of W's in
funded
chat. It was lit up like a Christmas tree.
okay. Cool,
Topstep
guys. That
believes
was a
in their
good
best
talk
approach.
out. Really good talk out.
It felt good. It felt good.
Dakota, were you short for
34 was the heat we took on that. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, I'm still
No
short.
way
from
you took that much
87.
heat.
No, sorry.
Wow.
I 34. So we got short for
100 points
20,
on the money.
19 handles.
760's on the ticket now. Look at this. Coming on down. And we are
Okay,
careening
sounds like
towards
good
my
one.
target in the S&Ps of 56.15 as well. And that's
Jack.
looking like we're going to speed right into it.
You got anything down here? Levels.
Yeah, what's your
I'm just
700
trailing my
handle,
stop
Trey?
ever so slightly, making sure I realize maximum profit on this trade. This is, in a combine trading on TopstepX. I wanted to try all flavors of ice cream this morning. That's why we traded combines on Ninja Trader, traded our live account. And now we're trading combines. Just all the flavors of the day here.
Flavor Town.
We're going straight to Flavor Town. I didn't know if you knew that.
Flavor Town's at 680.
Flavor Town's at 680. Dakota says. Dakota's got the trail map, the treasure map.
Yeah, I
Treasure
got
map.
this. Yeah, I gotta pull up the map.
Pull up the treasure map.
John-
He's going to look at Topstep
John
daily
has a
levels.
level. John has a level at 39 on my Topstep levels. That also is coming down to the 12s and 5612 S&P, 19739 Nasdaq.
Yeah, 612 is
Maybe
a
it's-
weekly kickoff high.
Okay, so it came back and it'll come back weekly kickoff high. Oh,
What's
really?
funny is, do you know where we're at? We are basically where we were the last 10 minutes of Power Hour yesterday. That's so interesting.
Yes, we are. That's wild.
It feels like we sold off a lot, but we're just right back to where we were at Power Hour.
Mm-hmm.
Buyers stepping in. And those icebergs got busted, huh? Those icebergs on the spoos came in at 25. They're holding up to 25s, wait
tried.
for a tick. Well, yeah.
So
Yeah, they were up
where
around
can we
the
get in
25
short?
area.
So let's see if we could get another house account. I would prefer a short. Maybe we get in short at 790s.
What do you?
I did
guys
just
all
get
think?
stopped out, so that makes a realized profit of $1,123 on my TopstepX
Nice.
combines.
Papa Giorgio going long. From Team Higher Highs. Hobbs.
That could be the
Team
pull.
higher highs is give me price points though. Going long here.
I like that as the pullback short. That was the
That's where I
pullback.
need you to collect the
far.
summary. I can't read
Yeah,
everything.
we had
pulling,
this
I'm pulling.
resistance
Pretty short.
during Power Hour. This 780.
Hogs Heroes.
it
Hogs
was
Heroes. You got anything? Hogs Heroes got anything over there? Team Higher Highs. Keep them coming. Where's
Right
Team
now, I
Gold,
think we're
though?
focusing on the base of the late spike to see if this next 30-minute bar can close below the base of the late spike in the S&Ps, which is 56.20 half, which is also a high of value from yesterday, leaving single TPOs below the IB low. Here, I'll bring this up and show you here.
Okay.
So here's the base of the late spike. That's where we really kind of pushed to the upside late in the day yesterday. We opened
Price,
above
John.
or in.
Johnny Price
That's-
on base of the late spike.
Base of the late spike, 56.20 half, 56.20 half. Also, high of value from yesterday, TPO value high. So if we start to show acceptance and spend some time below this level, this base of the late spike, 56.20 half, then we come into value area special situation. If we do leave single TPOs on the next 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, 56.2275, then it's all shorts from there all the way down to possible value low from yesterday, which would bring us down to 55.8975. A little bit different in the NASDAQ. Here we go. So here's the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ, 788. We talked about that quite a bit. We got the base of the initial, the low of the initial balance, 803. A lot of people talked about that 800 level today. We're pushing and we're continuing to push lower. We're inside volume value in the NASDAQ, but TPO value doesn't start
I got it.
till 19,720. So
739 is your
for
level
is
down here, John. John, 739 is your level down here. It's trading 743s, 19739s. You have a level because it's tough.
Well, let me find it.
We did hit the level of 56.15 for everybody who held out for that level there.
Dakota, you still short? You like that short?
Yeah, I'm still short from 880s. We did have that nice pullback to 780s to short it again, and I think I'm going to look for the same thing. I'm going to look for a nice pullback, maybe to these 60s, and 60s could be another opportunity to get in short.
739.
Right, there you go.
Yep. This day's value area high.
760s. Check mark short from 760.
Just looking to sell the bounces, sell the rallies until we get back down towards maybe 700 or yesterday's range.
Yep.
Work with that.
Yeah. 739. They have that as value area high from yesterday. I'm seeing TPO value high in the NASDAQ at 720. So a little bit of a difference there. A little bit of a difference. Mm-hmm. It's a different platform. So
check mark 720, 72 or 760, 760.
How many?
Dakota short from.
I know that's one guy. Who else? Rips. What do you think? 760s?
I don't know about that one, MP. I think that the market is less predictable now that liquidity is drying up very quickly here. It makes it a very difficult trade. I think that's all the tricks that I have remaining in my bag here. I think the market's too difficult from here on out, personally. I don't know. What do you feel about that, Dakota? I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
My target 680s, and so any bounce, I'm going to sell it until we get there.
Okay.
If we get there, right? And so that's what I'm looking for, is just selling these pullbacks. We got one. We bounced from 765 up to 786. That was a beautiful short opportunity. And so now maybe we see something similar. Maybe we get another bounce back up to like the 70s or 80s, and then we find a reason to get in short. To me, it's just bearish. I'm a bearish trader today.
Thank you, Dolby. Team higher highs.
We have Anne-Marie who's looking for a new short at 56.23 as well. Anne-Marie, very talented trader.
We're targeting 680s. Downside MP, so we can catch this back.
I do like 680s, but I do like a little bit higher. I could say 695, somewhere in that range. Break the 700s, getting on that liquidity grab.
So it's a matter of right now.
Below the IB.
Kevin, I'm not forcing people to give levels. We are sharing levels. And somebody else said
yeah, he is.
He is.
We want you.
You're trying to move swiftly. I'm taking all this information. I'm like, okay, how, what? And it's not like somebody's like, hey, buy it at. We're not a signal provider here.
Here's a pullback.
What we do.
Here's a pullback. What do we get in? What do we get if we're like the shorts? We're targeting 680s. Dakota and Marie, both very talented traders here at Topstep, targeting 680. 19,680 downside. We got room. Where do we get the short? A lot of interest. Robert Cooney.
There's a low volume node in the NASDAQ above 19,790.
What does that mean? What does that mean for entries? What does that mean for entries? What does that mean for
entries?
That
means that the price moved really quickly through there, and it started to pile up volume below that. So that makes it kind of a resistance area. I can show you here.
80s, 80s. We don't have time.
Here's the low of the IB, 803. Here's the low volume node. We start to get to the top end of that higher volume area. That this could bring resistance against that low volume area. So 790 looks like an interesting area, and it also allows us to limit risk a little bit better.
I agree with that.
Double check mark 790. Double check mark 790.
Yep.
Boom. Good job.
780, 790.
780s. We're here, right here, right now. Right here, right now.
79, 790s, right?
780, 790. We got a zone.
You say 80s or 90s?
Both.
The way that this market has been trading and the lack of liquidity makes it a little bit troublesome. I do not commit a check mark to this one myself.
Oh, I like it. We are getting just conversation going. 89s, 90s.
Right here, 790s.
Order filled.
Thank you.
All right. 88s.
We got 88s.
Who wants to trade up? 88s.
And then,
by the way, the board is showing that I'm up $1,100 in a combine, not showing the live trade. Not sure why. Don't live trades take precedence over the combine trades?
Yeah, guys, come on.
Well,
Come
what do you
on.
want us to
Why
put
are
up
we
there,
showing
Rips?
him up a combine? Get out of here.
Come on.
What do we want us to show?
Live
What-
up
what's your total?
$4,003. That was a killer trade.
Gotcha.
Man, you've been tearing it up in the live account, Rips.
Nick Dolby, get out of here. Yeah, live account's been good. And XFA has been good too. Like I said, took a payout this morning for $13,000 from the XFAs. Which, by the way, I don't know. There's some kind of rumor flowing around there in the social media sphere where it says if you're trading XFAs, you're not allowed to take payouts from XFAs if you also have a live account. I don't know where that rumor started. Maybe it was another firm that started that.
Day long.
Like, what in the world? Like, I looked at that person. I said, "My goodness, they make them that stupid, do they?" But yeah, you can actually take payouts in your XFAs while you do have a live account. It's a beautiful thing. It's one of the reasons why Topstep is a great program.
There's folks practicing. I need to stop Andre on this one too. Can you reach out for it? Unless we're going to do this hard stop of $2,500 at the 13s.
788.
There's folks that are in the combine that are practice creating, honing, and their strategies. There's ones in the XFA that are building it up, and then the live experience is, that's the pro ballers. It's the best of the best in the industry of prop firms because like nobody else shares their traders
13s.
Daily updates, blah blah blah.
The IB low is 803. We want it to stay below that.
Yeah, I like what you called out, like the 811s, 813s.
I like it, MP.
We're short 10 from 95.
Short 10 from 95. Stop above.
Love that.
Short 10 from 95. Short 10 from 95.
I need a stop though. I need a stop.
I'm looking.
I do like these 813s, like you said, MP as a stop.
13. Okay. It's managing risk. Okay. Thank you, Dakota.
Sorry, I should add some context to that because the chat is asking. The only reason I said that person was stupid was because they said that, no, I can't do that when I had already taken payouts from my XFAs while having a live account. They said, no, you're not allowed to do that. And I said, well, I've done it. They said, nope, you can't do that.
I think taking away the word stupid and just saying they struggle through life is equal. It's softer, but gets the point across.
I mean, I don't mind using the word because I was born with a case of the stupids, but some people just carried along their whole life with them.
Can't shake it. Bless your heart, Colby. That's how they say it in the South. In the South, they say bless your heart.
Oh, honey, bless your heart.
Bless your heart. They say in the South. It's 100% how they say in the South. All right, how's it got short? 10 from 795. Comes team lower lows. El Toro. You should have seen Secret Service running around Wicker Park yesterday. They're everywhere.
Oh. The old DNC, huh?
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's see what's happening here.
Here we go. Let's see if we could break down below these 90s again.
Okay, we're targeting 680s. We get to Dakota. Back special.
Dakota, what's your trade that you have on right here and now? Curious.
Short from 887.
That's a better average price than our house account.
I like that price. I like 87s. I like 87s better than 795.
Well, what would you trade me right now to take your entry over for you?
You could take my entry from me.
All right. We got.
I do like this zone. I like this zone. If I wasn't in a trade, I would look to be getting in short. Right here. Like
this is where we
started the break.
This is where the blow off top gets a little funky.
Yeah, I don't like this lower liquidity price action too because it feels artificial to me. The way that the price is just moving around feels extremely artificial, and it's very tough to predict.
It's very low volume.
Targeting 760s. Anne-Marie targeting 760s. Dakota Anne-Marie targeting 760s. Robert, we saw another target for 680 as well. There's some confluence there from our most talented traders.
There's a bid in here. 19.8.
You feeling it?
And 3.
You feeling the bid?
I mean,
we commit to the stop. Move on.
my job's not to feel.
You just said you feel it's like a bid in here.
Yeah, I know. Speaking out
the
loud.
trader. It's the trader in you. It's the trader in you.
My job is not to feel.
We're getting kind of conflicted levels here. One of our traders is like, this bounce is not showing high volume, so that that's good on a upside bounce. It's not showing volume, but we have John Jones, he's quoting Mancini, who says 56.15 in the S&Ps is a Mancini level, and that's where he's kind of thinking maybe price action is going to reverse. We are now at risk of having a failed downside auction. We've got 5.5, almost 6 minutes to wait until that proves to be true.
All right, is everything that got us in the trade still there? Is the stop going to be 16s, 15s? Is if it does get stopped out? Go ahead.
Above the initial balance low, I would probably be out of this, which was 803.
To me, it's still the same setup. We've
Yeah.
broke down, we've pulled back, and we are right at the area where we just broke down below. It's a zone. It's very hard for that zone, right? Because where exactly do you want to put your stop loss? Because a lot of times it ticks you out. You get stopped. It runs just a little bit past, and then it turns around. It's a zone. I like the short in this zone. This is where we broke down before, and we could break down again. If not, obviously we go up, and we could go break back up into that other range that we were in, which is those 820s, 830s.
Yeah, I know. That's where I'm nervous.
That's where against 5600 SPX as well. Will it break?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I got 16s as a stop. That's now is what it is. Unless there's a 25 up there, but now we're holding this trade way too long.
Why?
From my risk-reward perspective.
There's a real battle going on here. I mean, where is this next 30-minute bar going to open is what means everything to me.
The fact that we're not just breaking through is a good note, right? We're hesitating. We're just consolidating here. We're battling just like we were before we broke down.
Here we go.
Conviction. It's still conviction.
Building a bit.
You see what happens at 10 o'clock.
Do you see that change there, John? Did you see that?
What's that?
A little bit of a flip.
Yeah. Yeah. So you get a bunch of orders that come in on the hour and on the half hour. And if those sellers that just came in are those 10 o'clock sellers, that's good. Maybe we can leave some single TPOs below the IB and drive lower from there.
Yeah, we're also bumping into what was the prior support as we were getting that tremendous breakdown that Dakota and I were trading together. Yep. So.
Oh, there we go. Now we have that
conviction.
continuation. So
beautiful.
Maybe back down to 760s. 760s is the first take profit, and then maybe a break for new lows.
Hogue, I think it would be tremendously helpful if you could talk about what you saw there in that book flip where you saw those orders coming in. I think it would help out a lot of traders here in chat.
Of course. So this is the NASDAQ, right? So here's the IB low. We've talked about that quite a bit. The IB low is 19,803. That was really kind of a critical level for us to stay below, to stay in a short here. We're going to be, moving into the next 30-minute bar here in 2 minutes. If we open the next 30-minute bar below that level, that's going to leave single TPOs, which leaves excess above price. And we got 10 o'clock and at 10:30 and on the hour and the half hour, there are people that are paid to execute for larger time frame traders. We used to get orders in the pit. I'd get, the guy'd come out to me and say, I got 5,000 to sell throughout the day. So we would split them into 15-minute packages, and every 15 minutes we would sell that package. So, the locals in front of us, of course, they figured it out. They were waiting for it, but a lot of the execution that happens by people that are being paid to execute happens on the hour and the half hour. And when we saw those sellers come in at 10 o'clock, that may have been a little preemptive of somebody who had a little bit of a sell package to sell at 10 o'clock. So if that's the case, that's going to kind of give us the potential for continuation of the downside. If we come back and we take out the single TPOs back to IB low, I should say, that might change things a little bit. But when you watch at 10 o'clock and on the hour and a half hour, sometimes you'll get some information about some of the bigger executors and what they're doing. I have a friend he was on a desk on the floor, and he had huge clients. I mean, I'm talking Soros. I'm talking, the big guys, and they would give him an order, and they'd say, get this done throughout the day. Try and get a central price, the average price around the center of the range. So he's still doing that. He is still in an office getting calls from big time traders, big time funds, banks, and they're saying, here, we got 10,000 to sell. So you do those for us, and because they don't want the execution risk. So he assumes the execution risk for a commission, and that's what I think happens there on the hour and on the half hour. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, that was a superb explanation. I mean, that gives a lot of color to what folks out there may not know about the functionality of the market and why you see these big sweeping orders coming in at hours, bottom of the hour, top of the hour liquidity injections. These liquidity injections are coming from large players executing these bigger orders for these big funds. And it's just great to get that color commentary on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Pip Shredder he's in the chat saying he knows a guy that does that. And his Asian clients take sometimes weeks to get in and out of positions.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, James.
MP over there executing some profit.
Can you all hear that in chat?
Yeah,
they can. We can.
We heard you taking profit down there in the 70s.
That was music to my ears. What that was.
Were you taking profit down there, MP?
Hell yeah, he was.
Yeah,
you
75, 79, 78s, 80s.
That's where Anne Marie was getting out of some of her shorts.
Yep.
We're still short too. We've been peeling off all the way, kind of. We didn't get anything
because I do like push to new lows. If we did have a runner on,
same stop. I'm going to keep the same stop like you guys set up there. I will. It's 2 lot, so we'll let it run. We're up 5,000, 4,700 realized.
Okay. All right. Well, we're turn water into wine here. House account Tuesday here.
What's your total right now? Realized, MP. I see green.
He knows it. He knows.
4,700.
All right.
Oh my!
Wow. All right. Well, let's do this. All right. We got some stats to cover. We got some series 2. We got announcements. We got fast market. We got some stuff. We only got 56 minutes left here in fast market. So let's take a quick one. MP will manage this trade. I'm gonna throw it to my man JD. JD, hit us with some stats. Hey JD, you feeling better? I know yesterday, this week I was a little rough for you. How you feeling, JD?
Much better. Thank you. We're gonna kill a couple birds with one stone here. Let's look at yesterday's best live funded PNLs. Look at right at the top there. House account. Nice job yesterday. I wasn't here. I wasn't paying too much attention. I was under the weather, but it looks like everybody had a great day in the house account.
House account. Number one.
Pop up top there. Look at that.
Nicely done.
Props on top.
Let's not forget about Philippe trading the NQ, almost $3,000. Yep. Peter trading the ES, 2,800. King trading the NQ, 2,800 also, and Ben trading the ES, 2,375. Great day for our live funded traders yesterday. All right, well, the overlay updates with our XFA PNLs, I'm going to pull up some payouts from yesterday.
Oh.
What do you think our total
things are getting a little it's a little softer this week.
Softer? Okay, MP, you set the over. Well, you have
hold on. No, really quick. That volatility we're seeing right now, it's like we're like, oh, it's summer. We just had a lot of people just kind of go quiet right now. You could tell when everybody kind of jumps back in the market. That was the last 3-4 weeks. Those people are exhausted, in my opinion, because they got beat up, whether it's personal account or any of the accounts at Topstep, because market volatility was bananas. Now it's slowed down, and I can see these people taking a rest in the next. This is a hypothesis. People taking a rest in the next week or two because kids are going back to school. Why would I be trading? Let's just lick my wounds. I hate that word, but and get back into come September, October. October's usually nuts. Everybody's in.
All
Good
right, so
point.
the number with all
With
with that
that
being
said,
said,
yeah.
I'll say $640,000.
Ooh.
I'm
Who
going to
wants to
say
take the over on that?
628,000.
No,
628,000.
higher. Nope. I
Higher.
think 725. I would put as the line.
All
I
right.
would say 715s. Yeah.
You get to look though. You know what these numbers are.
I
Last
haven't.
week
No,
we
I
averaged
don't.
700.
I'm just busting your ball.
Yeah, I
640,
Last
see.
week we
628.
averaged 700.
Yeah.
Well,
JD
here we go,
looks
the
at
chat.
it on the spreadsheet. JD looks at it on the spreadsheet. That's like the latest and greatest. I don't
Real
see it
time?
until it
Yeah.
gets updated. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well,
Okay.
MP, you kind of called it here, so good call on your
Go
part.
15?
Of course he did.
651.
Oh.
Of course he did. Of course
Who's
he did.
closest?
No, I didn't. I said 715.
Yeah,
Well,
I said
you called the
640.
reason why it might be a little
Andre,
lagging
you
this
got
week,
it
but
then.
yeah.
Oh, I
380,
got it.
yeah, lighter.
1700.
Yeah.
We closed out last
Okay,
week.
are
and
you-
then-
Okay, so you guys understand herd mentality here. Did you guys notice that the average payouts was getting bigger last week? The week,
Yeah,
couple
we
weeks
averaged
before?
over $2,000 per payout last week for the first time I think ever.
Why? And we talked about this. Why? Well, volatility. You're gonna have bigger. You're gonna have more people blown out. You're gonna have more people or bigger P&Ls. Both ways. How about this? You're gonna have bigger P&Ls to the downside and to the upside. So whatever you want to dice that up, you can. But we've seen bigger payouts during volatility. We see more people bust out during volatility. If I'm a brokerage firm, I'm betting you $1 that you're seeing way more deposits have to come in than withdrawals. Withdrawing in the brokerage world is accepting defeat, and you barely see those when like, hey, close my account. You don't really see that as often as deposits. Another great thing of prop firms.
Thank you, JD.
You're still in short, right?
oh,
Two lot from
yes,
two lot.
Dakota. Yes, Dakota.
Okay.
Hey, all right, let's do a
Okay.
quick recap of the other markets. I'm seeing oil is selling off. Crude, that Texas tea has been selling off. About 25 minutes ago, we were trading $74.38. We're now trading $73.16. We were down about $1 in the last 30 minutes or so in crude. Big sell off there. Gold selling off as well. Yeah, last 15, 20 minutes, we are about a fifth. We're down $15. Last trade, $25.50. High today, $25.70. So about a $15 sell off here in the last 15 minutes. Take a look at the ES. Everyone, we've been a bit bearish here in the ES. Last trade, 56.18. Low of the day, 56.14. Markets are consolidating a little bit here in the NQ, trying to figure out what to do next. Last trade, 19,790. 19,790. We need to hold. Dolby says hold right now.
Whew, man.
Trading.
We have really quickly. Who has an open position, long or short? I want to see if there's more longs than shorts, vice versa. It's 54% short. I'm gonna 54% short open positions right now. I'm gonna see if the poll adds up. This is Nasdaq and S&P. 54%. Let's see if the poll lines up with tilt. No, who's taking a payout? Get that out of here.
Get it out of here.
Get it out of here.
Fired up, man. Fired up, man. Fired up.
Just,
Mr.
I don't
Polo.
have times for please and thank yous, Andre. We're this is game time. Game time.
Gracias, and that's gracias and Donato to you, man. Donata.
Yeah.
Here we go. Coach, can you give me
Nasdaq's looking bearish again. Breaking. Here we go. Let's see if we can
Stuff.
make a run down to the lows.
Looking for that poll just to get an understanding if the tilt matches. There you go. Thank you. Short.
I'm voting short.
80% short. 70% short. 80%
Right
short.
now?
70% short. No, I'm looking at the poll.
Yeah, I got 80. Oh boy.
Well, I also see
Yeah,
the
we like-
longs probably not hurry up and voting the 80 the short. Buddy, I'm in the money.
I know, man.
It is hanging out up
Andre?
here. It is hanging out up here. Like a test of your 30s that you guys are talking about would be pretty interesting. There's the VWAP about that. The Allroads return to VWAP line that we hear all the time.
Okay.
Oh,
all right, we got
showing up.
We got 50 minutes left here in Fast Markets. How's the accounts been trading? We got Dakota trading up, and that was bad, Dolby. That was really bad. That was bad Spanish. And we got Rips in the house making some big time trades here, upside and downside.
¿Cómo
Love to see
estás?
it. Oh wow, it's turned to Spanish.
How's your Spanish,
Bilingual.
Andre?
Fast Markets has turned into bilingual now on the fly. Gotta love it, Miguel. What do you think?
I don't think. Remember, I execute. I know nothing. What TV show? I know nothing. What TV show?
Oh, I know your favorite, the only one you watch.
Yeah,
you remember every line. All right, we are selling off here. Gold still selling off above beneath 25.50. Last trade 25.49. Again, high of the day 25.70. So about a $20 sell off here in the last.
Oh, geez.
Hogan's Heroes.
Crude. Yeah,
Okay, I said The Office, but it's The Office, guys. So great work, Noah.
Snip, snap.
Hogan's. Snip. I just watched that one. Snip, snap. 3 vasectomies head. You're like, what? That's the best The Office episode. And Michael and Jan have a meltdown fight for everybody. Hogan's Heroes says it? Interesting. Okay.
Hogan's Heroes.
Hogs Heroes. Hogs Heroes.
Look at this consolidation
Money.
we're in, by the way, for the last, 20 minutes? We've literally just been consolidating sideways here in both the NQ and the S&P. So, yeah, this is what happens. Lower volume. Market doesn't have anything to act on as far as event-driven trades. So this is what we're doing here. This is our life.
Over here on the 1 minute, Rips, if you just pull out your bar scanner and scan it, it'll say lockup and be done today.
I like that. I like that, dude.
Get a price check on the NQ. Oh, it says finish up for the day. Got it.
Yeah, I like that. It's pretty good. Pull out the scanners. All right. Let's do.
House account is closed, right? We're completely flat.
We're still long.
We're short too, right?
Or sorry, short.
Okay.
Short.
I don't like that makes a difference, long or short. Come on.
All good. Yep, that's MP's favorite show. Anytime he asks you what show, you can safe to guess.
That's a fun thing. I kind of
it's a hilarious
like
show.
doing that.
The show is hilarious.
Uh-huh.
One of the best, well-written shows of all time.
Yeah, well, 100%.
Every character is hilarious. You know how hard that is to do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very difficult.
Did Jim get his start really?
Except for Jim,
like a big time.
So Michael doesn't like Jim. For those that want to know, Michael does not like Jim. The
It's
Jim
just
and
like
Pam relationship.
The character or the actor?
Make a move on her. I mean, like, how many seasons do we have to like make a move on Pam? If you like Pam, make a move.
He has not liked Jim the entire time, man.
I believe he tried to make a move since season 2. What are you talking about? He was always trying to. He just kept getting blocked by Takembe Mutombo.
His wife thinks Jim and Pam is just adorable. And MP would always just be saying, these two suck. Like, these.
Then she looks at me, and then my wife, if she's watching it, she looks at me like she starts judging me. I'm like, you're not romantic and all. I'm like, yeah, I am. Well, like, we went out to dinner a couple months ago.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. All right. We're consolidating. Barcoding is in effect right now. Culture podcast. Yeah, Nick for a
She
tick.
was engaged. You're right, Kiwi.
The guy in the warehouse, right?
Roy.
Good old Roy.
Okay.
Good old Roy.
We can start checking off some of the housekeeping stuff we got here on Fast Mark. Hey, if you like what you've been seeing today, because I sure have. These guys are trading up. House accounts trading well. Dakota trading well. Rips trading nicely. See some profit here on the live trader P&L board. I can take a quick peek at that while we're at it. Hey, Rips up $4,000 in the live account. Love to see it. Prop house account up 5,200. Nick for a tick DLL. It's okay. Hang in there. You did well yesterday. Ionis. Oh, that's a cool name. Up $3,100. Dennis M. I know, but up $1,100. Spelled just the same way. David A up $3,000. Cole D up $3,400. Balcaron, you've been seeing that name a lot lately. Up $3,700. Great to see.
You all
Man, all
suck.
these.
I know.
I've been struggling trading. I have, if you believe that. I've been calling out the house accounts a lot better than I've been trading.
I thought about you on the drive in today and how you're trading. I think you're trading fine. I think you're on such a hot streak that can get a little damaging to your ego when you kind of go to the mediocre and then get a little hot, a little cold, and then mediocre. Traders move like that. I mean, I'm sure athletes move like that, except the top, like 0.00 whatever percent of them. But
Fair enough. And these markets have been changing faster than normal lately. Like we went from an extreme volatility to like selling off back to low volatility and just buy the bid or just buy the dip. And yeah, I struggle with transitioning.
Speaking of, okay. We're up at the 19,800s. Or the house count's short too from 01. You guys talked about the 830s. What are you guys liking right now? And this is everybody, all the teams and guys on here and people in chat. What are you liking right now? Market has consolidated. It's doing a little sideways action.
For me, my stop loss is at 820. Considering moving it down to actually like 816 and then just letting this market play out.
And while we let it play out, because everyone has to be registered already for the Series 3 here. Why don't we take...
boy.
Yep.
Yes.
Hopping Rips, Dakota, how close are you guys to taking it?
Every night. Every night.
End of October.
I'm trying to read this. Every single night I read a little bit of it.
Sleeps with it under his pillow. All right. Today's question...
Look at him. He's so casual about it.
All right, Andre. Andre here. All right, Andre.
Jack, man, what a flex. What a flex, man. Go ahead.
Why don't you have that framed? You just frame it and put it behind you.
Because then he can't bring it to show to people at bars.
Yeah, he can't. We'll fit in his pocket.
Shows it to the officer when he gets pulled over.
Look at the officer. I got my 3.
For the I have a Series 3 designation. For the grain complex, both the CFTC and CBOT report the supply of grains available for delivery. These reports are published A, daily, B, weekly, C, monthly, or D, during each delivery period.
I would say weekly.
No.
B.
Why?
Oh,
well, the WASD report is monthly.
Yeah, that's mine. That's
there
mine.
it is. That's what I'm
What's
saying.
What's the WASD?
The WASD and the woozy?
We're not working on the B.
WSAD.
The World Agricultural blah, blah, blah.
This is a question you just got to know or you don't. I don't think there's a lot of strategy here.
I'm going this. I'm going this.
I'm thinking that too.
This is when it came out.
I think the only reason why I guessed that is because it doesn't Crude put out weekly as well.
Crude does.
So who's going B and who's going C? All right.
Mr. Series 3. Mr. Series 3 has a...
I'm going with
for
C.
the C's.
You all suck.
Nice.
Answer
What is it? What is it?
Is B.
Oh my
Weekly.
God. Dakota got it. Dakota.
What?
Nice.
It comes out weekly?
Who the hell needs that much update?
I
No,
know.
is that like
How much is grains traded?
commitment of traders? Does that come out on the commitment of traders?
Hey, Dakota, would you add to your short right here or let it play out? I have a 16.
I'm just going to let it play out. I have my stop loss at 816, and to me, it's just let it play out.
Man.
If I'm and kind of just done for the day, especially the way that this market has been. We're coming up at it's already 10:17 Central.
Okay.
But I see what you're looking at. Like that is definitely a cheap trade. If you're not in a short and you want to get short, I see that, right? We're right back up into this resistance. But usually the first test of resistance is the higher probable trade, which we did take, and we made some money off of it. Adding there is realistic, but for me, I'm just gonna trail this down.
Lost trader.
Rips
You got me, lost
and
trader.
Hugs Heroes. Anything around these?
I don't like the market short anymore. I'm done with the shorts. I'm looking to the long side here, and I'm looking for us to return back to balance above 845 in the NQ.
I'm with you, Rips. I'm with you,
Yeah.
Rips.
We've seen that pattern play out quite often here. So
we're back above the base of the late spike.
So we will let this one play out along with Dakota. And if it gets stopped out, we'll be keeping an eye on those 8, 40, 50, 60s up there that were interesting last time, right?
Oh, yes, that was our price, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Wow.
What another
Fast
great day.
And Furious. Yeah, Fast and Furious. Now we're just.
That's the
Sounds good,
markets,
JD.
right?
JD, jump on
Everything's going on, and we're trading, and markets are going, and now it's just kind of slowed down, and it's could be time to call it a day. I seen a couple trader statistics last night, either that or the night before, where they only took 1 or 2 trades, and they was only trading for 1 hour, and they called it a day, and that was just, it's so nice to see that type of discipline. And speaking about that, I'm sure Brett Steenbarger is going to be able to speak on some of those things on when it comes. He's on today.
Oh, in about 40 minutes.
Oh my!
In the house. Yeah, must watch TV. Topstep TV. If you like what's going down, click like, click subscribe. We get 115,000 subscribers yet? Not. We are very close. We're fifth, over 5,000 viewers today. Thank you very, very much. Watching great traders in real time, throwing around great trade ideas, great risk management as well. So I'm gonna throw it to my man JD. JD, got some more stats. It's good to have JD back in the house. JD, what do we got?
Just real quick. I'm going to leave the broadcast now. I've got to get prepared for the session with Brett Steenbarger, get the questions organized, get everything all ready for him.
Perfect.
I'm very excited about it. We should all be very excited and honored that he is going to be here with us. And that's again at 11 p.m. Central Time today. Gentlemen, pleasure trading with you today, and I will see you later.
Thank you,
You
Hope,
guys,
for your
there's
insight
5,000
today. Really, honestly, it was really good. It really helped me on that opening trade. I really do appreciate it so much.
Awesome. My pleasure.
5,000 people are in here. What? Oh, stop. Okay.
Yeah,
was that?
ripping.
Okay. Update.
Yep,
I'll
I'm
click.
stopped.
4,000. There's 5,000 people in here, and there should be 5,000 people listening to Brett Steenbarger. You're like, why? Why? It's not talking about the markets. Yes, it's talking about your upstairs brain that is 90% of you being a good trader, in my opinion, is getting the psyche in order. And he, my friend, will be he's the founder of trading psychology in my world, in my view.
More important than the
Godfather, some would
markets.
say.
Markets will always be here.
He has
There's always
literally
the
worked with prop traders, sat by their side. You can read the book Enhancing Trader Performance, where he literally talks about sitting with prop traders and helping them get to a certain level, helping them size up, all that kind of stuff. And you'd be a damn fool to shut it off. Put it in your ear. Walk around. Go for a walk. You don't have to look at anything. Just there's no charts or anything that I know of.
It's a
Q&A.
talking section.
Okay,
All right, JD.
18s.
Oh, wait. Do we get JD?
I'm
Sorry,
here.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Let's do
JD.
it. All right. We're going to burn through these XFA P&Ls real fast, only because I hope Jack's watching. His favorite recluse is back on the board today. Anwar did it again, guys. Trading micro NASDAQ, 3,900 contracts for Anwar. Jack, are you there? He was actually
What
copying
in
trades.
God's name?
I'm
Copying trades across a pair of XFAs for $26,000, trading micros for Anwar.
I
I'm sure Jack.
You're
was-
3,900 contracts in the day traded?
There should be a shrine to this man on all 7 continents.
no, the clearinghouse is going to have a shrine of whoever that is.
Yes,
they're excited
yeah.
for him.
Yes, CME has him on the radar, sending a care package to him, for sure.
It's like, send this dude a gift. Some
Oh my
comments.
goodness.
Jack's favorite nuisance. There he is. All right. Good job to everybody else. Let's burn through that top 10 list now. While
Thank
we're here.
you.
All right. Here's the bottom half of your leaderboard. We've got Brian P in 6th place. Brian made about $9,000 trading in 4 funded level accounts. Yesterday, it's 1 live account, 3 XFAs. Still dropped the rung on the ladder. He was in 5th place yesterday. Next up is Wuju. Picked up a nice $46,000 trading in 5 XFAs. Jumped to from 25th up to 7th place. Nicholas A still hanging tough despite a drawdown yesterday. Marco is back. He was in 14th place yesterday. Moved back into the top 10 after putting up, how much was it? $11,000 across 6 funded level accounts. That's 1 live account, 5 XFAs for Marco. And Nick for a tick made about $2,000 yesterday. Still hanging tough in the top 10. All right. Do we have a drum roll ready, Jack, by any chance?
Let's talk music.
Oh,
Do you like the Elton John song Rocket Man?
I don't like soft ass shit.
Oh, you Well, I only bring it up because it's you. You're the Rocket Man.
Nicely done, Jack. All right. Starting at the bottom, we've got Kane. Kane had a $13,000 drawdown across 4 XFAs, fell from 4th down to 5th. Drayton held on to 4th place with Drayton's in 4th place this week, today, with a $1,000 winner. Adrian moved up from 7th place. Chung dropped about $30,000 across 5 funded level accounts, still sitting in 2nd place. And Rafa suffered a $6,000 drawdown in his live account, still sitting pretty comfortably in 1st place today. 3 of our top 5 funded traders all trading in live funded accounts, by the way.
Awesome.
So pretty good on them. There is
done,
Every time I see that leaderboard, I love seeing it, and it always takes me back. MP, I thank you so much. You kind of helped convince me to take that payout, that $134,000 payout, and $184,000 in my pocket.
I see it all the time.
Yeah,
We're here to
don't
help.
miss-
I could easily say nothing and be like, hey guys, let's let them bury the account all the way. We see it all the time that people go through hot and cold streaks. It's the true talented folks. Honestly, like Rips showed a perfect example of that in beginning of July. No, July. You were kind of cold, and then you stayed. You were on here. I know some of the other influencers, not traders, in the social world, were being like, Rips can't trade. with their 2 Lambos in the garage that can barely fit. But
God, baby. Oh, baby.
And then he stayed patient.
Yes.
And he came back on a good, consistent, like jab away trading.
Yeah.
Performance.
Reminder, we
I'm
got 4
loving-
minutes till the Euro close.
Jack. All right. Well, we'll steer clear of that. Everyone's flat right now. We got P&Ls updated at the top. I really like this. Okay, well, I'm throwing it to my man, James. James Hart in the house. James, we have some announcements still today. Big day on TopstepTV. I'm super excited for this day. Like MP said, 5,000 people watching. 5,000 should be stayed tuned throughout the entire day. Bringing James. Oh, I know Red Candle Supernova. I know this one. You don't need to. Yes, I know this one.
You won today?
I think I did. We'll leave it for the chat. What is the title of the show? What is he referring to in that? Red Candle Supernova. It's actually my go-to karaoke song, believe it or not. Anyways, we'll throw it to James. James, what do we got?
Yes, you're singing this sometime. Yes, I didn't know you had a go-to karaoke song.
Yeah.
Oh, thank God you said that.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, it'll be after midnight when I get. Yes. Anyways, what's up, Macro Bull? I tell your wife's boyfriend I say hello. Throw it to James Harden. We got some announcements to say. Let's go.
All right, first of all, Andre, Champagne Supernova, you're close. All right, that's not it, though. If the chat knows what Red Candle Supernova is, let me know. If you were at Lala, you should know who it is. She's big. Anyway, today is the day. Brett Steenbarger, trading psychologist and fan favorite Brett Steenbarger, is back to answer your questions at 11 a.m. today. That's in just a few short minutes, and by a few, I mean 30. Dr. Steenbarger has worked with market makers, prop traders, hedge funds for over 20 years. Make sure you don't miss it. Take notes. And in other news, if you haven't heard, TopstepTV, we're now on 6 days a week. We've added Sunday night programming. Sundays at 4:45 p.m. Central, market kickoff with Nick for a tick. You know him, you love him, you see him here on Topstep TV at least twice a week, maybe more. Now you can see him on Sundays. Be sure to tune in on Sunday nights, get your fix. And then stick around for 7:30 p.m. Central, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. You know him, you love him. He's here today. He has that cool new intro to Slow Markets. Everyone's talking about it. I finally watched it. And we need our creative team to get us some cool new graphics because now I'm jealous. Also, Monday through Friday, stick around after the show at the buzzer with Coach Jay every Monday through Friday at 3:15 p.m. Central. We love Coach Jay. We want to see more of Coach Jay. We always stick around at the buzzer, so be sure you do as well. And then for you Insomniac fans, the London Open with Deanna, Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central. Of course, if you're in London, it's just also known as The Morning. She does a great job there. We love Deanna. We want to see more of her. Like Hogue, I love the D. And love staying up till 3:30 in the morning to get the D. All right, Andre, back to you.
You throw that in my lap. That's what you just throw that in my lap, James. Wow. Okay.
Also,
All
the
right,
song
let's-
title
we
today,
went up, got our stop loss, ran, and back down below 800.
Red Wine Supernova by Chapel Roan.
Yep. What does that mean to you?
It just means I'm done for the day. When the market does that, it means that the bears are still in control of this market. We rallied up, trapped some bullish traders, trapped some longs, and dumped it right back down below 800s. So
This market is not easy at all.
Yeah. With the power of hindsight, that looks to me to be another lower high. And now we maybe have a decent chance to run for lower lows. Maybe a push down below 740s.
Okay. Yeah, they got us. They got us there. Very excited for Brett Steenbarger joining us. We'll be in the house here in about 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We'll get fast markets wrapped up a couple minutes sooner than normal because we do want to take advantage of the full hour. Brett Steenbarger. So last trade. Let's do a quick market recap. Then we'll see what we got in housekeeping. Last trade in the ES, 56.15. Low of the day, 56.13 half. 56.13 half low of the day. We're about a point and a half off of those. We talked about the sell-off in gold. Last trade, 25.48. 25.48. High of the day, 25.70. Crude did find some buyers stepping in. We are trading sideways in crude. Last trade is $73.26. Low of the day, $72.54. So definitely still more room to the downside there. NQ kind of chopping around right now, trying to figure out what to this 19,800 level. Well, today's 19,743. Last trade, 19,802. Dow seeing some sellers trading around the lows here, 40,895. Low of the day, 40,880. So about 15 points off the lows there. See some buyers stepping in here in the NQ. Taking a look at the tilt. Nothing really showing. Again, London close just took place. So we're in the clear there, and we got about 25 minutes left here on Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. 115. What's up, Dakota?
My vote is to lock it up. My vote is to lock it up for the day.
I'm with you on that one, Dakota. I think that locking it up is a very prescient move from here because as liquidity dries up, which it has, I think we're beholden by certain things like we did see bonds catching a little bit, and that made the market shuffle to the downside, and then those bids kind of came back down. So it's just, there's so much unpredictability in this market right now. I think it's prime time to lock it up.
What do you think about that, Michael? I'm not going to tell you to do it, but
Order filled.
I'm trying to.
You're working on something.
Whoa.
What are you working on?
No, I'm my hotkeys.
Got you. Talk to us about it.
I pressed one.
Talk to us. What hotkeys do you have? Buy market, sell market, flatten all, cancel all. What do you got? Reverse?
Made $50 on that.
I'm not giving away my strategy, Andre. But for $49.99,
You can.
hotkeys are awesome. I got
They're
them all
the best.
dialed in now. They are. I can center my screen without double clicking on an accidental area that puts me in a position and gets me upset.
Once you start trading with hotkeys, it really is like you can't go back. Wait, is that true?
I want to get to
Robert,
where I'm like playing the piano on it.
That's what I mean. I got this one right here. This is where all my hotkeys are, and I'm just like a coked up Mozart on this thing.
Man, you guys, see, I have mine, and there's absolutely nothing on it. I've had this for months, and I have nothing. I have not programmed it. I don't know.
Or just buy market, sell market. That's all you care. Boom, I'm in. Don't need anything more.
I like the mechanicalism of just pushing the button. Well, I mean, it's the same thing, right? I guess the hotkeys.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we got top 10 for the traders. Cool.
Oh, sweet. I can increase and decrease. Oh, man, it's all working.
All right. Well,
I feel like once you start using hotkeys, you can't go back. It's very tough.
I don't know why I would.
Yeah.
All right.
Toss my mouse in the trash.
MP, you did. Well, don't do that. MP, you did say about, and Rips was talking about how he's going through a dry streak, right? He's able to come back. Now he's making money, taking payouts now in the live account. So our man Joseph Lemon here in the chat says, coaches, can you give me a pep talk on 2 red days in a row, going through it today in my live account and can't seem to hit a winning trade? So, Rips, you just did this. This is Rips.
Good
Talk
job,
to Joseph
Andre.
Lemon. Give him a pep talk, man.
Yep.
Like he's going through it right now. We've all been through it. It sucks.
Yep.
It's the worst, man. You start second guessing yourself. All that. Rips, tell us how you did it.
100%. You just have to take a break. You take a break from the market, you start to see things differently. For me, I don't have the luxury of being able to take a break since I stream every single day. So for me, it was just taking a step back, trading in combines and mainly keeping my focus there until I started to feel that I had a hold on the market. And markets do cycle. So there's certain markets that I'm better at than others. On a slower market that is not congruent, where we don't have confluence, I'm very terrible at trading those markets. I'll stick to trading combines on those. But when the market is giving me opportunities, I want to strike when the iron's hot, and I'm going to get into it. But I would recommend starting with a break. That can be just taking a couple days away from the market, seeing if your thought patterns readjust a little bit. Also, if you're having trouble passing combines, one of the tricks that I like to do is that if you're trading a combine, let's say you're $500 away from passing, switch to another combine. Just go out, get another combine and start that one fresh and just trade on that one. Because a lot of people get jammed up with this idea that they're $500 away from passing or $200 away from passing. I passed combines today, 150K combines, and my balance is now on those combines. I made $2,200 on each of those. My balance on those combines is $159,700. So I went over the mark. I'm not watching what my balance is on these combines. I'm just taking the trades as they come. And that's when you know that you're in the pocket. You're just sitting here, you're taking trades, you're focused on the market. You're not thinking about what's my P&L on the day, what's my limit on the day. You're paying attention to your own mental capital. You're taking breaks when you need them, and you're just locked in. You'll know when you're in the zone. You'll know when you're slotted in, when you're focused. And until you have those feelings, stay in the combines, stay in a practice account. You will get better.
Perfect. Love
There
that.
you go, Joseph Lemon. Yeah, awesome stuff, Rips. We've all been there.
Really-
We've all been there. Take a step back up, take a break. What's up, MP?
It's trading around the 800s, 19,805.
Yep, we're trading sideways. Both these guys are talking about locking it up for the day. I'm not seeing so much opportunity right now. Levels are kind of we're
We have
trading
23.
sideways.
We have Dolby sharing some stuff. Hoagland, is he here? No, he's getting ready.
Yep, our
JD,
top two traders on
what's your team?
here say lock it up for the day with the barcoding action. So let's they've been pretty tuned in right now. House account up $4,000. Capital preservation. Back-to-back winning days is nice.
We could break up.
Could break up, could break down, could shake around. Who knows? It's a tough market.
If we do break above these 20s, I think we return back into that zone of the at least maybe see what you were looking at, Rips. Those 40s, maybe 50s.
Yeah, the way that the market has been trading on days where we have lower liquidity and these extreme bouts of opening volatility, which is like what we saw. We saw that open drive. We saw that massive flush that we were both short on. And we've usually seen days like this when we don't have continuation on either side. The market tends to return to balance, and then to power hour, it's up in the air from there. But the market has been looking to return to balance. And that for me in the NQ is back above 846 and betwixt 846 and 906. So about a 60 handle range there.
Put a poll in there. Should the house account lock it up or look for trades until end of fast market?
Oh, we got fast market submissions coming up. Appreciations. And we got that. Yep, cool.
Should house account lock it up?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. That's my
Or should it continue to look for... I don't know how to make shorten that up.
I love this poll question. Hold on, what's this poll question? What is it?
Continue to look for other opportunities in the zones of
There's character limits, man. There's character limits on these polls.
Character limit. Character limit.
Should house account lock it up? Yes or no? I'll help them out. Yes or no?
I'm voting yes on that one.
You can cut it down to 2 words, like the chat is saying: moon or dust. Pick one.
Yeah. There's that point from A to B. I take the scenic route all day long.
Oh, yeah.
All right. If it stay open, I got the hookup. I'm looking for a long.
Uh-oh. I got the hookup. Oh, man. Also counts.
Yep, 53%.
I can't believe it came back that way. You got to
Unbelievable.
Me. You got to be kidding me with this poll.
Unbelievable.
You got to be. Okay. Wants it open.
I would look for a long on this pullback to see if we get back up into those 40s.
Go back to levels. Go back to
All
what?
Right,
and keep digging, Andre.
I'm digging. I'm digging.
Gold.
Last trade, 19,815. Last trade. Take a look at Topstep Day.
11, 812.
For our supply right here, right now. Might be range bound. Now look at the 5 minute. This could be the upper end of the range. Been in this range for about 20 minutes now. Unless we are growing legs. This could be all roads. All roads.
I do like the higher lows and higher highs.
I think a lot of people are voting to leave it open so that Power Hour has some trades open for the house account. I think that's more what they're voting for versus taking trades here and now.
We can still have that on. 15s is trading 15s is trading 21s, 19,820s now. 18 now 19s.
Yeah.
What else we got, Dre, from Hoagland's Heroes or Dolby's?
Nothing coming in right now. Like shorts from 811. If you like 811s, you love 820s. I don't know. We got our 2 guys on here saying lock it up, so I kind of yield to them.
No, you don't. Dakota didn't say that.
I mean, if we're not locking it up, I'm liking
100%
the long.
He just did. 100% said lock it up. Why are we forcing this?
Because there's an encore. It says stay open according to the poll. What are you going to
tell you what? This is what I think you should do.
That's the trade. If we're going to listen to the poll. We get chat. We getting longer short. How about let's just do that?
There you go.
Longer short.
That's another good one. Thank you.
Longer short, and just go to market with the 5 lot. Let's just do that.
MP, here's what I'm thinking. The house account has $4,074 in it. If you can go ahead and lose like $74, I can take the top spot in yesterday's best. So just press those hotkeys.
Oh, that's how we're doing it. I like that.
I like the long side to play to the 40s.
You just said the 11s. It came down there.
Yep.
Oh, short from 11s. They like short from 11s.
Who's they?
Hobbs in the chat.
Yeah. Short it like 10 contracts right now.
Team higher highs like to short at 11s. Now we're trading 20s.
Or am I
Team higher highs
it?
likes the 11s short. Dakota likes the longs. Get that pull in there, guys.
Cross current. Why are we forcing the trade? Why are we forcing the trade?
Andre, let me
just
work,
let
bro.
it happen. Just let it happen, Andre.
I know. Okay. What do you like? NQ long or short or flat? There you go.
All right, 56% long.
Uh, 56% of people saying long. 55.
What does the Magic 8 Ball say?
Oh, yeah, we got to do that. Did the house account continue trading right now? My sources say no.
Yeah.
What's the alien?
Throw that
I
thing
think
out.
it's broken.
Yeah.
Shake it again.
It's your Magic 8 Ball. Look,
Oh,
get long. There
Alien
you go.
says-
Get long from
Alien
20s.
says-
Down
Alien says, of course.
300. Called tradertainment. Dogs, that's called trade. Go ahead. Hey,
01.
trade. He's got the thing. I got no levels for you. I got no risk for you.
You kind of get scared if I talk about getting into a trade. Like you're getting upset with me. I don't know why.
Oh, we missed the short. All this yapping,
missed
and
the
we missed that
longs,
easy
too.
short. Unbelievable.
Oh, Chad said
Longs
get
are
long
lost.
51 times. 51% said get long from 20s. Here
I
we
said
are.
short. Oh, come on.
We went to the chat. And said get long.
Oh, okay. And
Here we
you
are.
were leaning towards the short side, weren't you? You were thinking short.
I don't have an opinion. I'm gathering data. Hopefully that helps somebody out in here. Andre talked about getting shorts 11s. So somebody could have said, all right, I like that. Dakota's saying get long, and the entire chat said get long and keep a position open. So you know, that perspective's taking heat right now. It's still talking out the markets.
Gosh, that was a perfect short. You voted short too, Dakota, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I did like a run back up to those 40s, but we just broke through that. Any of those higher highs. We still have a higher high that could come into play. That if we do break down below that, we could have that rotation to new lows that I was looking at before.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
if we hold
54% that wanted to
783
get
down
long.
here, I think that it could go bouncing back long, but easy trade. We missed that easy trade. You had 2 check marks from both Dakota and I for the short there. I just don't know what happened. I think it was Andre was getting in the way there.
You're damn right I was getting in the way. You're damn right I was getting in the way.
I was
need your
screaming
help.
no, I was saying
need your
long.
help.
I was
I do
saying-
need your help gathering information because it's still polls saying certain things. The markets are open. If we're down
Here we go.
$4,000, I do not see you say stop trading. So there's a confluence there of are we going to risk a day of 10,000 for a loser and only pick up $4,000 winning days? I mean, like there's that.
I mean, there is
that,
something
that
where
I'm
we
thinking
could.
about.
We could.
You pulled the chat and they said get long and we just broke 20, 30 points. So
what?
I just
It's
can't believe we
information.
had 2 check marks.
you guys should
Shame.
lock it up. Just check marks for lock it up. Those are the check marks I heard. We're barcoding. We're barcoding right now. Volume's piss. We're barcoding the volume. What do we do? Come on.
I guess we just stop. Let's talk about Taylor Swift. You're done. I guess you're right. Yeah,
All right, I'm long from 93.
Why do you like the longs here?
Go.
Higher lows. This is a cheaper trade where if we do break, I'm going to be out of it. I don't mind being out of it. This is just one where we got that pullback and we are making higher lows. But like I said, if we do break down below, we could see a rotation down to the new lows a day.
All right, update the
we
board.
have
Dakota
12.
from 93? From 93.
Yep, 93.
Okay, how many times?
Just one.
There you go. All right, Gabe, when you're ready, I'm going to throw it to you for hashtag fast markets. We got appreciations. We're going to cut this off a little earlier than we normally would. We got Brett Steenbarger in the house. And P, how long Steenbarger and us been working together? Well,
I don't think. I mean, he was on Squawk
Radio.
Squawk Radio years ago, I believe. So proud to, or so honored to have him share information with all the traders at Topstep, and you know, come back and share his wealth of knowledge. I think it's incredible.
Yep. We've been working together.
I just
for
added.
layman. Right. Nice. Thank you, Dakota. There, Dakota.
I do like this bounce off of 783 for the long side, but just for a scalp
Range.
back up to 818.
Yeah, that's about what I'm going for, Rips. Yeah. Yep.
Range is in the house. So we don't do range trades. We can. We just got to define the risk, upper end and lower end, and dumb down the size a little bit.
So what's your full position now, Dakota?
Too long at 95.
Oh man, you should have seen this comment in the chat coming at you, MP, earlier. It got deleted, but it was kind of funny.
Retracted or deleted?
Retracted.
Retracted shows great discipline to pull a comment back.
Comes that breakdown.
It was an oopsie.
What was it? Teeing me up or something?
I think it was a plant. Someone else was planting, coming in our chat just to try to troll us. Taking orders from a lap dog for someone else. Let's put it that way. Bootlicker for someone else. Perhaps it was a bootlicker or a lap dog for someone else. Yeah, coming in here.
I am. This is Pictionary. I do not see the picture. But
You missed it. You're looking for trades in a sideways market.
I was asking about what people thought about trades. I do not look for trades. I ask people what their thoughts are. At the high of the range,
let's see if we can break it out here. Yeah, everything's kind of trading some barcode. Get your scanner out. Like, hey, technical trader, you said it, not me. Technical trader, you said it, not me.
oh, PW's tuning in. Hey, what's up?
His lapdogs are. Looked like. Anyways, last trade 19,790.
Him and Rips. Are. Yeah, I have no problem. PW, he knows that. I did tell him to start parking stuff in real estate, so I can make a little jab at your garage. Sorry, you can have a little fun with people, can you? He's cool. I assume he's cool with it. But Rips, you and PW, you guys are.
Will they get at it?
I have no comment.
Okay, in the green.
I tell you what,
Cool.
MP, it's hard to run a stream. It really is. So I have kudos for everybody doing it by themselves, because me and Coach Jay was talking. I'm like, we're not influencers, but we're traders first, trying to become more of a streamer. And it's like, how do we do this? How do we run a stream? How do we do this types? And it's really hard to sit here in front of a big audience and trade mentally, psychologically, and to perform in front of thousands of people trying to trade. That's something that, if I had a moment with Steenbarger, I would ask him.
Cool. All right, cool. Well,
you might have that.
I see him in the green
moment. Dre,
right
1
now.
second, because I want to close out. I want to lock out. Sorry, lockout, because I know you wanted that so bad. And Brett's coming on. Dr. Steenbarger, one of my favorites. Enhancing Trader Performance is one of my favorite books. It helped us design what you're seeing as far as Topstep to help traders learn in a safe environment, get themselves in a better position. So I'm very excited to listen in. Great stuff, Dakota, about asking him the questions. Can you go to my screen? Let's just lock it up. Guys, at the top of your screen on Topstep X, you can go like this, manual lockout, and you can go right here. So now as Dr. Steenbarger comes on here, I am not looking at the screen, putting on positions. I am with a notepad, taking notes, leaning back 100%. In my chair, relaxed. Right, so I'm going to lock it out. Dre, take it away.
Thank you. Awesome stuff. All right. We got about 3-4 minutes left here on Fast Markets. It is Fast Markets. Mr. Steenbarger is in the green room. Let's go to Gabe real quick. Let's get some hashtag Fast Market stuff, and we can wrap this up with some appreciations. Let's do it.
Let's go. All right. So first things first, we have Trader 27 executed on Topstep X during the Fast Market session. Sweet. Back after lunch. See you there. And he's got a little golf green emoji. Maybe he's hitting the greens later. I'm quite jealous. Moving next, we have Kenny coming up here, out here installing signs, listening in today. Shout out to our listeners.
Man,
love the listeners.
Heavy machine.
Absolutely.
What's this?
Yeah, Carl Hungus with the good levels.
That's cool. I'll take that movie poster.
That's the second one.
That's cool.
Excellent. We have Frippy with a little battle station pick. So shout out to the Frippy,
My assistant gets a little crazy with those little moving lines. The assistant must be the cat in the corner, would be my guess.
Rips, you have a cat. You're a cat guy, right?
Oh yeah, I got 2 quants. They're my quants.
We have Alpha Dredge here, making a y'all suck tea, doing something while trading at work.
Oh, send it. Yeah, send it.
Cool. That's cool.
Send it to us. Go to TopstepTV at topstep.com. We'll pay for the shipping or whatever, and the shirt. And I would love to wear that. It's a play, guys, on just turning every negative into a positive and being on the glass half full type of world of trading.
And I'm flat.
Yeah.
I closed out of that long.
Nice trade.
Nice trade.
Should have taken it, Michael.
Get out of here, Greg.
I'm out.
Why are you getting this trade? You had 6 check marks.
I'm messing with you. Awesome stuff. All right, guys, let's wrap this up with appreciation. What are we appreciative? I'm going to send it to my main man, Michael Joseph Patak. Michael Joseph Patak, what are you appreciative for?
The team that keeps bringing out great stuff. The hotkeys is just really different. I've never traded like this before. I'm enjoying it. I've always been either the mouse or the touch screen. In the trading pits was a touch screen where you had a laptop or a tablet. Very, very excited about all they put out there or put out, and really appreciative of them doing that hard work.
Some awesome stuff. All right, my man Rips, what are you appreciative for?
Honestly, I'm appreciative for the community that we've been fostering here on Topstep TV. Like MP said at the top of the show, it's been a long journey to get to where we are now. We've had a lot of trolls in chat, but we've seen the cream kind of rising to the top. And all of the people that are still rolling with us today are the people that are sticking around. They're jabbing away. They're getting payouts. They're crushing XFAs. They're getting the live accounts. They're hitting the leaderboards. These are the cream of the crop, the best of the best, and these traders and this community is just getting better and better. So shout out to everybody in chat here.
Awesome. And Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for here on Fast Markets Topstep TV? Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
Yeah, I'm going to have to echo Rips, right? Trading can be a very lonely journey, and Topstep has provided an amazing platform that we can stay together as a community. We could work on it. And remember, trading is an option, and being able to sit in front of your computer and listen to it and join and interact with the community to help prevent, over trading or FOMO has been very great to see.
Awesome, Dakota. And I am most appreciative for this next segment coming up. Next guest is Brett Steenbarger, author of The Daily Trading Coach. He specializes in short-term research-based approaches to making life changes, has worked with market makers, prop traders, multiple hedge funds since 2003 to apply his brief therapy methods. Coming up next, I don't want to call power players. It's Trading Mindset with Brett Steenbarger. See him in the green room. Let's go here on Topstep TV. That was a lot of fun, guys. Let's do this.
All right, we've been waiting. The time has finally come. We are here with Dr. Brett Steenbarger. Dr. Steenbarger is a professor of psychiatry at behavioral sciences at Syracuse University, New York, in upstate New York. Specializes in short-time research-based approaches to making life changes. So many of us are here trying to make those life changes. It's wonderful to have him here. He has been a stock trader since the 70s, began applying these kind of brief therapy methods to market makers and prop traders in Chicago in 2003. Dr. Steenbarger has worked with the best and the brightest as far as traders, institutional traders, prop traders, all over the world. He has written several books, including The Daily Trading Coach and one of my favorites, Enhancing Trader Performance. He recently wrote an online blog book called Radical Renewal on the topic of spirituality of trading and is currently writing his next book. You are a very proficient author, Brett. And they're all just all the top of everybody's favorite trading books. Doctor, it's great to have you with us. How you feeling today? And I know we're all really excited to get into the questions, but how are things? You said you've been trading well.
It's all good, Hogue. Thanks for the introduction, and it's great to be here. Yes, I work with several different large hedge funds, and right now a lot has been going on in macro markets. We have a lot going on in rates. We have a lot going on in the stock market, and it's all interconnected. And when there are those interconnections, people make money. So I'll be happy to share some of those perspectives for those of you wanting a big picture.
Wonderful. All right. Without further ado, we have a lot of good questions here. I've kind of organized them into kind of categories. And if it's all right with you, Doctor, why don't we start with emotions, because emotions are such a big part of trading. A rather broad question is this is from Marco. What can you do to control emotions while trading? Or what is your strategy to control your emotions? Or to add to that, do you try and control emotions?
Okay, good question, and a common question. So let me reflect. I work with people at hedge funds. They've been trading for quite a while. They're managing large amounts of money. One fund where I work, the smallest portfolio, the smallest account is 200 million. So they're managing a good amount of money. So there's lots of room to lose lots of money. Of my meetings with the portfolio managers and the team members, emotional trading and controlling emotions almost never comes up. This is a very important perspective. The issue of controlling emotions is common for those just beginning in the trading enterprise. Once we have reached a certain level of mastery, then we feel confidence, we feel control, and so we don't become overly emotional. What happens typically is that traders are eager to trade, they're excited about markets, they're excited about trading, and they put risk on before they are really ready to handle the ups and downs of P&L. I was sitting in on a meeting of developing traders just the other week, and the mentor with these developing traders had a rule around a setup, some opportunity in the market. They had to trade it 20 times with minimal risk and write up each of those 20 trades to see how they worked, what didn't work, what they could do differently. They had to do it at least 20 times with minimal risk to make it very familiar before they put on larger risk. Something that is super familiar to us can't throw us for a loop. And so we want to spend enough time in training, in practice, in becoming familiar with the ups and downs of the opportunities for trading so that we're not thrown for a loop when something goes against us.
Awesome answer. And it kind of goes to one of the strategy questions that somebody was asking. Let me get the name here. Perluigi. And he was asking, how do you scale up when you're finding consistent success? By scaling, I don't mean only the position size, but how do I adapt my process to account for the increased risk? And I think you really just went through that. When you're scaling up, you should be so familiar with that setup. You've done that setup 100 times, and that should help maybe alleviate some of the added emotion or pressure of adding more to your risk. In that case, should be something you're so familiar with. You do it every time, whether it was 1 or 100 contracts.
Yeah, that is true, Hogue. However, if I scale from 1 to 100, and I'm exaggerating here, the volatility of my P&L it goes off the chart, and that volatility of P&L translates into emotional volatility. So if I want to scale up the trading that I'm doing, I want to do that gradually so that the P&L changes don't feel qualitatively different. And so I get profitable at a higher level of risk taking, then I take the next jump, I get profitable at that level, take the next jump. So it's a stair-step approach. And that works very well. So the idea is not to get big, the idea is to get bigger, to go in doable increments. That being said, the most successful traders I work with, they scale up by scaling out. In other words, they find new opportunities and ones that are different from, not correlated with the ones they've already been trading. And so they can take on more risk because they're allocating to different types of trades. That diversification reduces the volatility of the P&L and helps them weather the ups and downs.
Fantastic answer to that. And of course, I would never suggest to anyone that they go from trading 1 contract to 100. Of course, Dr. Brett is absolutely correct. You get bigger in small ways till you get used to the idea of that bigger risk. And then if things are, continue to go successfully, then you add to that risk over a period of time. So yes, I would never tell anybody, well, if you're doing well trading 1, why don't you trade 100? That's probably not going to be the right idea. So I've got a question here from Amir. He's been trading for 2 years. He has a tested edge that is proven as well as that is proven as well as defined. He's been he's been running into an issue every time he gets to a funded account. He's been funded here over 4 times. But however, when he starts trading the funded account, he always goes into a losing streak that he can only attribute to the greed I develop when thinking of the potential that I can make in the account. I'm sure you know how frustrating this can be. The question is, what actionable practices could I implement to my psychology to avoid falling into this rabbit hole of insanity? He says, rabbit hole of insanity. Well, I think we all experience this at some point and to some degree in our trading careers. Doctor, what would you say to our good friend, Amir?
Yeah, so it's a great question, Amir. And, when we go live, then obviously we have real capital at risk. In addition, we're going live with our careers. This means a lot to us in the psychological sense, not just in the financial sense. If you were, a Navy SEAL, and you've been practicing a dangerous mission, and then finally it's time to get out on the boats and get onto land and go after the enemy. Now the risk is real. Now you're in true, danger. You've practiced and practiced and practiced, but now you're live. The first thing you don't think about is how many enemy soldiers you're going to kill. That is not what you think about if you're that Navy SEAL. you're going to think about, what have I practiced? What do I need to do? And what dangers do I need to be on the lookout for? In medical school, we say, above all else, do no harm. So when you go live, the first thought is not going to be about how much you can make, but you want to be psychologically prepared for losing. All of us have a limited win percentage in our trading. So you want to be prepared psychologically to lose, and make sure you're prepared to lose the right amount of money so that then you can make the money when opportunities kick in. So you want to make sure that your psychology is not totally different when you go live. And you want to make sure that you're in the mindset of anticipating drawdown and playing out in your head how you're going to deal with that, rather than having the drawdown surprise you, shock you, and put you into an emotional state.
It's almost a dance with the one you brung. You've trained for it. You're ready for it. It's just the fact that it's now, real money that seems to make the difference. And if you're prepared for any outcome, you may find the outcome you're looking for. If you fear the outcome, if you fear the bad outcome, sometimes that has a tendency to, to self-fulfilling prophecy. We create what we fear, and if you fear loss, we tend to create loss, it seems. So speaking of somebody that's getting into a funded account for the first time and having losses, tilt always becomes an issue. And I know we talk about tilt a lot, and I'm just going to add this question from Feng. Feng is asking, how to practically overcome tilt when it happens trading real money. He puts a daily loss limit and sticks to it. Finds himself in a situation that he hits these limits for days in a row because he goes into tilt too quickly, and then it comes the next day and it happens again and again. He goes down that rabbit hole. He feels as though, he has a model. He likes his trading. He likes his strategy. He likes his process, but because of psychology, he can't execute it on it correctly because he gets scared out or tilted or is just pushing too much. Is there any practical action that somebody can kind of put in front of themselves and practice to get past this?
Yes, there is. And I've written about this both on the Trader Feed blog and in my books. Probably the most powerful technique for overcoming tilt in that situation is known as exposure work. Now, in exposure work, the first step is that you train yourself in a relaxation method. So you could train yourself with deep, slow breathing to get yourself into the zone, get yourself very calm, very focused. You could use meditation for that purpose. You could learn to meditate and get yourself into a very calm state, visualizing something soothing, calming, relaxing, while you breathe deeply and slowly, get yourself relaxed. I use biofeedback, brainwave biofeedback. So I'm getting real-time information about whether my brain waves are in an agitated state or in a more relaxed state. And so I can train myself to stay in that calm zone. But the first step is you teach yourself how to be relaxed, just under normal conditions, not with any trades on. Teach yourself and then do that again, so you can get yourself relaxed and focused pretty much on demand. That's step one. Step two is that you mentally rehearse the loss situation. You're out of the market, you don't have a position on, and you visualize position going against you, and you're watching the P&L, and you're imagining feeling frustration about that. And so you're visualizing the whole scenario while keeping yourself calm and focused. You're doing your deep breathing. You're sitting very still. You're exposing yourself to the stressful situation. And literally, again and again and again, you're training yourself to stay calm and focused. So the key is repetition, practicing that again, so that you learn, your body learns the connection between that calm and the situation of losing. Then in real time, the third step, in real time, when you have a position on and it starts to go against you, you're doing your deep breathing, you're keeping yourself calm, you're doing everything that you practiced. And sure enough, because you've been practicing that and anticipating it, it no longer is a threat and you don't go into tilt. So the whole key is practice, 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 training yourself to stay calm, stay focused, even when things are going against you. Every loss should be a planned loss. In other words, you have a stop.
Right.
You know how much you're willing to lose, how much you can lose, and you're mentally rehearsing it again and again while you're focused and calm so that it's not threatening to you.
Fantastic question.
We can't be calm and focused and on tilt. The two don't go together.
No.
So you're training yourself in the anti-tilt mode. And you're doing that in your practice time, exposing yourself to those scenarios of loss, but in a very controlled way.
Yeah, I like to say, calm and collected and clear-headed as centered. You're centered. You're not on tilt, and you're not over-exuberant either. Over-exuberance comes with a whole other set of problems, but trying to remain centered is, of course, going to be helpful because, if you're on tilt, your cognitive abilities are hijacked by your emotions, right? And
right.
You don't really think right when you're that way. When I ask a couple of physical questions, because you were kind of going into the keeping yourself calm using breathing or other methods to bring yourself back to a calm place or back to being centered. And they're very similar questions. Herbert and Flores. First one is, how do you stay sharp throughout the day? I only trade the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours of the session, but my decision making tends to get worse as the day goes on. And then the other one was cognitive fatigue is a silent killer. It's lurking around every corner every single day. Common knowledge that fatigue makes people take lower quality decisions without really realizing it. What are the most useful practices you found to either improve or notice this is happening throughout the day? What do you do yourself to combat these or have seen others do in these scenarios? I love this question.
Yeah, it's a great question. So there are two things that I do and people I work with do. The one is taking frequent breaks. Everyone has a limited attention span. And particularly when you're following markets closely, you need to be laser focused. We can't sustain that mode forever. And so to quickly take a break, get away from the screen, refresh, can be very, very helpful. The second thing that I have found helpful is back to that idea of biofeedback. Because using the biofeedback device, I get real-time feedback of when I'm concentrating and when I'm not. I can work with the machine to build how long I sustain concentration. So literally, it's a workout to sustain my concentration muscles. That is doable, it takes practice, but we'll become better and better and better at staying locked in. The majority of us, even if we do extend our concentration, we do need to take breaks. And doing that with a trading buddy, doing that away from the screen, knowing what refreshes us can be super, super helpful. Otherwise, without concentration, we become reactive and end up making impulsive decisions.
Thank you, doctor. It's almost like, being an athlete and practicing the fundamentals of what you're doing. Or if you're a Navy SEAL, you're practicing the fundamentals of going into battle. You're getting ready, preparing for the game, so that when you're in the game, you're much more likely to be able to perform at your best. And that fatigue is, of course, is something that everybody deals with. And fantastic answer. And I'd like to go into a little question about discipline right now. At least RC says this question is about discipline, but I think there's a lot more to it. RC says, I know exactly what's stopping me from being a successful trader. That's important. Know what the problem is, and then you can start to tackle it. He has a lack of discipline. I want to be successful fast. I have a lot of trading success in the past, so I know what I'm capable of, but I've been very undisciplined, and I'm rushing to get where I want to be. I know if I slow down, I'll accomplish my goals, but yet I continue to make the same mistakes. Why is that?
Okay. The obvious reason why that occurs is because markets keep changing, and they change in their direction. They change in their volatility, and what was working yesterday doesn't work today. And so if we don't adapt, then we go through the periods of making money, then the periods of losing money, and so forth. The discipline part is in the preparation for the trading. In other words, we are never going to be more disciplined in our trading than we are in how we run our lives. So right away, you want to look at the discipline of how you lead your life, how you use your time. What do you do when you first get up in the morning? How productive are you? What do you try to accomplish each day? Many, many times people are relatively undisciplined with how they use their time outside of trading, and then they expect themselves to be super disciplined in markets. It doesn't work that way. So we actually look to our day-to-day lives as opportunities to practice being disciplined. We do this in trading by creating processes. We have processes for preparing for the day's trade, generating ideas. We have processes for how we want to express our ideas. Am I going to express it with an ETF? Let's say I'm trading stocks. Am I going to express it with an ETF? Am I going to express it in the futures? Am I going to express it with some long-short combination or with options? So there's a whole separate process of how we express trades, and there's a separate process for how we manage positions once they're on. And so what we're doing in our preparation for trading, and then at the end, our review of the trading we have done, is we are creating. We're always viewing markets, trading, reviewing markets and trading. And by creating a disciplined process, we're much more likely to make disciplined decisions during the trading day.
Awesome. Thank you. I had a question here and I lost it, which kind of goes with this. Where was it? Okay, here it is. The question, I lost it here somewhere, but I think it goes right along kind of with what you were talking about. And the question, I'll find it as you get into the answer, but what kind of preparation, and as a trading coach, I know that you're always talking about preparation, performance, and review, preparation, performance, and review. How much time or how detailed should a day's daily preparation be to be a day trader?
Yeah, good question. I've mentioned before that in every performance field that we can think of professional sports, think of professional acting. In any performance field, top elite performers spend much more time in practice than they do in actual performance. And it's the time spent in practice that prepares them and gives them the right mindset during the performance. So right away, if I'm starting my trading day, I'm up early in the morning and I get my exercise in and my time with family, but I'm watching markets and I'm looking at what's moving and particularly what's moving relative to everything else. I'm reading research reports, I'm reading news, I'm tracking data as they come in, if there are economic releases, that type of thing. I'm looking at how the market responds, pre-market, if there are earnings announcements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm using that observation time as preparation because I want to pick up on themes. Had an interesting situation come up a little while ago where the stock market was trading pre New York Open, and at 8:30 in the morning, there was a big spike higher. And the traders were debating what to do following that spike. It spiked higher and then kept going up. And some were wanting to fade that because they were bearish. Some were wanting to go with it, but they didn't know how to go with it because they didn't want to chase, et cetera, et cetera. And it occurred to me that the people talking had no effing clue why the market jumped at 8:30 in the morning. They hadn't prepared. Well, they didn't even know to prepare. At 8:30, we had some growth numbers come out in the economy, the GDP numbers, and growth was solid. And if you looked at what happened in stocks, we shot up. If you looked at what happened in bonds, not much happened. So what the combination of the markets was telling us is that we have non-inflationary growth. That is as good a combination as you are going to get in the macroeconomic world. And sure enough, you've seen since then, the last few days, the stock market's gone up, 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 up.
Yes.
Because institutions are putting money to work because now the narrative is about sustainable growth. It's not about recession and it's not about inflation. The traders had not been looking at these other markets. They weren't prepared. And so all they could do is react to this market that had jumped up. If they had the understanding that came from the preparation, they would have used every downtick as an opportunity to potentially to buy. In fact, what we discussed in that session, I said, we want to consider the possibility that this is a trend day to the upside. Trend day to the upside means you start near the low of the day and you finish near the high of the day. And if you do, that dictates how you trade on that day. But you can't know that if you're not even asking that question. And you can't ask the question unless you look at the right information. So the whole idea here is that preparation allows us to be focused and do the right things. And often preparation means we look outside of our market and get a big picture because many times we're taking advantage of the movement created by the institutional traders.
Great answer. And that goes right along with our tip of the week here on Top Step TV, which is stay informed. Stay updated on market news and developments. Be aware of economic indicators and earnings reports, and monitor changes in market sentiment. Fantastic answer, right along with that tip of the week from Topstep TV. All right,
Hey,
McCall
can I jump in? Can I just jump in?
Please.
In terms of being informed, because right now in the macro markets, the main thing people are looking at is interest rates. And because interest rates will signal, are we in a growth environment, inflation environment? Are we in a recessionary environment? So you look at short-term rates, everything from 3 months to 2 years. You look at longer-term rates and how those are moving relative to one another. Those tell a real story. And when there's a meaningful movement in rates, it means that people are putting on big bets in the economy, and that should show through, carry over to other things that we trade.
Fantastic. Folks, you can just tell that the good doctor here makes very good use of his time. He not only is he a doctor and a psychiatrist or psychologist, he's an economist as well. But I guess you have to be a bit of an economist if you're going to be a trader, don't you?
Well, you have to be a good observer of what successful people do. And the successful people I work with, they're looking at these kind of things. So I've learned that by being around them. I don't have that particular expertise myself, but I know what they're thinking. I know what they're looking for. It's important to know who we're making money from. And many times it's the big institutions, because when they see a theme emerge, they have to get into it in big size. They can't do it all at once. And so they start the ball rolling. We can catch that early. We can be quick and ride that.
Get on
it and be very successful with it.
Right. Next question is in the mindset category. McCall is commenting. He just finished your radical renewal. He found it deeply resonated with him on many levels. He's also into spirituality and psychology, and he says, thank you for writing this masterpiece. He's high in openness and creativity and struggling massively with consistency, organization, and completing routines, mainly preparation before trading. With his style of trading relying on accurate technical analysis, 90% of the success lies in his prep, having a solid plan, being aware of all scenarios, and preparing trade entries. A lot of what you were just talking about is he's got looks like a big, good overview of the current situation. He's optimized his workflow to force consistency with specific checklists, reminders on his phone. Very often, he finds he still misses some steps, making mistakes from oversight or not slowing down to be deliberate enough, or failing to consider obvious potential setups and so on. Then only to realize in hindsight, and then he gets very frustrated and angry with himself. Like you wrote, the exercise of our strength is intrinsically rewarding, just as encounters with our weakness are frustrating. He's asking, do you have any suggestions on how to manage this? And he says, that's really exactly what it feels like. Exercising strength always feels rewarding and good. Encountering weaknesses is always frustrating, and it always feels like that. And I think for everybody, McCall, do you have any suggestions on how to manage this? And he, of course, appreciates your advice.
Great. Yeah. And I appreciate his interest in the radical renewal. So that's a book written in blog form, and that's free on my blog site, traderfeed.blogspot.com. Okay. So there's a perspective in psychology called the solution-focused perspective. And in solution-focused work, we don't start by working on problems. We start by looking at situations when those problems are not occurring. So when he is trading successfully, when he's prepared and when he has implemented his ideas, what has he been doing that allows him to be consistent? What is unique about his preparation? What's unique about how he approaches the trading? What's been unique about his mindset? In other words, reverse engineer your successes, the situations when the problems are not occurring. And very often you'll figure out what to do with consistency. Many times people who are very good at open-mindedness and creativity, they love the big picture, they love abstract thinking, and so the detail work of trading doesn't come naturally to them. And indeed, they may not be best suited for very short-term trading. They may be better suited to bigger pictures and ideas and so forth. Some of the investors I work with, so they're really longer term, are very creative, very open-minded people. You want to consult your winning trades, your best trades, to figure out what you're good at, how you do it well, and then you build that into a process.
Thank you for that answer. I have a very brief question for Maria, and there's so many frustrated traders out there, and trading is very difficult. But I believe that most everybody can find a way to succeed with it to some degree or another. But Maria is asking how to work on her mindset after 5 years of trying to trade with no positive results. I feel for you, Maria. I want to help.
What should I do, Hogue, if I've been dating someone for 5 years and I just don't feel close to the person, they don't feel close to me? What should I do?
Well, back in the day, it was you either broke up or married her. It was one or the other. But you have to find somebody that you align with and that you can relate with and that you can love. Maybe whatever she's trading or the product she's trying to trade aren't lining up with her personality.
Yeah. In other words, if you're spending years and something's not working out, then you have real information that a change is necessary. And it's not easy to leave a long-term relationship, but it can be the best thing for us. In a recent blog post on the Trader Feed site, I proposed that every one of us is Superman. We have an average look. We look pretty average. We look like Clark Kent. But underneath, there's a cape, and we have superpowers. But we also have super vulnerabilities called kryptonite. Our job as traders is to figure out what are our superpowers, what do we do really well, and what's the kryptonite that can destroy us. And so we want to look to our periods of successful trading, even if they're limited, to figure out what our strengths are, what are our superpowers. And we want to look at the kind of trading that just isn't working for us so that we can avoid the kryptonite, we can break up with it. So for instance, in my trading, I found that I consistently lost money. If I had directional opinions about the market based on research, it was fine research, and I would try to get into bigger picture trades based on those opinions and ideas. Consistently lost money. When I started trading minute by minute and seeing when price action was lining up with ideas that I had and used occasions where that very short-term action connected with the bigger picture, suddenly I became successful. So it didn't mean I couldn't trade, but I needed to play to my strengths. My strengths were in that interpretation of moment to moment to moment information, which, by the way, is what I do as a psychologist. When I talk to people, they talk and they talk and they talk, I'm making sense out of what they say. And that's what I'm doing with markets. Our best trading comes from what we're good at. And usually that shows up in other parts of our lives. So I would encourage the questioner to figure out, what have you been really good at outside of trading? What skills and talents have made you successful in those activities outside of trading? And how can you use those talents and skills in your successful trading?
Doctor, this is always a kind of a question for me, and it's a question I've talked to a lot of traders about. Do you feel like Maria is a little bit maybe afraid of change? And, I think everybody to some degree is afraid of change. Of course, negative change, nobody's interested in that. But even positive change is difficult for people to accept. Do you feel like maybe Maria's a little bit like that? I've been doing this 5 years. I haven't been able to change anything to create positive results. Maybe I'm stuck in a rut and I just need to change.
Yeah, some people are afraid to change and some people just don't know how to change. They don't know, they don't have a vision of alternatives. And so after 5 years, my leaning would be to step back from risk taking and go back to being a noob. Go back to trying out different kinds of trading in different markets, see what resonates, see what works, play with it, have fun with it. Don't pressure yourself. See where your talents lie. And chances are those would be in areas where you have made money in the trading you've done so far. And you'll pick up on the superpowers. And that might also help you figure out what you need to avoid as far as that kryptonite.
Well, you just answered one of the questions, and that was Ellis's question. What is the biggest, if you had one piece of advice to pass on to a new trader, what would it be?
Give yourself plenty of time to go through your learning curve. Look at how much time it takes for an athlete to go pro. They spend how much time on the golf course, how much time in high school, college, and minor league before they go in Major League Baseball. It takes years of preparation. In acting, it takes years of preparation. You need to give yourself that learning curve to develop the expertise, to go through that deliberate practice process. The big problem is, again, people want to make money. They want to trade to make money. And so they're too eager to put their money at risk before they're emotionally prepared and before they're prepared in their trading. And that creates the stress and that creates the frustration.
Dr. Brett, you said deliberate practice. Is there another kind?
Well, yeah, we can just write a journal and we can call that practice. But deliberate practice means that you're reviewing performance, what you did well, what you could do better, and you're setting specific goals for the next trading session based on your observations, and then you're tracking how well you performed relative to those goals. So it's deliberate in the sense that you're always observing, always keeping score, always setting goals, and getting better, a little bit at a time. That's different than just going on the basketball court and taking a bunch of jump shots. That's not deliberate practice.
So anybody that believes that they can become a good trader just by staring at the charts for 10,000 hours is maybe a little disillusioned when they finally get to the end of that 10,000 hours, if they're not actually taking account and trying to improve on each and everything that they do.
Exactly. And again, a lot of the things that are important to what we trade are happening outside of those charts. Like the example I gave you about the data release that came out for growth, we needed to understand that and see that, and that's outside of the charts. But even within the charts, we need to practice, looking at different time frames and integrating those, making practice decisions, giving ourselves feedback, doing it again. The traders I worked with in Chicago used to finish their day by replaying the market day. So their platform had a replay function, and they would replay the whole day, and they would view what happened in the markets and what they did, and they would pause it, and they would correct themselves, and they would take notes, and just like watching game film when you're preparing as an athletic team. And that really helped their learning curve.
Yeah, well, we have actually one of our good friends, Rips, who was on earlier today. He suggests doing the same thing. He does that. He watches the game films and just watches what happened, watch what he did, and what he may have been able to do better, and something that he may have missed on the way to improve the performance. It's a great idea. Really interested to see how you answer this question, Brett. Jonathan is asking, well, after having a few losing days, I start to perform better. And when I'm on a win streak, my performance drops. How do I combat this? A little bit of boom bust trading going on here, perhaps, Doctor?
Maybe, but often it's because the markets themselves have changed. And so we get into a trending environment, and day 1, day 2, day 3, we make money. And then all of a sudden we go into a rangy, choppy environment, and we lose money. So you want to examine the market conditions during your winning times and during your losing times to see if the problem might be you're just not adapting quickly enough to the shifts in the market. Sometimes people get on a win streak and they get overconfident and they size too big. And then they get on a losing streak and they get afraid and they size way down. And so they're making money, losing money, making money, losing money. But when they're making money, then they can take their biggest losses because they've sized up. And when they're losing money, they're not ready for the good times because they've sized down. So you really, really want to examine why the P&L is going up and down. And my first hypothesis always is that something in the market has changed and you're not quick enough to adapt to it.
You see a lot of traders strip their gears when the market state changes. I was talking recently about the tech bubble, and all the guys in the NASDAQ bid at the Mercantile Exchange were making money hand over fist because all they had to do was wait for it to pull back, buy it, and they made money. And when that bubble burst, they never thought, that they'd have to learn a different market state. And they kept trying to buy it and getting run over, kept trying to buy it and getting run over. It just seems to take time for the human body and mind and spirit to accept the change in the current state of the market and to be able to adapt to a different strategy. It seems to happen, I don't know anybody that can do it right away. Some people are probably better at adapting to a new market state change, but it always seems to strip a lot of gears. And I can see that, if you're doing really well and the market's rallying and the market state changes and you're not doing as well, it very well could just be the change in the market state.
And very often, Hogue, very often what will tip you off to those changes is that the market will change in its volume. The market will change in its volatility. The markets will change in their patterns of correlation. So that, for instance, the market's been going up, 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 but now we get some upward movement, but some of the sectors of the stock market are going up and some are going down. It's a very mixed market. That's a change in volume. We had been trading 100 million more in the SPY ETF. We now all of a sudden we're trading 40 million. Well, what's that all about? Volatility, the range. People I work with look at relative volume. How much are we trading at each time segment per day? What's the average volume during the first 10 minutes of the trading session? Well, how does today's first 10 minutes compare to the usual volume in that first 10 minutes? We can learn a lot about changes by examining volume, volatility, correlation, and catch quickly this is different, and pull back.
Yeah, I call those like all nuances. When the nuances changes, be ready. Be ready for some sort of change. I have a really interesting question for you, Brett. Morella is asking, what music could I listen to reinforce discipline and concentration? I usually choose Led Zeppelin myself, but what's your suggestion?
That's really interesting because I've written about that topic. When I first started doing my work on meditation and building concentration, I listened to the instrumental music of Philip Glass, Glass. And he's a modern classical composer, but his music has almost a hypnotic quality. And there are many different instruments playing different little melodies with minor changes in those melodies. And you can really focus on the music and hear what each instrument is doing and how it's changing. It's a little bit like the markets. And so I found that very easy to focus on. It had a hypnotic quality, and that's the music I used. Anything that's boring or anything that's too exciting probably won't keep you in a zone. It's something you can focus on. Yeah. So music you can really focus on. And it may not be music. Some people are auditory in how they process information. Some people are more visual and they can focus on a beautiful scene and just absorb themselves with that.
Excellent question, Doctor. A lot of traders that we've seen at Topstep over the last 13, 14 years, we've seen a lot of traders that had a degree of success while trading in the trading pits. Many of them have left and gone on to do different things, but we do see them coming back in and kind of dipping their toe into electronic trading. I'm a person that went straight from the pit. I took a year learning electronic trading, and I learned a lot from the traders that left before me. They were big traders. They were trading a big size on screen, and they lost a lot of money. So I knew that there was going to be some sort of a re-education that was going to be needed. Would you have any advice for some older traders, maybe, and even new traders on what to do to try and adjust or relearn the things that we used in the trading pit that are no longer there, and what to look for or how to keep their mindset when trying to get into electronic trading, because they are two different worlds?
They're very, very different worlds. You are absolutely right, Hogue. It's a little bit like you can run a sprint, you can run a marathon. You can climb a local mountain, you can climb a Mount Everest. They're different things. They look similar, but they're really totally different. In the pit, you have certain visual cues. You are there. You can see what people are doing. You can see the activity level. You can hear the activity level, actually. So you have certain cues that tell you what people are up to. And so you don't need the actual volume statistics to know that people are getting active and people are doing stuff. Now, you don't have that immediacy of feedback. You're not around people when you're trading on the screen. And so you need some substitute for those cues. And that's what makes it a different game. Those substitute cues do exist, but in a very different form, and it means going through a whole new learning curve. So I think I've mentioned in the past that one statistic I follow in my own trading is the NYSE tick, T-I-C-K. And it shows multiple times per minute. I think it's every 3 seconds. How many stocks are trading on upticks and how many stocks are trading on downticks. And so you can see moment to moment to moment to moment when there is more buying, when there's more selling. And you can see the breadth of the buying or selling. And you see it in real time. And there are certain setups that occur when we get stocks selling. They're trading on downticks, but the overall market can't go down. That's telling you something. That's a cue that I use in my trading, just like a cue that you might use on the trading floor in the pits, when you see activity or lack of activity. So there are things we can look for in the screens that give us those cues, but it's a new learning process. We have to go through a new mentoring. We have to go through new practice and develop a new variation on the sport.
Awesome. Great answer. Thank you very much, Doctor. And we have quickly come to the end of the session. Doctor, I'm going to say for each and every trader that has been watching this, thank you tremendously for your time, for your knowledge, and for you being here to answer our questions. We truly appreciate that. And, Doctor, if you have one last bit of advice that you would like to impart on everybody before we go, we would all love to hear it.
Well, thank you. And thank you for having me, Hogan. Thank you for setting this up. Last piece of advice, we get back to the superpowers. Figure out what you do well. Study your successes. What are you doing well? How are you doing it well? What is that telling you about you and your talents and your skills? Because we want to do more and more and more of what's working.
Doctor, thank you again. Blessings to you. Great trading to you. And will you come back and see us again one of these days soon?
I look forward to it.
All right, Doctor. Thank you very much. Folks, we've got the shoulder tap coming up with Jack and Ben. Doctor, again, we really appreciate you being here. I've read most of your books at least once, and I'm going to go back and read them again because it takes a lot to get through this thick skull. And again, we really appreciate you being here. Blessings to you, and we will see you soon.
Thanks so much, Hug. Thanks to everyone.
Hey, Hogue here. I'm excited and honored to tell you the Topstep levels are now available on Topstep X charts, including the weekly kickoff levels. Now, to add them to the charts, you'll find it under indicators. You can just type in Topstep's daily levels. You're going to get weekly high and low, daily high and low, value areas, points of control, and yes, those weekly kickoff levels. In settings on the indicator, you're going to be able to choose which of those levels you want to populate on your charts. Daily levels will update daily. Use them in confluence with your strategies, your levels. It's all about context, no guarantees. We hope that they serve you well.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. We got a tough one to follow up, Ben, because Dr. Brett Steenbarger was on right before this, tossing down the knowledge. We will try our best now to give kudos and maybe some shoulder tapping to some of our funded traders. But first, Ben, how are you doing, and how are our traders doing?
I'm doing well, Jack. I really appreciate Dr. Steenbarger for coming on. He's fantastic. Free game is free game, but some free game is better than others. And the stuff that he's handing out for free on this YouTube broadcast is fantastic. Anyone who hasn't checked out his books, definitely do so. I really enjoyed the Daily Trading Coach. I've used that, read through it twice, so it's awesome. Really grateful to have him on the broadcast and to hear him echo a lot of things that we talk about on this broadcast very often. So that's cool, very reassuring that a lot of the coaching and discussions about risk management that we're doing here are backed up by a bona fide trading psychologist. So just super cool getting him on the program, and hope he's back soon. Live traders are doing pretty well today. As always, it's a mixed bag, but generally speaking, we got quite a bit of green on the boards, and I've noticed the house account trading better as well. There was some back and forth and banter about whether or not to walk away with a $4,000, $5,000 winning day, lock it up, or keep it open in order to potentially make more. From what I'm seeing, from my perspective, I think everything that has gone into crafting this process of trading the live account, collecting levels from our community, our traders, putting our own analysis over it, interpreting live market data, and then executing a trade. That process is really getting a lot sharper, and that's reflecting in the P&L over the last week or two. So, for whatever it's worth, my vote is keep it open. Trade aggressively while you're trading well, and pump the brakes when you're not trading well. But I would say we're trading pretty well right now in that account.
Let's talk about that for 1 second. We had a bit of a sell-off and now a bounce back in the indices. Still down a little bit. Remember, we got to get to positive for a 9th straight day for the first time since 2004. I saw where both MP and Andre were coming from on that, where banter is one way to put it. A little bit of a love fest over it. I think that you're right. I would keep it open for the day in case we find more trades later. I kind of agree with the idea that with, 7 minutes left in the session and people leaving and doing stuff like that, maybe not the next time to YOLO. Not that that's what we're doing, the YOLOing, but, we should be letting the trades come to us and taking them when they're available, as opposed to just being like, we got to get some action. Right? I mean, just if you're looking for action, you will always find it. You take too much action.
Yeah, no kidding.
That is gambling.
And kind of along those lines, I know that Rips was talking about being in the pocket and being able to trade. Kind of regardless of your P&L, just take the trades that are available to you. He's been doing a great job of that. Just to give him another shout out, he's up $4,000 today in the live account, and I've seen a couple of DLLs from Rips over the last couple of weeks, but overall putting up big P&Ls. I think, if he can focus on making sure he's coming away with profits on a weekly basis, even if that's $2,000 or $3,000 overall, he's really putting together a nice streak of trading. So shout out to Rips, and Nick for a tick earlier hit DLL. He's been struggling a bit in the live account, but we know he can turn that around. So talked about some of the ways to do that on the prior segment with Dr. Steenbarger. A few other quick shout outs. Ionis is up $3,100. Dennis M up $1,700. We got David A up a cool $3,000. Cole up $3,400, and Balkaran stacking it on at $5,600. So quite a few multi-$1,000 P&Ls on the live boards that are looking good and continuing to grow as the day progresses. So we've talked about back on the lock it up topic. If you're feeling a little bit strained or on kind of a losing streak, lock it up. If you're trading well, maybe leave it open. But that is a debate that will never end. So in the meantime, we can move on to our trading cards if you're ready, Jack.
Yeah, I think we just have 2 today, so I was going to do a little self-reflection as well. They don't make this stuff easy, right? We finally got a little bit of an ES down day. I continued to do my small thing of trying to fade wait for it and made a little bit, not as much as I should have. The reason being, that spike in the morning. I feel like everyone and their mom was waiting for this streak to get broken for some sort of pullback, but they had to give that kind of spike just to make you wonder this morning. So the market is designed to take maximum pain out of the largest number of individuals. So if you're doing well, that's great on you because it is not an easy thing to do. And with that, let's take a look at some cards.
Yeah, let's do it. First up, we've got a name that should be relatively familiar if you've been watching the broadcast recently. Kang L is our first trading card. Kang has been putting up some serious numbers, big profits across multiple funded accounts. He's in a live account, which is what we're going to discuss here. We just called up several additional XFAs as far as the balances from those XFAs into this live account for Kang. So Kang's been doing well. That's reflected in the way that we're treating his accounts, moving him into live. He had 4 XFAs that were just called up additionally. So NASDAQ trader trading with us from Portland, Oregon. And the percentages are kind of right down the middle, 45% winning days, 50% winning trades. And we're at almost exactly within $1 of a true one-to-one reward to risk ratio. And hold times are a little bit upside down with almost an hour on the losing hold times versus 36 minutes on the winners. Taking 14 trades a day, which is interesting. That's a decent amount of trading activity, I would say kind of on the high side, but only 1 contract per trade on average. So, Jack, you've talked about the way scaling in and out of that can skew those numbers a little bit depending on the actual executions of your trades can be reflected a little bit differently. So we won't read too much into that, but Kang just qualified for a payout, just hit his 5th winning day in this account. So qualifies for a payout. Would love to see Kang take a payout of what has now grown to be a really significant balance in the live account and keep taking, profits out of the live markets. We're seeing, 1.5 to 1 ratio on the winning days to losing days. So that coupled with, a 45% winning day percentage is still putting us in profit. I think as with many traders we discuss, hitting the daily loss limit less frequently would be beneficial because it's really difficult to eclipse and outpace, a 2 or even 3 day DLL streak. So we've only got 11 trading days completed, and I wanted to make the 2 cards today we have basically be kind of check-ins for live traders that we've called up. I think oftentimes we talk about people that are just now getting called up, and then folks that are maybe at the end of the road, maybe the account got off-boarded or whatever the case is. So Kang is, almost little over 2 weeks into this live account, just got some additional XFAs called up, and we're liking what we see. It's profitable trading on the whole. Definitely some room to carve out additional profitability, increase that profit factor in this account. Couple of big winning days have really contributed to the overall P&L. A $10,000 winning day and an $8,000 winning day go a long way. And I think as I was trying to look at this trading report more holistically, I think that Kang has no problem being aggressive, right? Trading in an aggressive way. And trading aggressively shouldn't be looked at with a negative connotation. I think you need to be aggressive, swing when you're seeing the fat pitch and continue shooting the ball when the basket looks like it's, 10 feet wide. Those kinds of euphemisms. You need to be aggressive when things are going really well and press the gas a little bit. Just in the same way that you really have to pump the brakes a little bit when you're on a losing streak or not seeing the markets well or anticipating some type of conditions that aren't beneficial for you. So being aggressive in a tactful way, I think, is the number one recommendation I'd have for traders that are in this kind of zone where they're profitable, but there's definitely room for improvement within that profit factor. You look at the wins relative to the losses. So Kang's on a winning streak, which is great. Including today, Kang's up. Last check, he was up about $4,300 in the live account again today. So trading very well. Love seeing that. And I think just, taking what the market gives you and really leaning into trading when you're seeing well, trading additional size or in some cases additional, repetitions when the conditions favor your style is the only thing I'd speak to. Overall, it's profitable trading in a live account, which is hard to do. So kudos to you, Kang, and keep up the great work. We're cheering for you.
Yeah. This style of trading, I would need to see, we're only 11 or 12 days into it. Let's say it closes out big there. To kind of confirm the validity of this strategy, I feel like you would need a pretty large sample size. And this is true of a lot of the people that are kind of feast or famine, where they're really making their bones on the big days. We looked at a few cards we liked the last couple days where it was pretty consistent as far as what they were making when they had winning days. This card, short sample size is Club DLL and is really kind of banking on those big days. And it's impressive to put up 10K is not easy to put up. He also put up 9K in one of these days. That's great. You just have to be sure that happens with some predictable regularity. And just my cursory glance at it makes me think that King is almost aiming for that 10K a day to be satisfied. Because on both of those days, King closed at the high mark at 10K. Whereas I see a couple days that are a little bit concerning. There's a 6K, 5K in flat day that ended up DLL. That's the example we use with a count this size and what you've been putting up. An 8K swing is too much, right? And if you can there was another one that was maybe up 3K that went to the DLL. I think you just got to figure out kind of where you're setting your new loss limit once you're flat and up an amount of money that's easily more than that, right? Personally, I think if you're flat, you probably until you get it expanded, probably shouldn't give back more than your original loss limit, like $3,000 or something. But I think this is very aggressive, but like definitely feeling it trading, and just be careful. Look at it holistically. You're very good at holding these positions. Just keep an eye on how frequently they happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to expound a little bit on the feast or famine style that you're referring to, Jack, we see that a lot. We talk about it weekly, through Shoulder Tap and in other segments. It's important to qualify feast or famine as well. Feasting as far as putting up a $10,000 day, multiple $10,000 days, that's all fine and good. You aren't able to actually eat any of the table that you're setting for yourself unless you take a payout. And most often what happens, even more so than other trading styles, is, you're going to go through a streak, maybe a hot streak, maybe you get yourself, even $30,000 or $40,000 of profit in a, maybe let's call it a 2-week span. You need to take that money out. You need to pay yourself that money to then be able to withstand, a losing streak and possibly losing the account, right? If you go on a long streak of DLLs and don't actually pay yourself over that process, then it was all for naught and you never capitalize on anything. Because I'm of the belief that, especially with the $3,000 loss limit and the ability to trade 15 contracts, the end of that road and trading that style, with very, very few exceptions, is losing that live account ultimately. Mm-hmm. And so if you're paying yourself along the way, I know Dakota, even, for example, great trader, he lost his live account a little bit earlier in the year. That was after he took, almost $200,000 worth of payouts from that account. So that's a big difference as far as end result than, just trading on tilt, going in emotional. And, there's lots of examples of that, of just never taking the payout and losing out on the account. So pay yourself while the eating is good, and protect your downside as best you can, Some people choose to do that with the DLL, but I think aiming a little bit shy of that, or like you're saying, Jack, even trail that kind of behind your profits. Treat each new trade as though you have a $3,000 loss limit rather than, oh, I'm up $5,000. That means I can lose 8,000 now before I get stopped out.
And we'll go to the next card. I won't bemoan this, but if that's especially true, I'm not saying you couldn't take an intraday swing that's a little more or half of it, but if you're flat on a day, the time to change your loss limit is not then, right? We do that slowly. I guess you could a little bit as long as it's a percent of your overall account. But just because you put up, I'm not, King didn't do this, but just because you managed to get flat up $20,000 does not mean you are now a $23 loss limit trader. That is lunacy. All right, who we got next, Ben?
Yeah, let's talk about Tarek. Tarek W. Everybody on the risk team is really on the same page about Tarek. We're loving the trading in this 150K live account. Similar to the card we just looked at, additional XFAs balances are being moved into this live account. That's a reflection of the great trading that we're seeing. Don't have a large data set to look at just yet. Again, this is kind of a touch point or a check-in with some of these live traders that were transferred to live and had their live accounts created within the last couple of weeks. But Tarek's doing very well. Average daily P&L is $1,200. That's awesome. Winning day percentage is 63%. Again, a little bit of smaller sample size, but right now we're seeing a 5.2 to 1 reward to risk ratio. So making 5 for every 1 you risk. Granted, the trading volume per day is relatively low also. Only seeing 3 trades a day, but this is a Dow trader trading the YM exclusively, which I really like seeing, and in that product really appreciate the position sizing relative to the product being traded. I think 3 contracts in the Dow when you have a 150K account is a nice position to have, especially when you're seeing the types of success and winning percentages that you've got. 43% winning trades on that kind of a reward to risk ratio is fantastic. Again, eventually that will begin to even out as we see more trade data come in. But the most encouraging thing, I think, is the hold times. 3.5 hours on the winners to 11 minutes only on the losers. That means that either we're cutting bait quickly and or picking really good trade location that you get invalidated relatively quickly. And when you're right, you're riding that out for as long as you absolutely can to really rake in profits on the times that you are correct. So that's awesome. That type of trading is sustainable longer term. The win percentages will balance out a bit. The reward to risk will balance out a little bit. But ultimately, if you can hold on to your winners for a long time and ride them out and maximize them, as long as you're winning a decent percentage, even 30% with that type of reward to risk ratio is very lucrative. So, that's really cool. Also, shout out to Tarek, back to the payout point. Took a $9,000 payout out of this live account yesterday. So that's a nice chunk of change that Tarek is taking. Took it as soon as he possibly could have in this live account after 5 winning days. So hit the profit threshold, took a max payout. Love to see that. That means you value the money and you're trading to profit and to pay yourself. So overall, really, really good stuff here. Eventually a cold streak will come along. Just don't want to see this trader kind of get knocked off their horse on a losing streak. Eventually that'll happen. Don't let it shake you out of your system. But if adjustments need to be made or, kind of macro conditions are changing, those larger tides, maybe you can make some adjustments. But don't let a losing day or 2 losing days in a row kind of shake you from what you've shown to be successful thus far. What are your thoughts on this one, Jack?
You're right, Ben. That's a good chunk of changes for our boy in Bowie, Maryland. Trading a product that was also popular in the 60s, but I won't hold it against them. Can't argue with making $12.52 on an average day. Is making enough on the high days. Yeah, I don't see, I love the payout, as you mentioned. Sort of already won the account. I would say just, let me see, just current balance is right now. Okay. After that payout, I would say with the current balance, you shouldn't be risking. I'm not saying that they are. Maybe they've changed it, but Tark shouldn't be risking the full DLL because after the payout, this account has a balance of $9,000 right now. $9,000 account. Personally, I would risk 900 or less per day. But you're the man that took the $9,000 payout. I trust your gut, but don't please. I just really hope that this isn't something we come back. It's like, 3 days later, after 3K drawdowns, it was gone.
Right.
That would be very sad. I can't think of any more Bowie references at the moment. My brain was spinning, but that's about all.
Yeah.
Anything else, Ben, before we hit the road?
Kind of to your point, I think it's important to respect your account. Respect your own money, respect your account, and in a live account, respect the journey that it took to get to that point. That this trader went from trading combine to XFA to live account. That's no small feat, and risking the daily loss limit to potentially lose it out, in 3 quick days. Is a little bit reckless. So just value and respect your own account and, keep it for the long term and take more $9,000 payouts is what I'd like to see from Tark and truly from all of our traders. We want to see our traders profit and take home some cash. So that's the closing thought that I've got today.
Yep, Tark, don't be reckless like sailors fighting in a dance hall. There it was. I was able to get one more Bowie reference in there. Ben, thanks. Great job from both of our traders today. Always manage your risk. And we're going to be right back. Actually, you guys were asking about him last week. Everyone was saying, where's Robert? Where is Robert? Well, he was moving, but he is back today, and he is doing group coaching with JD next. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. You made it to our favorite time of day. It is group coaching time. We've got your questions. We've also got a group coaching form pinned in the chat. If you've got a question for Coach Robert or myself, I am JD in the background feeding the questions to Coach Robert. Go ahead and click on that form link and submit your question. There's a good chance we'll get to it today. Coach Robert, how are things happening with you today? Any trades? Making any moves? Tell us everything.
Yeah, boy, we want to make sure we get to the coaching and stuff. There's a lot happening. I am currently in North Carolina, as you can see in the background. I put up a little AI thing to represent trading in North Carolina with the Blue Ridge Mountains in the background. I mean, technically behind me is a green screen because I'm in an office building. And a shout out to the Regis group because I just moved in here yesterday, believe it or not, and the whole team is watching. So hello to everybody. And they'll probably walk by my office here in momentarily. But anyway, yeah, I had a week off there, JD. Wasn't really relaxing because I was actually relocating from Massachusetts to North Carolina, which I had been about 12 years. Moved back to Mass for a little time, but here I am back in North Carolina, Durham, North Carolina. So hello to everybody there as well. Looking forward to settling in. Couple of trips, boy, that's a 14 to 17 hour ride, depending if you drive through the night or you don't. I had to make a couple of trips with the truck, but you know what? We're here, we're settled, and before we get into the coaching, here's one fun thing. They give you coffee here. I'll move this over my screen, and this is the choices I had for coffee this morning. Can you believe it? The two brands of coffee. One was European, that's a reference for D, and the other one's called Dakota. So I naturally had to have a cup of each one of those, and sorry, D, but the Dakota one did taste a little bit better. But anyway.
Ooh, I'm sure that hurts. That hurt.
Yeah, I had to do both of them, me and the coffees and stuff. So, yeah, so here we are, man. I'm glad you're feeling better as well. We get some great questions and looking forward to jumping back into the swing of things here.
For sure. Honestly, I knew you were moving, but I had no idea you were moving back to North Carolina. So, yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure that was
I am
fun
here. It actually, it's not too bad. I don't mind driving, but it can be a long drive, and I like driving through the night. So just, it's one of those 12-hour, 14, well, quotes 12 hours on Google Maps, takes about 14 hours with a couple of stops and gasoline and stuff. But hey, we're here. Just waiting for my house to get settled in. I can move my belongings into my house, and I'm in this temporary office. I'll move my office into my home office, and we'll be right back in business. But that's my story. I'm sticking to it, and here we are.
And here we are. All right. Well, again, we've got your questions, so we're just going to dive right into them, everybody. Starting with Alex. Alex says, where, besides a 5-minute chart or less, would you recommend to get a good chart setup for a beginner trader? Is there something in the coach's library that walks you through setting up a good, readable, and understandable chart setup? Well, I think the first thing to remember when you're first getting started is that less is more. The more you clog up your charts with stuff that you're really not sure of about what you're looking at, the more confusing it's going to be for you. So start simple. Just start by drawing a couple lines. Maybe throw a few moving averages on there, something simple, something that you know. Make sure you learn about any indicators you put on there before you put them on, so you do understand what you're looking at. What's your take on it, though, Coach Robert? Where do you start setting up your chart setup?
Yeah, it's I'm in the same vein there with you, and thanks, Alex, for mentioning those Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. I make actually all those videos, and there's a few that I need to catch up on. Like we have the hotkeys now. Excuse me, that I need to catch up on just because I was off in like literally everything in boxes, so I couldn't do anything even if I wanted to. But I will get all those. But for Alex's question, there's a ton of information on Topstep. You can go to TopstepTV. You can just go to the Topstep.com in the Help Center. There are numerous libraries. With the specifics, JD, I'm on board with you, and we all do this. I think we all do the same thing. We start by adding one thing, then two, then five, then 10, and we start thoroughly confusing ourselves, and we start stripping them back down again, and we ultimately end up with just a couple. We get a directional movement, a strength type of movement, and then a time frame that you like to use, like to see, and that can be hit or miss. You might be a DOM trader. There's no time frame on a DOM. You might be a TPO chart. Like Hogue is a master rad. Those are 30-minute blocks, A, B, C, D, and so on. You might be a tick chart. You're looking at a 500 tick chart on NQ. You might be Renko. You might be a range trader, chart trader. So you really need to just spend some time going through the setups. And this is one of the suggestions I'll put out there. I use quite often. Set yourself up entirely hindsight, that you won 5 trades. Okay, you set up your strategy, you put 5 trades, perfect trades, and then use 5 trades that you lost. Now let's go back to the 5 trades you won and start clicking through things. Start going, I don't know, 1 minute time frame, 5 minute, 30 minute, range charts and and Rankos, you want to look at those, or tick charts, 500, 1,000, whatever, and see what makes sense, because you may find some little hidden gem in a location that you hadn't seen before. So you may be looking at, like we see a lot of time, 5-minute charts, 30-minute charts, 5 minutes, 30. On NQ, I don't trade a lot of time charts, but if I do, I like a 3-minute chart for NQ. Just happened to stumble across it. It just seemed to fit what I was doing. And then you do the same for the losing trades, those 5 losing trades. Again, all hindsight, make sure you win 5, make sure you lose 5, and go back and say, you know what? I see why I was early on this and why I lost it, or why I was late and lost it, or early in one or late in one, and how could I have held it longer? Does this indicator actually make sense? Does this time frame make sense? Does this instrument make sense to who I am and how I trade? So those are all different things that you can do to you're starting fresh. And I don't know about you, JD, but I know about others, myself included. I've started over several times. I think Hogue has mentioned that too. He's quit trading a bunch of times, but you know what? Here we are. The market's always changing. It's always moving, always adapting, especially when we have a lot of stuff going on now with all the politics and the wars and the economy and just everything going on. It's going to move. The market will always be here. So find what works for you. Those 5 minutes or less videos are pretty good. And if you have a suggestion, absolutely throw that into the support area also on Topstep X, where you can submit your own things for the what you would like to see on Topstep X. And we'd be happy to see if we can take a look at those for you. Great question.
For sure. Definitely be important to be adaptable. You might find something that works, but it might not work for long, or you might change the way you use it and notice that it stops working. So nothing is forever in this business. So definitely stay on your toes and learn to be adaptable. We do have a follow-up question in the chat from Joseph about, you mentioned tick charts real quick. Joseph wants to know, he's curious, do you find technical patterns useful on tick charts, or are you just looking at tick charts for momentum direction? What's your favorite way?
I'll stick with the tick chart because that was the question follow-up. I believe they absolutely show the patterns that you're looking for better because they're real price movements. It's not that the time charts are not, because they are real price movements as well. But when you're looking at a tick chart, let me zoom this in. This is a 500 tick chart. So we have a green candle being formed right now. It's still green, and it just closed. Look how big it is, okay? And then look back a few more. Here's another green candle. It's not that big. They're going to be different sizes because once 500 ticks of movements happens, up 1, down 1, up 1, down 1, up 5, down 3. Once 500 ticks happens, because that's what I'm looking at, the candle will plot. That candle might take 5 seconds, might take 7 minutes. So what it's showing, in my opinion, it's showing a actual price movement, not just where the price happened to be when some sort of timer expired. And you can clearly see the difference on these, where let's just take a certain level. Let's block off. Here we go. All I did was we're eyeballing this. This is a speculation here, right? So this is a 500 tick chart. And let's put a second level down here for these 2 lower candles. And now let's just click through another chart. Let's put it on our 5-minute chart, for example. This is what a 5-minute chart looks like. Okay. So I don't know. You would have to tell me and see if it makes sense to you. Does this make it easier or more difficult for you to trade than the previous? How about a 1 minute, since this is NQ? Does that make it easier or more difficult to trade for you and your style? Let's go to a 100 tick. There we go. Does that make it easier or more difficult? This is kind of stems into what I was saying before. To me, this looks like I'm not doing anything until we get above, looks like about 795. Let's call it 795. I would do anything until I get above that, because I don't want to get above here unless you're a range trader and you want to short it like right now. Then you would short this and get it to ride back down through this area. It looks like it's about a 10-point zone. One contract, NQ, 10 points, $200. Do that twice, you can take count 1 day towards your payout. So yes, in my opinion, you can see them better because it is a pure price structure that you're looking at, and it's not just where the candle happened to be when some sort of timer expired. Not knocking it one way or the other. Everybody's different. Everybody trades different. There's a 15-minute chart. Let's go back to the 500 tick so we can see if it makes any more sense. And there we have it. So now we can clearly, in my opinion, I can clearly see where some support and resistance levels are just by marking them. Because let's just say this was a different chart. You hear the words like double top. Okay, do we call this right here a double top? Well, in this instance, sure. We have a green candle, didn't go any higher. The red candle opened and dropped down. Okay, so that's a double top. Great. So in this spot, is this a double top or a 1 minute chart? Nope. So when I see comments in the chat too, and I know others that are monitoring chat also, let's say like double top NQ. Like, okay, well, what, 15-second chart, 1 minute, 15-minute, 1 hour? It would be a little more specific. Tick chart, which way do you want to look at it? Is it a double top on a 5-minute chart? It's a nothing. It didn't do anything, really. There it is. So we need to be a little more specific. Make sure we answer the question. I do believe that it's, dare I say, easier, but simpler and more prevalent to see some particular chart patterns using the tick-based versus the time-based, or a non-time-based chart. Like I use range bars, for example. So, and I'm going to get into those. You know what I'll probably do? I should just, one of these days, JD, is I'll fire up Quantower, which has the range bars on it, and I'll do this exact same thing and just show the difference between all of them while we wait for the range bars on Topstep X.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Range bars are on the roadmap for Topstep X. They have been for a little while, so we got to start boosting those because I know a lot of people are waiting for them. So, all right, thank you for the questions, everyone, so far. Next up, we've got Juice. Juice wants to know how to control the impulse to not overtrade. How do you control the impulse to not overtrade? I'm going to switch that up to how do you control the impulse to overtrade? That sounds more correct, doesn't it? With the exception of locking down your Topstep X account for the day, what's your take on not overtrading? Maybe scale out your charts a little bit, looking for better setups, getting off that 30-second chart if you find yourself overtrading. I find, scaling back whatever duration you're looking at to help quite a bit when you find that you're going on tilt and clicking that button quite a bit. But what's your take on it, Coach Robert?
I think the same thing, JD. And anytime you want to slow down and not just jump into things, it's always good to size out your chart and scan out your chart, look at that bigger picture, the bigger overview. It's also going to depend on the instrument you're trading. If you're trading a bond market, a 15-second chart is silly. It's just not going to happen for you. So you could keep that into consideration also. And what I always like to clarify, try to clarify for this from Trader Juice here, is that define overtrading. Okay. My standard trades, I'll trade anywhere between like 10 and 15 to about 35 in a day. Another trader may only trade 3, 4, 5 in a day. So if they trade 35, well, I would classify that as overtrading. But if I'm trading between 15 and 30, 35, and I trade 40, I don't think that is overtrading. So I think we need to just qualify and put some parameters and reasoning behind like what exactly is overtrading. So I would also defer to your trading plan. And if you have it set up in your trading plan that says, I'm going to look for this price movement at these levels at this time on this instrument, and they are there and you take them, wonderful. If you're just throwing it on there because you think it's going to be, I would, again, defer back to your trading plan and say, does it say anywhere in there, it's close enough, just throw a trade on? I don't know you or your trading plan, but I'm willing to bet that it doesn't say that anywhere in your trading plan. I bet it has some specifics. It's not easy, so don't get me wrong there, especially when we're newer traders. I'm totally guilty of it, 100%. I was like, oh, this looks really good. And I was trying to trade a 1 minute candle on penny stocks and a 1 minute breakout of the US Open. I was destroyed. It took me a little while to try to figure out how to find out what was working for me. And that's going to be the same for you. So we're all there. We all put too many indicators on. We all trade the wrong stuff. We all try to get in too fast, too soon. You're preaching to the choir here, right? We all do the same thing. I don't know of anybody that just jumped into the markets and started trading a successful day one. I would question that by all means. But yep, so to control your impulse, if you feel like it and you get in that emotional side of things, take a walk, get some exercise, maybe a little food, maybe just walk away, take away for the day. Slow down, like JD said, scale out a little bit, zoom out a little bit, and just take your time. It's not a race. The market's going to be here. Guarantee you that. There's not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them is there will be another trade to take for you. So be patient.
Yep, if you're looking for a bad trade, you will likely find it with very little problems. Pretty easy. All right, where did I just see a question? Tyler wants to know who's in charge of the ticker at the bottom. The current Cryon manager is our guy, Jackie P., who's having quite a bit of fun with Cryon right now. So, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Take some screenshots.
What I do? Oh, I got yeah. MP's on a heater that he really like wants these switched up and us to have more fun with it. So I am having fun.
We're all having fun today. All right.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question, Juice. Next up is Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, hello, Robert. I'm using cumulative delta by volume indicator on smaller time frame on Quant Tower. So far, it has been helpful for me, but the delta from other platforms like TradingView doesn't match with that of Quant Tower. Is there any better source for this one? Seems like every platform has their own delta, different from the other. What do you do? Well, I do suppose it would depend on whatever data provider your platform is using. It's always going to be, it's never going to be 100% exact, but you're pretty proficient in Quant Tower. What kind of nuances do you notice, Coach Robert? Do you look at delta between TradingView and Quant Tower? Do you see a huge gap there or a spread?
Yeah, there is a bit of a difference because you can process a little bit differently. TradingView doesn't have the full on like tick by tick data coming through. It has an aggregate that it's coming through as, so it is going to be a little different when you're trying to look at the delta, individual delta, like through the candle time at the bottom. So yeah, you will find that. Quant Tower is going to be a little more accurate when it comes to that. Excuse me, with the additional tick data that you have there. So my suggestion is pretty much if you're using a platform to get your data and get your information and get your indicators or whatever you're using, trade on that platform. It's a little difficult sometimes when you spread them across. And I say that, to say this, I really like TradingView and I do a lot of different coding, a lot of different indicators and stuff in there. And some just simply aren't available to do in just say another platform. And vice versa. I can do some things in Quant Tower that I can't do in TradingView. So some things, there's going to be some give and take there as well. But if you're specifically looking for cumulative delta, I would go with the Quant Tower version, the Quant Tower platform, and trade on that. And trade on it. That's going to help you. It's gonna be more accurate. It's quicker. It's sleeker. It's a little more responsive, and it has that really tight monitoring of the tick data. Independently. It's not going to aggregate anything through. So, but for charting wise, I mean, you're looking at Topstep X on that I'm using here, and it's got the TradingView setup. Most of the default indicators that are in there, and the custom ones are coming, which I'll be extremely happy with. So yeah, use whatever you're comfortable with and whatever's showing you. But that's your difference on those right there. And make sure who asked me. Jayhawk, yeah. Hey, I haven't seen Jayhawk in a while. How you doing? But yeah, that's what I would use as well. Poke takes a look at the TPO charts, and they're not here just yet. So you kind of have to use what you have. And I always recommend to trade what you're using also. So I'm not necessarily going to look, with a couple of exceptions, say, let me look at all this Quant Tower stuff and let me place my trade over here on TradingView and my other trade over here on TradeObey and this trade over here on Topstep X. I just want to go like, all right, well, I'm not going to on Topstep X right now. Well, it doesn't have range bars yet, so I can't use that. And unfortunately, some of the processing that I do for my calculations for trades aren't capable yet in here. It's coming though. It's coming, and I'm going to make all the stuff that I do available to everyone that is here that I use. I'm in a TradingView chart is right next to me. I can tell you what the levels are. So I'm really looking forward to that. But it's only because it's price based, and we just simply don't have it here yet. But it's looking there. JD, look at that trade. Look at that call. When I made that little mark out here of around 17.9, I said I'm not going to do anything till around 7.95. Well, we went up to 8.15, so that one kind of played out.
Nicely done. Lord Woodslinger in the chat says TradingView isn't real. I'm actually looking at TradingView right now. I have TopstepX and TradingView up. I think you and I are looking at the same exact things right now, actually, Robert. So unlike the VIX, the TradingView is very real. But anyway, let's move on to another question. Marlon wants to know, how does past trauma affect your trading and how to overcome it? Trading psychology, a little bit subjective there too. I mean, first, we don't know the scale of everybody's trauma. What might be a 7 on my chart is only a 2 on your chart, you know? If I stub my toe in the morning, I'm not going to take the day off trading. That's just the way I am. But if something were to happen to, say, my dog, maybe I would take the day off, you know? But I guess it's a very subjective question. Coach Robert, how do you deal when you come to sit down at your desk in the morning and you're thinking about things outside of trading? What's going to stop you from clicking the button and putting that first trade on?
Well, at this point in my life, my trading career, not too much. I can compartmentalize pretty good, and I've always been good with that. And let me clarify, I am not a trading psychologist whatsoever. We saw Dr. Brett Steenbarger on earlier. We had Dr. Ginny Christina on, and Dr. Deanna Cole. We had a lot of T what's his name? T starts with a T. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I got his name in here also.
Mr. T?
Who was that? I'm
Mr.
sorry.
T?
No, not Mr. T.
Tendler. Jared Tendler.
Jared Tendler. I'm sorry about that, Jared. I just blanked on that. I was looking on my screen here to try to find it. Jared Tendler also. Those are far more well-versed in this topic than I am. But one thing I will share, it is from Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. And he uses an analogy of a dog. It's ironic that you just mentioned a dog, JD, because he uses this analogy. The first time you meet a dog, never seen a dog, you go to pet the dog, and they're really nice. And they come up to you, and they're charming, and let you hold them, and tail wags. Well, the next 2, 3, 5, 8 dogs you meet, you just walk right up to them. You just go to pet them. And let's say you get nipped later on. You go, I don't know, that's a little bit dog. Maybe there's something up with it. But if the first time you meet a dog, you get bit, guess what? You're going to carry that along with you on the rest of the dogs, which it kind of doesn't make sense, but it's still it's still a breed, it's still a person to a breed of a dog, and it's really tough to let those go. You're going to carry that on. This is going down the past trauma route, as much as I know, and this by any means, this is not me talking about this, but I can relate to it. It's the same as trading. If you get into trading and you're starting out and you do pretty well, I did. I started doing trading, did pretty well. This is easy, got cocky with it, and then lost a ton over the next 8 months. Well, that was petting the dog. That was really, really nice. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Everything was all good. But if you start trading and you're hit right off the bat, you start losing right off the bat, you're not doing well, you're going to hesitate. And it's going to play into that psyche. It's going to bury into that amygdala, and it's just going to get that fear center going. And it's going to stop you, potentially may stop you from taking trades that you could have, would have, should have taken that did work out, and you're just going to beat yourself up a little bit more. So how does past traumas affect your trading? That's one way. You're just going to carry those on, and it's super, super hard to let one thing go and not carry that along with you. But that is a necessary thing, in my opinion, that you will need to do, because one trade is different. There's a saying that says, you can't step in the same river twice. And I kind of changed it to say you can't step in the same river once, because as you're stepping into it, it's changing. Same with the market. You're going to place that trade, you can put that trade on, great. By the time you get in there, maybe some orders came through and go, oh, wait, oh, it is going down now. It's not going back up again. And you may hesitate, but it takes a while to get over it. How to overcome it is screen time. Get used to it. And I have this little trick that I do, and it's really hard to grasp. It took me a long time. Obviously, I win multiple trades in a row, 3, 4, 5. And obviously, I lose multiple in a row, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I don't look at it that way. I just have this thing in my brain that I figured out that says all of my trades have a winning or losing streak of a factor of 1. Doesn't mean that I've only lost one trade in a row ever, because that does not happen. I just look at that. Oh, I lost that trade. And let's say I lose the next one. I didn't lose 2 in a row. Yes, I did. But in my mind, I say, nope, that wasn't a good trade, or it was a good trade and just didn't go the way I anticipated it. So if you can try to get around that, it's for the second half of your question, how to overcome it. Looking at a chart and looking at a trade as individual, factor of 1, win, lose. You place the trade, let it play out, close it out, market change, manually entered it, exited it. That is what has helped me. Okay, hopefully that helps you as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the question. That was from Marlon. All right. We got time for one more quick one. Susie Q's got a question about Topstep X functionality. How do you place, if I place an order for 3 contracts, how do I place my stops different for each target? How do I use that drag and drop function on Topstep X to change my exit strategy? We're going to do that real quick for you.
Yep, I switched to practice account. Yeah, I'll do it real quick. I'll switch to practice account so I can actually place the trades and they can see it. First thing I'm doing, going to my settings, and I'm going to remove my brackets. So I don't want those on there. I just want to enter. I just want to enter a trade right now. So I don't know. Let's pick something funny. All right, so red candle. Let's go short. Here we go. We are now short. So we are 1 contract short. Let's do 3 of them. Sell, sell, sell. Now I'm in 3 contracts short. Well, if I click and drag, it's going to give me a stop loss of 3, and click and drag down, it's going to give me a profit target of 3. But I don't want that. Did they say stop loss or profit? So let's go profit target. I have a 3 position stop loss. I just dragged it up, but I want to have 3 independently removed profit targets. Well, I can go into my chart. I can right click, and since it's a market sell, I need to do a limit buy of 1. And I just right click randomly on the chart here. It's at 798. I can do this on the DOM also. I can do it on the order panel. So there's a factor of 1, and I will do a buy of number 2, and I will do a buy of number 3. So now I'm short 3. If it goes up, let me get the stop out of the way so you can still see it. If it goes up and hits my stop loss, I'm going to get out of 3 trades, all of them. If it comes into profit, I'm going to sell 1, sell a second, and sell a third. You can also do that with your stop losses. So say, all right, it's going to go a stop loss, buy, and then buy, and then buy. Just like that. And let me remove my drawings. Now we can see them on the chart. So we're in 3 short. I have 3 different targets and 3 different stops. I want to move my stops a little bit closer. I want my first target a little bit closer, and then I want my other 2 a little further away. So that's a very easy way to do a setup of 3 in a 3 position, but then having a different target and stop for each one.
Perfect. Yep. Topstep X functionality is pretty simple. It's a lot of point, click, drag, and drop. So get used to it, play around with it, and learn it. Also, we mentioned roadmap items a little while ago. Make sure that you're in there upvoting your favorite features, because we do take your feedback seriously, and if it gets enough upvotes, that feature will move to the top of the list. So make sure you're in there doing that. We've already explained where to find that feature and how to use it, so I hope you all are. All right, that's about all the time we have for group coaching today. Thank you for joining us. Stick around, though. We got a great segment coming up next. Andre from Edgeful, CEO and founder of Edgeful, former Goldman Sachs analyst. He's going to be here, and we're going to be talking about technical analysis. Coach Robert, myself, and Andre from Edgeful coming up next. Stick around. We got more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, friends and traders. We're going to talk a little technical analysis for the next hour. We straight from Miami. We've got Andre A., the president and CEO of Edgeful, also a former Goldman analyst, like I mentioned before. We're going to be talking technical analysis. Joined by Coach Robert, also, who's fresh off of the group coaching panel. What's up, guys? How are we doing today? Anything good in the markets happening that you see?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure. Very excited to be on the show, of course. Anything good in the markets? I mean, it's been a pretty wild past few days, right?
It certainly has. We were talking about this in the green room for just a minute ago, but 8 consecutive green bars in the NASDAQ and the ES. 8 consecutive trading days of higher highs, which is also a report that you provide on Edgeful. I was just looking at it. You want to talk about that for a few minutes? How does
So of course. So we have a report. So just taking a step back for a second, Edgeful, what we do is we build reports around concepts in trading. So gap fill stats, certain weekdays making the high or the low of the week. We have consecutive green and red streaks, like what's happening right now. So one of the reports that we have is the green and red streaks. Now, in the last 6 months, the longest consecutive streak of green bars is 8. We're currently at that streak right now of 8 consecutive green bars. The way that I like to use this is to say I'm not expecting it to go to 9. And if you look today and you look at ES, you look at NQ, both red bars, which just goes to show have a bearish bias today because it's very unlikely to exceed these maximums. So pretty much the way that you'd want to use this is to say, check where the open is, the open of that session, and then you want to expect it to close below that open, or obviously, in other words, a red bar. So typically, the averages are just around 3 days for green bars, so 3 consecutive green bars, and then 2 consecutive red bars. So obviously, in the last, there it is. So you can see right here, this is the actual report that we have on the left side of my screen here. So you can see in the last 6 months on ES, 8 consecutive green days, and then over here, just around 3. So if you are a swing trader, I know that not many of you here are. You don't need to be a swing trader to take advantage of this report. You can just have a long or short bias throughout the day. So Eve, I know that we can't swing trade here in Topstep, which is todally fine. You can still use this report to take advantage like you can today, where you can very clearly see right here. I'll just kind of zoom in here on ES. Today's daily bar is red so far, of course. It can obviously close green, but very unlikely.
Honestly, I actually took that a step further and I maxed out on the date range. I went 5 years out and it was still max 8 green bar.
Yeah.
8 green days
nice.
for green bars. So, I wish there was a way that we could see when those dates happen, how far apart they were. But even just going back, even maxing out to 5 years, 8 is the magic number. Would you say that increases the probabilities exponentially, or how much more would it increase?
I mean, yes. If in the last 5 years, if that's the streak, I would say that it's a very strong one. But the one thing that I would say to kind of be careful with, if going back a very long time, is the market environment. 5 years going back now would be in 2019. Mm-hmm. So the market environment is very, very different from 2019 than it is now. So obviously there was COVID. Now we're in an election year. Everything is very different. So sometimes I feel like you don't want to be comparing from too far back, just because you might get some data that's a little bit irrelevant. So that's the one thing that, for example, if you did go back 5 years, you'd obviously you'd consider the crash of COVID and then that March crash plus the recovery, which might obviously skew your results a little bit. Obviously, it's only a few days in the grand scheme of 5 years, but it's still important, in my opinion, to kind of go to that shorter time frame, maybe 1 year, 6 month, and 3 month, because in my opinion, the 1 year has a very good sample size. So you get enough instances to where it's not just 1 or 2 days. And then the 6 month is a little more of a recent trend. And then the 3 month is another even more recent trend. So the way that I like to use the date ranges on Edgeful is to say, how is the 1 year, the 6 month, and the 3 month aligning? are they deviating? So is the longer term trend different from the shorter term trend? Maybe I'm going to take a step back now. Maybe there's a shift in the market environment now. And then if they're all aligned, to me, that means like guns blazing, continue with the same, the edge is still there, everything is still behaving the same, and I'm good to go. And just so everyone knows, everything updates every day, so you always have the most recent information inside of Edgeful. So when you do go to the shorter time frames, you're still getting that most recent information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Anne-Marie agrees with you too. Putting weight to the more recent information is definitely more beneficial. And for everybody asking questions, whenever we find something interesting on Edgeful, we're in here sharing it with you. So I know a lot of people don't subscribe to it yet, but yeah, whenever we come across something that we think is going to help you as traders, yeah, we will share it with you. Coach Robert, what's your take? What are you looking at? What's your favorite new tool in Edgeful that Andre's put together?
Well, since I haven't had a computer on in about 10 days, I haven't hit the new ones. But I do like those. And yeah, so I did remember us talking about the number of consecutive days. But since I'm really a shorter term intraday trader, even though I can look at that report the same way, I'm still going to look at a 5-minute candle. You know, it's just because like, well, how many do we have, and how many do I want to take at this point? And it works. I mean, it did work all the time. Of course not, like anything else, you know. But hey, it's a pretty good probabilities that we're going on that it's been 5 years and there hasn't been more than 8 consecutive green days in a row in the last 5 years. Could this be today? Yeah, it could. But you know what? What are the probabilities? You know, the odds are, the probabilities are. That's what we're going to play. You know, that's all we know. We're speculators. That's all we can go on, and we make an educated guess with using the tools that we have, the information on hand. Hopefully, we're right, and if we're wrong, we have an answer for it both ways.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly.
If you move over to the NQ on the same report, going back, let's go back to 6 months here. So at 6 months, NQ. Max Green Days is 8 bars. Going back the full 5 years, Max Green Days is 11 bars. So a little bit skewed there.
Different.
A lot different, actually, yeah. And I bet that's all based on what you were talking about, you know? All the events that have happened in the last 5 years that you're not really – maybe have slipped your mind, you're not really taking into account. But
exactly.
Yeah, there have been some huge events in the last 5 years that have had a significant effect on price action. And that's definitely,
for sure. And this bounce recently on ES and NQ has been absolutely nuts. I mean, last week with this drop that happened, I believe it was something relating to the Central Bank of Japan raising their interest rates for the first time since like the 90s. And that kind of unwound a lot of positions that people had. And they apparently took a step back. I know that this is technical analysis, not fundamental analysis, obviously, but apparently they kind of took a step back, and that kind of drove a recovery. And now, I mean, at this point, it looks like we're going into all-time highs again. I do have 2 major zones on ES that I am kind of interested in terms of a supply zone and a resistance. And that's at 56.46, it's 4-hour supply zone. And then a daily supply zone at 56.88 going up to 57.20. So as price kind of creeps up there, if it makes it there, probably, I mean, I would assume at some point this week or next week, I'm expecting some sort of resistance, some sort of selling pressure in those areas, just because now we're going to break into all-time highs. And then after that, I mean, having levels is obviously very hard. Once we're into all-time highs, there's no information that you get as in terms of resistance, in terms of supply. You just kind of have to look for pullbacks and kind of join back into price action that's already been visited. So I'm personally looking at this 4-hour supply zone, and then I have another key zone here on ES around 5600 to 5620 area. And obviously right now we're falling into that. I'll drop down into a 15-minute chart because I know a lot of people here are shorter term traders. Here I was looking for a trade setup. I'd love to take a trade on during this session at some point. It's so unfortunate though that every time I want to take a trade during these calls, during like while we're live, everything sets up beforehand, which is or after. It's either before or after. But so this is the trade that I was going to take. And JD, I remember last time we spoke about just relating to technical analysis, when your trade sets up and you miss the entry, then price gets back to that point. You were saying you don't have as much confidence in that trade anymore on the second time. And that's what I'm feeling right now. Price has gotten back to my orb low and that New York open. Now I'm not as confident taking that because, kind of going back to that technical analysis, I have that major key zone from 5620 to 5680, which is a 4-hour zone that price kind of came back into and now is bouncing out of. So I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that, on this setup here?
Coach Robert, any take on it?
Not on ES. I'm not good at the ES. I like what Anji was saying, and I can fully attest that we were in the green room right before, and he's like, that move just happened. I'm like, yeah, mine on the NQ popped up too, right when I was the one that was going to take in. It's still going up right now. I mean, that was the 19801 that I kind of highlighted during the group coaching session. I'm like, hey, if this hovers around here a little bit, I'm jumping in this baby, I'm going to ride it up. And it took off while we're waiting to come on air. Just one of those things, how it happens.
Yeah. Similar. I have a very similar zone here for NQ. I don't know why it's taking.
What level is that at?
It's just taking a second to load. Here, let me.
You want to talk for a minute on how you the criteria you use to come up with your supply zones?
Yeah, for sure. So I always, anytime I'm charting and anytime I kind of want a fresh start on my charts, I go to the highest time frame. So I'll go to a monthly and just kind of look around. Are there any significant levels, recent levels? Are there any sort of reversion points? Is there anything that I should be focusing on at the highest time frame of a monthly chart? And that gives me in my opinion, the very solid supports and resistances, very solid levels. Then I go in, I plot my levels. Then I go to a weekly, and then I go down. And I wish that this would load a little bit quicker, but then I go to a weekly and I do the same thing. Are there any key levels? Are there any key areas? Is there a zone of price where it's supporting prices bouncing off of and then resisting from? So in this case, I'll drop down to the daily so you can kind of see a little bit more. I'm going to switch to ES here just because it's a little bit more detailed, because personally, I do not like to trade NQ. I think it's a little bit too, again, I said this last time, but it's like a wild horse, in my opinion. I don't love to trade it, but I'm just going to, here it is. So this is my key 4-hour zone right here. And you can see resistance right here at, again, the low end for the listeners. The low end is 5580-ish. Resistance once, resistance twice. It breaks above. Now it's support. Then it breaks back below. Now it's resistance again. Now price comes back through. Now it's serving as support again. So this is a very key zone for me. And until that stops working, that's when I won't remove it until it stops working, until price just starts kind of just going nicely through it. That's when I'll remove a level from my charts. So usually after it gets tested maybe 3-4 times is where I'm like, okay, this level is exhausted. I want to remove it, unless obviously it's a very round psychological number, like on NQ 20,000, probably going to serve as some sort of level for a very long time. So one of those I'm more willing to leave on my charts. Like in this case, this 5600 on ES again is right in the middle of that zone that I have. This is one that I'm very interested in leaving until price continues higher, and then it's kind of like less relevant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we're approaching settlement price in the ES right now. Yesterday's high. Settlement price 5630, always a significant area. We've been talking quite a bit about settlement price. I see Anne-Marie in the chat. She sees settlement price coming in the NQ. Is that something you look at? Do you see settlement price as a target? Do you keep that up on your charts at all? It's been something I've been looking at a lot more. We had some great conversations about it last week, and Anne-Marie's got some great ideas about. I think she brought up bringing some of those ideas to you to make a report in Edgeful about it. But we could let her speak a little more about that later on. But yeah, is that something you guys are looking at together right now?
So we actually are discussing it at the moment. The thing is, I just want to make sure that it's the settlement prices they're not the way on TradingView. If you've seen any indicators, I just want to kind of warn everyone. If you see any indicators like plotting out settlement prices, it just uses the daily close. So the close of the daily session. I'm not sure if it's always correlated if the settlement price is always the close of the daily session. But that's just one thing to be careful of, because as Anne-Marie and I were speaking about it, I found she mentioned to me the indicator that she uses, and I looked at the code and I was like, well, I just want to make sure that you know that this is using the daily close. So anyone who uses it on TradingView, just understand that you're looking at the daily close. We're more than happy to build reports around it. We just need the requests. So that's what we're working with Anne-Marie right now is the requests. Like, what does she want to see from it? How often do we touch it? Maybe if it serves as a certain level. That's what we're always happy to do. And obviously, as I've mentioned many times, we take reports from all of our users. It's part of your plan. We can build anything around like what concepts that you guys want to see, regardless of what it is, as long as it's objective. It has to be very black and white. It has to be like there can't be any opinions in it. So that's the one thing that I'll just mention. But personally, I primarily trade options, so it's not something that I look at. But when you're looking at futures, I do know it is very popular.
Just a couple notes on what settlement price is. I see a lot of comments coming through the chat. So settlement price is set by the exchange. Settlement price is not the same as closing price or last price traded. Settlement's set by the exchange, and it's what they use to determine margins for the following trading day. So you got a market like gold, for instance. We did talk about this pretty extensively last week. Hogue is more the expert than I am. But gold trades till 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. But the exchange sets settlement price at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So you have a whole 3.5 hour gap that the market continues to trade after settlement price is already determined by the exchange. So you have to keep things like this in mind if you're trading settlement price in gold. So settlement price, closing price in gold will come 3.5 hours after settlement price is already determined. And exchanges are marking margins from settlement price, not from closing price. So just a couple fun facts for you there. Coach Robert, what's going on over there? What are you looking at right now?
Looking at the NQ, watching the 19,860 number that we were kind of targeting on the long side, and it's 863 now, so it did push through what we were looking for. In my honest opinion on what's going to happen with NQ right now is I don't have a clue, and what I need to see happen, where I will have an idea, is I will need to see NQ pull back some and make another pivot on this high end. It's still traded around 863. Once that pivot happens, I will use the multiple pivot points and throw it in my little trusty little thing off to the side here, and I will present some levels and hopefully be able to put a trade on. So I needed to pull back some and create a nice pivot point for me before I'm able to give a specific information, but I'd be happy to share it when it shows up. I thought we were going to get it because it was, it was hovering around the 1853. I marked it off 853, and it stayed around there. This is a tick chart, so you can see just the price action bouncing back and forth. So you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to go to the start. I'm going to put a volume profile on so I can see if there are any low volume areas. So there's my volume profile, and let me go to our open here at 8:30 Central Time, and I'll put it on from then until now. And let's see. Yeah, okay, so we are right at the value high area, like literally right at it. And for my settings, I'm using 80% as my value area to show. So I believe it's like 75 to start with. I'm using 80%, and it's right at the 80%. We're at the 19,865. It's right there. I see a low volume area. I will mark it down with a rectangle, and we'll go peak to peak. And I see a low volume area. So we're talking about 75 to 80 low volume. So I would expect, anticipate, speculate, assume, guess, whatever you want to call it, that we're going to blow right through that area. So we'll take a look and see what happens when we get to 875 to 881. I would expect, again, speculate, anticipate, that we just push right through that area. I don't know what's going to happen after that, and that would be an expectation just purely off of with a volume area was showing a volume profile. That's really all I would base this on right now. If we get a pivot, I'll be able to give you more specific levels we'll be taking a trade on.
Yeah. Is there a reason you use 80% on the value area?
It's just something that I started. I think a couple platforms were different. I believe one was like 70, one was 75. want to see more of the market volume, more of the volume. If more of one thing happens, then I think it's easier to see when something outside of that happens. And that's just what I use. It was a trial and error thing. I mean, I tried 50% at one point and I tried 90% and said, well, let me get the very extremes. And that didn't work. So I kind of settled on 80.
And you use the peaks there along the volume profile as support and resistances, or as magnets, and the gaps, or is it the gaps that you use as magnets, or the valleys, I guess?
Yeah, actually, I don't actually look at them as, so you could say it both ways, right? You could say I use the peaks as magnets, but I don't do that. What I look at is the valleys as faster pass-throughs, which inherently would make a peak kind of a magnet area. But just because if I'm looking at, we have my chart, yes. So I marked off the 875 to 881 area as a low volume area, but the next peak is at 889. So I would rather, in my opinion, right, this is the way I'm explaining it, is I would rather trade 875 to 881 as a quick little pass-through, but not have a target at 889 as a magnet area. Not to say it won't be, but it's a lot of volume there. And I was thinking, man, if there was a lot of volume there already and a lot of trades happened at that level, is there anything left? And that's how you can use your DOM to go and see and try to verify that as well. We're almost having a peak here, and if we get into the pivot, we'll put some levels on.
Yeah,
So
we've got Anne-Marie in the chat. She just threw a trade on.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, Anne-Marie jumped in the chat. She's got a trade on. She's short from 863 right now with an 878 stop.
I just switched my sell to a buy, and I'm waiting to kind of see how this plays out. If I get long here, I'd like to see kind of one of these. But we have an hour and a half left in the markets. I'm assuming it's going to start to kind of pick up towards this 3 o'clock. So if we do, so we have a report that we just released called Power Hour Breakout.
Ooh,
and
all right.
if you look at this on ES, here, the probability of a new high of day being made between 3 and 4 p.m. in that New York session, 72% of the time you are not going to see a new high of day between 3 and 4 p.m. if you're only considering from 9:30 to 3. So targeting a break of this high at 56.44-ish, not going to be a very probable trade. So you can think about it as you do not want to expect price to make a new high or low within power hour, typically. So almost 80% of the time, roughly 75% of the time, you're not going to see that happen. So I personally am not going to want to target, whether I get long or short, a new high of day or a new low of day in either direction. It doesn't matter. So this is one thing I'm not willing, in terms of profit targets and where to set my profit targets in a high probability area, it's not going to be in excess of the high of day or below the low of day.
Are you using a 6-month time range on that? I'm just starting to look at this
last 6
right
months.
now. Okay.
Yep, last 6 months. And I'm looking at the New York session.
Excellent. Yeah, this is a great tool.
Yeah. And we also have it by weekday too. So you can look at it by weekday if you're interested. So Tuesdays, for example. So the probability of a new high of day being made on Tuesdays in the last 6 months is a little bit higher. So 40%. But a new low of day, so for those of you who do have a short bias right now, I would not recommend targeting a new low of day to be made after 3 p.m., between 3 and 4. So 80% of the time in the last 6 months, price has not made a new low of day between 3 and 4 p.m. So that's just one thing that I want to mention. Now, the probability of a new high of day is a little bit higher than the average on a Tuesday. So maybe today is going to be one of those days. I know yesterday was, or I believe it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was one of those days as well. So it did happen right here. If you guys can see my screen, in the last 10 minutes of the New York session, we had a crazy move up. On ES, it was 15 points in the last 10 minutes. So not saying it can't happen again, of course, but it is very unlikely.
The data backs it up, yeah.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So depending on how price develops here, I'm interested in getting long here. I think I might just try it with a tight stop.
Robert, is this pullback enough for you to was Was that enough of a pivot for you? Come up with
It
some
was. You must have been reading my face on the screen there. I did. I plotted them out over here. I was letting Andre finish. It was a pullback for me, and I have them marked off. I will give them to our traders now. I highlighted the low volume area that we talked about a moment ago, and that is between 75 and 81 on the NQ. So if we end up blowing through that and we break over 887 or 888, if this is, you have to be careful, just going ticks on NQ. It just moves too far too fast. So if we go over 888, let's just call it that 888. My target zone, I like to plot around on 8 to 10 point, 12 point zones, will be 94 to 02. So it's an 8 point zone. So what that means is I'll be long at 888, and I'll have my profit target at 902. But if the market jumps up and just starts hovering around there, I'm just going to close it. I hate seeing something going 80% to my target, only to close it out for a negative 20% loss. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't like that at all. I'd rather just take it off. And I hear all the time, you left money on the table. I know I didn't. I took 80% of it off. There's going to be another trade. That's okay. I'm just not greedy like that. I'm not going to lose 15 points to wait for the last 2 points. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it's a preference, So that's my target zone. And if one were to leave a runner on, I have a runner target at 908. So I'll actually put the levels right in these boxes here momentarily. So to clarify, if we break 888, I'll be long, and the target will be between like 94 and 02. So you're only talking about 10, 11 point trade, but that's what I'm good for. That's really all I do. And I'll take, 2, 3, 5 of those a day, and sometimes lose 2, 3 of those a day. It happens. That's the way it goes. So, nobody's right all the time, but I'll mark these up so y'all can see them, and I'll pause it in the chart.
Awesome. Yeah. If anybody here isn't familiar with the way Robert trades, he is in and out of the market very fast. He's not looking to hit home runs. He's taking small swings I was about to say small swings of the bat. He's at the plate. He's playing small ball. He's building that house brick by brick. He's not cranking them out of the park. And that's just the style that works for him. So good on you. Andre, we got a couple questions coming in. What is the significance in that report that you just showed us for power hour breakouts? What is the significance of breaking it down by weekday? Do you notice something a little different?
Yeah,
I'm clicking through different days of the week, but why don't you explain that to us?
For sure. And I did try long here on ES. Very, very tight stop of 3.5 points. Let's see what happens. I mean, to me, this is a 3.5 point, 4 point stop I'm very happy to try that out. It's a 2-to-1 risk to reward. I just put it right before this little tiny, it's not really a supply zone, but just before that little supply zone that formed earlier. It's on the 5 minutes, so I don't hold too much weight to smaller, very small time frame supply zones. But regarding the report, it's very, very clear. The data shows this across the board that different weekdays do not behave the same. So just because you're trading NQ every weekday, or just because you're trading ES or gold or whatever it is, every weekday does not behave the same. One of the things so I'll just quickly scroll through each of the weekdays here on the left side and show you the differences in behavior. So this report specifically the differences aren't as major, but when you look at the volume and range, which I know that a lot of people are volume traders. So if you look at the volume and range by weekday, this is one that, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated reports in Edgeful. This shows the volume and range by weekday. So you can see very clearly here, there is an uptrend as we go throughout the week. So earlier in the week, volume is low, range is low. So just taking a step back, I want to answer the question of looking at things by weekday. Mondays have the lowest volume and the lowest range of any weekday. It's actually close to 20% less than a Thursday or a Friday. Very significant difference in terms of range and volume. So what happens in low range and low volume environments? Choppy price action, not a lot of continuation, probably difficult price action to read, a lot of wicks, and a lot of fake outs. And when the range is small, it literally means that the high and the low of the day is smaller. So that means there's less meat on the bone. When the high and the low of the day is bigger, that means literally there's more meat on the bone. There's more opportunity for you to capture. And then you see later in the week, Thursday, Friday, and Wednesday through Friday, honestly, you can see that the range and the volume expand a lot. So the difference of literally like a 20% difference from Monday to Thursday or Friday. So later in the week, what does that mean for you? And what does that mean for your trading? More continuation, cleaner price action to trade, more momentum on the moves later in the week. And then the higher range, again, literally means more meat on the bone there. The high and the low of the day is bigger. If you want to capture, as Robert does, 10 points here, 10 points there. If the total range of the day is 20 points, you need to capture 50% of the meat. But if the total range is 100 points, you only need to capture 10% of the meat. That's much easier to do. So focusing your trading on the days that have higher volume and higher range will set you up to focus on the days with easier trading. And the continuation is another really big piece of this too. So holding on to winners and holding on to runners and setting your profit targets a little bit further out, you can do that later in the week. But Mondays and Tuesdays have low volume and low range. So you don't want to go for home runs on days with low volume and low range, because price is literally not going to get there. It's very unlikely that price is going to get to your more extended moves that you want. The market doesn't know about your P&L. It doesn't know about your position. It doesn't know about your entry. It doesn't know about your stop loss or your profit targets. It behaves, and it's up to you to capture that movement. So if you want to go for home runs, if you want to go for bigger moves, if you want to leave runners, you do that on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You don't do that on Monday and Tuesday, and this goes across the board. If you look at any ATR reports that we have, same thing. Mondays respect ATR, Thursday and Fridays blow through ATR much more. So just to kind of answer that question of, do weekdays matter? Not my opinion. The data shows. You don't have to listen to me. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to anyone. Always check for yourself. And the data shows the weekdays behave extremely differently, and you should adapt accordingly. So my long-winded answer to your rather simple question is that
you said some good stuff. Yeah, you said some good stuff in there, Andre. And it's just, every trader is different. So certainly don't want to rub anybody the wrong way on these things, but we're talking about just technical analysis stuff where your opinion doesn't matter. It's facts over feelings when it comes to these things. Not how you feel about your trade. That's totally fine. We're human. But as you said, look statistically, and the days behave differently. And it doesn't matter what you think about it. That is just true. And that's what we like about this technical analysis. Now, do I know why? I marked up my chart and I posted it into the chat. I actually have a long target and a short target. If they do get filled, I have a buy stop above my long level, 889, and I have a short, a sell stop at 841. So once it goes under that level, and I have it preset to give me a bracket order of $500 win, $500 loss, or I shouldn't say that, target and stop loss. I have them set. It doesn't mean I'm going to let them go there. I may have to move my stop a little further away just because I'm like, this is going to wiggle around a little bit based on price action. Again, it's not my opinion of it. It just is. And that's just what I like to trade these styles, because it's just, to me, it just makes sense. I don't need to know like why the market did something, but that the market did something. Yeah. And to help me with that in my own personal trading, and if this helps anybody else, it's, okay, there's news coming out. There's a report coming out. There's FOMC, even the smaller ones, Nvidia, some earnings, or Elon Musk tweets something, or back in the day, Trump used to tweet something, and no, sometimes the market went up, sometimes it went down, sometimes it didn't move, and it just, to me, I was like, it didn't make sense. Okay, yeah, we've seen it all the time. We just on TopstepTV in the last couple of months. Through the FOMC. Sometimes they didn't move. Remember one of them? We were waiting for it on at the end of the day. We were sitting here this market was moving so far so fast, and then nothing happened. And then the next day at the open of the Asia market, it went down 250 points in a few minutes. That was the move. So who the heck is going to know that? It did or it didn't. Did it fill a gap or did it not fill the gap? Is it on its 8th consecutive up candle or is it not? Doesn't matter what you think about it. It just is what it is. And it's just something, the style, I'm very logical. And I think talking this technical analysis, like, okay, well, what if this happens? Well, if that's part of it, sure, throw it in there. We're looking through this low volume area. It may not be a low volume area, but that's the way I'm looking at it. Historically and probably.
Is he, hello? Is he there?
I think we just lost Coach Robert. Microphone cut out. That's all right. We'll get back to him in a second. We're seeing a little bit of confluence among some Topstep traders with your long position right now. We've got 63% long in the NASDAQ on the tilt and 58% long in the ES, just ticking up higher a little bit. What was your entry price again on that trade, Andre?
Mine was 56.29 even. 56.29 flat.
Got it.
This is for me personally, I would rather be right or wrong quickly and just sitting in this literally 2 or 3, I mean, not even 2 or 3 point, like single points, like 1 or 2 point ranges. It, to me, is just like torture. And I guess it's just part of the time, part of the, like what time of day it is right now, because volume does tend to dip, and I'll pull up the report on that actually. So intraday volume and range. So you can see that right around this 2 p.m. area has close to the lowest, if we can, I just have it up right now, but between noon and 2 p.m. has the lowest volume and the lowest range. That morning session between 9:30 a.m. and 11 a.m. has the higher volume and range. And you can see, now my screens are showing, you can see that it really starts to die out between noon and 2. So now I'm expecting price to kind of start to pick up, volume start to pick up. Hopefully I'm either right or wrong quickly, just because my personality, like me personally, I like to be either tell me I'm right, tell me I'm wrong now. Obviously, I don't control the markets, but that's just the way that it is. That's the way that that I prefer. I don't like to sit in a consolidation like what you see here between 11 and 12. I mean, that would have been brutal to sit in, especially because you probably start to move your stops, etc. So my entry is 56.29. My target is just before the 5-minute supply zone, which is honestly, again, just to reiterate, not something I put a lot of weight into, but that's at 56.38. And one thing just about technical analysis, one of the reasons that I had this long bias and I didn't have a short bias here is if I took a short trade, and this is just something that I do personally, if I took a short trade, I'll just remove my little drawing there, but if I took a short trade here, where do I set my stop loss or my trade idea becomes invalid? Exactly. That's where I have trouble. Is where do I set my stop loss where my trade idea becomes invalid? And I think if you use this 5-minute supply zone, it's just too far away from price for me. I don't like to have that much drawdown. So that's why I had that long bias coming off of this nice little rally that we had, coming off of a bounce inside that 4-hour key zone that I mentioned earlier. Now, I don't know if this is going to work or not, but I'm okay taking the risk on 3.5 points on ES. So let's see what happens. It's not going fantastically right now.
Well, you're only a point down on it, but so your supply zones, would you say you use those more as targets then, as opposed to pivot areas? As if you're too far away from a point of invalidation, you're looking at it as a target. But if it's closer to a point of invalidation, it's more of a pivot. Does that make sense?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So if price was closer here, I would consider this supply. So just so everyone knows what I'm talking about, I'll just mark it out quick. This is the supply zone that we're talking about. Let me just make that red. It's between 56.38 and 56.39. It's a roughly 1 point supply zone. I mean, this is a 5-minute again. I don't want anyone to trade off of this. This is not a very significant level. But if we were coming into this would be a very nice area for me to say I'm expecting price to come up and come back down. And then I can set my stops on the other side of this where my trade idea would become theoretically invalidated. So now I just got stopped out, which is totally fine because I managed my risk there. 3.5 points on ES. I'm more than happy to take that loss. This is part of trading. One thing that people understand but don't accept is that if you have a 50% win rate and a 2 profit factor, that means you lose 50% of the time, which people don't accept. They're like, well, I won last trade, I lost this trade, does it still work? Am I a good trader? It's not how it works, because your winners over time will take care of your losers. So I just kind of jumped off as this took me out, but yeah.
Yeah, that's something we preach around here too. One bad trade does not make a bad trader. One bad day, one bad trading day does not make a bad trader. And we've got Robert back. How's it going, Robert? Are you with us?
I am with you. I want to make sure I wasn't on mute. It looks like we're just going to jump into that short. I left him on the screen, and it was only one little screen that I just used another code to get in for those in the back end that are watching these things. So sorry about that. They're saying like it's either I had a stroke or I had too much passion, and I think those go hand in hand. But I'm back. I'm back. Don't know what we did, but I think I made my point until I saw it freeze about facts over feelings and that type of sense. Again, don't want to rub anybody wrong, and hey, I like it too when the facts line up with how I felt about something. That's all well and good, but I'm going to go with the math on this one here. So we'll see if it fills or not. And I heard you guys, Andre. I could hear you guys. You just kind of kicked me out. So good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hopefully I don't get wicked out of this trade. I literally stopped out at the bottom, practically at the bottom of the wick, which is unfortunate. But again, this is part of trading. This is how it works. It will happen to you. It will happen to me. It will happen to everyone. Mm-hmm. And it will probably never stop happening. It's just about, like in this case, not tilting or not blowing your account in these moments. So making sure you manage your risk is obviously huge.
That is the game, managing risk. We talk about that during fast markets every day now when we're managing the house account. It's always, what is our risk on this trade before we get into it? That's something we take very seriously. It's how do you, knowing where you're getting out before you get in. It's very important.
Yeah, it's
Coach Robert trades the same way. Yeah.
And I know that I love the style that he has too. It's very systematic. It's very black and white. There's not a lot of subjectivity in it. But I mean, there is no best way to trade, which is, so I'll just zoom in here just to show you guys the fill that I got, or the stop. I literally got stopped out right here. So hopefully it doesn't just bounce and rip now to my target. But there is no best way to trade. And a lot of people, I'm sure, especially the people that are newer to this industry, will think, what's my holy grail? What is my secret sauce? What is the one thing that I can do to become profitable immediately or within a month or 2 months? Unfortunately, that's not the way it works in this business. Like in every other business, it takes time to learn. You're going to learn about yourself. You're going to learn about your style. You're going to change your style. It'll adapt. And something that worked 2 years ago is not going to work today. So understanding that you need to adapt and your strategies might not work anymore. So being okay with that there is there's no one strategy that works. There's no one method that works, and your psychology is going to have to change. And I know, Robert, you had mentioned on the previous segment about psychology, about those books about trading the zone. You mentioned Brett Steenbarger, you mentioned Jared Tendler. Like, I highly recommend anyone that's new to go and read those books. Listen to them on audio. I'm pretty sure they're all on audio. For those of you, you can like do it on a walk or on your way to work or class or whatever else. Really, really important books just to help you have the right expectations and how to manage your emotions. Like, there's really nothing that we can do that mimics trading outside of trading. Like, I can't think of anything that mimics the psychological impact of trading that on anything else. So having a good grasp on your psychology, having a good grasp on how you react. And I mentioned this last time, but I think it's super important. And this is from Jared Tendler's book, The Mental Game of Trading, understanding your triggers. This is something that's super important. For me, one of my triggers is where I get frustrated is if price comes right up to where my entry is, and then I don't get filled, and then it goes right to my target. That's where I found that I start to chase trades, and that's not, obviously, you never want to be chasing trades. And that's where I found that I get stopped out. So as soon as I don't get my entry, I will try to either step away or just take literally like a 1 minute break, or 1 minute just like getting up, like physically moving. and then that helps me like mentally reset. So
yeah, there's some comments coming through the chat about your last comment about there is no other industry out there that can really hold a candle to this as far as putting your feet to the fire on day one. The second that you step in the market, you're immediately going against the smartest people on the planet whose sole job is to take your money away from you. It's a terrifying thought if you sit back and think about it. Companies like Goldman Sachs, where Andre spent some time as an analyst, they pay hundreds. They pay out salaries in the hundreds of millions of dollars a year to people to do nothing but figure out new ways to take your money away from you. That's all they do.
Exactly.
So if you want to compare that to a professional poker player, is it in the same ballpark? Maybe not to the scale, because we're playing a poker game. You can only risk as much as you sit down at the table for. But when you step into the futures market, all margin accounts aside, you could put on one bad trade and lose a lot more than you invested in the first place. So it's something to think about. I didn't mean to cut you off though, Andre.
No, I think that's great. And it is a little bit daunting. It is a little bit scary to kind of think about it like that, where you realize that you are competing against everyone. It's not like a pickup basketball game where you walk in, now you're competing with only the people that are on the court. You're competing with everyone across the world.
Sorry, guys, that trade entered and exited really quickly. I wanted to share that because we want to make sure we catch that trade. I say that trade, the short under there, Andre, we'll get right back to you, but I didn't touch it. I literally did not touch it. That's not true. It entered my short. I'll turn on the entry. So you saw what my short sell stop was, and I have my target zone, and I had a profit and stop set to $500 just to get them on the chart, get them out of the way. Last thing I want to do is enter a trade and lose connection and not have a stop on. So I always use that OCO. It entered, and my $500 profit target was far below my target zone. All I did was drag it up to the end of the target zone. And it literally, as soon as it entered, pulled back slightly and then dropped right through. And you can see it on my chart right now. And I will turn on, let me save this. I will turn on the entries so you can actually see. Well, you can see the trades down the bottom over here. There it is. I'll turn on the chart settings so you can actually see them on the chart. So hide chart plots. I don't want to show chart executions. Save. And then we go just to make sure we have it all set and ready to go.
I love it when Robert gets a chance to demonstrate his trading style live in front of everybody in real time. It just shows you everybody's got a different trading style, I guess. What works for him won't work for me or Andre, but it's great that he knows it well enough to come out here and share it with everybody.
And there it is. I need to change my contract on the right-hand side. I clicked it by accident here. What color am I on? NQ is yellow. I have a link. I need to change this to yellow and change my DOM to yellow. So we can all look at the same thing. There we go. Time of sales. I don't even want time of sales. I don't know why it's on there. All right, so there was my entries. You can see it marked on the chart. I'll make it a little bit bigger. I said that I was going to short under, and it's labeled this level, and you can see the line was 842.5. I entered at 841.25. Hey, you want to talk slippage? Guess what? There it is. Lo and behold, there it is. So entered a little bit lower, a little bit shorter lower than I anticipated. And then when it made the trade, when it made the entry, my target was way far below, like around 812. So it was a $500 profit target, $500 stop loss. All I did was drag it up inside of my target zone of 19,837 to 32, and it filled at 835.25 with a profit of 117. And this is the way I do it. It's 100 here, 150 there, 200 there. Do a few of those trades, walk away with $300, $600 a day, and and call it. I mean, the whole point is we want to take money on it. If we're trying for 1,200 and you end up the day losing 200, what good is the 1,200? And I know it's a lot of traders doing, like, a lot of traders are super, super good at that, and I envy them like crazy. So, Travis, this is a terrible strategy. What? Okay.
Well, that little dip validated. Yeah. That dip validated Andre's exit too. He would have lost double what he lost if he had put any more room into that stop. So good out on this trade also. Yep.
Yeah. And that's even though it was a small losing trade, to me, I'm happy with, I mean, assuming that it doesn't just rip to my profit target, because as I'm still a person, like I'm still not going to be thrilled, but I'm happy with my stop, even though it did get hit. And I'm happy that I put it in a good area and it wasn't too far down, because the way that personally I like to look at things is if your stop is too far away, then people kind of sometimes forget you can always re-enter. You can always get out, protect your profits, re-enter. Now, yes, you'll obviously re-enter at a different price, and you don't want to be married to this one position, but you can always re-enter, and that's totally fine. And people kind of get married to their positions. They add to losers and add to losers. They want to bring down their averages, and that's how honestly you make your losers bigger than your winners, is by adding to losers and getting like married to these positions that are not going in your favor. And something that most people don't do, and there is a book speaking about psychology again, The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hugard. He says adding to winners, add to your winners. That's how you make your winners bigger. That's something that I try to do. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. I'll just stick with my original entry. But if you add to your losers constantly, it makes it very, very difficult to have your winners be bigger than your losers. So as you guys can see right here, this was I'll zoom in a little bit. Right here, my stop was just below that New York Open, because I am expecting today to be red, meaning closing below this New York Open, but I did take that long entry expecting more continuation. Now we have 1 hour left. Now I'm obviously not sure what's going to happen. I'm not expecting, as I mentioned from the Edgeful reports, I'll just go back to that quickly. The power hour breakout report, I am not expecting a new low of day to be made within the next hour. I'm also not really expecting a new high of day to be made. Of course, we'll see what happens, but it is against the probabilities of the last 6 months.
Excellent. With that, sorry to cut it there, but we are just out of time. We got to make some room for the next segment coming up. Andre, thanks for being here. We finally got you to put a trade on. Sorry it wasn't a winner, but it was still a good trade
No
nonetheless.
problem.
You showed great risk management. Coach Robert, nice trade today. With that, we're going to have we're going to have Andre back on in a couple weeks, so stick around. Stay tuned for more information on what that date is. Coming up next, we've got Power Hour. Zach B here. Zach B is here, former FX trader turned futures trader. He's been at Topstep for a little while now. This is going to be his second appearance on TopstepTV. He is going to be joined by Andre, Dolby, and Hogue to pull some pork and Power Hour. We're going to take a short break, everyone. Stick around. Power Hour is coming up. 1 more hour of trading left in the day. Andre, thanks again for being here. Robert, catch you later. Thanks, everyone. We'll be back in just a minute.
You know what time it is? You know what hour it is here on Topstep TV? It is Power Hour. The guest of honor in the lower left-hand corner is Zach B. What up, Zach B?
What's going on, guys? How we doing? Happy to be back.
Excellent. You know, in the upper right-hand corner, that's Dolby time. Lower right-hand corner is Mr. Hogue himself. Let's get right into it. Zach B, any trades today? Any positions on right now?
Nothing on right now. A couple trades this morning. I'm a little bit red in the XFA that I started last week. Missed a nice sell near the top of overnight high, coming back down into 15-minute opening range that I like to play. I don't like to make excuses, but responding to emails instead of focused up trading. So that was the cause of that one. But right in here, missed this nice sell and tried it long down off of 15-minute opening range low, overnight low. Just like the hesitation. Saw a little bit on Bookmap. Looked like we might be able to pop back in. Failed there. Took it short. Almost sold the low of this move, and that was it for me. So one nice miss, 2 L's, and that was enough. Controlled the risk on it, so not a huge red day, but just didn't get the follow through on that second one. But I'm taking these 2 trades every day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We do have the house account back open. Dolby time. Looking at the ES for the house account here. Got the ES. Yep. In our sights, right in the middle of the range as we speak. But Hogue, what are our
sitting
thoughts
right on VWAP?
Yes, we are right on VWAP. So hands off for the time being, right, Hogue?
I would say so in my time frame for sure.
Okay. Try to pull some
It's
levels.
a coin flip.
Yeah, coin flip capital. Stay away from that. Yeah, house account's up about $4,000 from fast markets. 2 shorts. Downside. Both were profitable, but it's been a tricky trade today. So we'll see how it plays out in a power hour. But without further ado, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Dolby Time. What does it say in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, Dolby Time?
Hashtag power hour, Andre. That's what all the cool kids are doing these days. They're on the Twitters, tweetings at their friends, on the X's, doing hashtag power hour. At Topstep, share with us your trader wins, tick picks, battle stations, anything that you want on air that you think is good. We're going to pull the best stuff we can find. We're going to scrape the internet, scrape the Twitters, and we're going to share it on TopstepTV in real time. We have some legends. We got Lost Trader and Carl Hungus have really made a name for themselves, and you too can make a name for yourself in the meme world by posting the best stuff you got.
Absolutely.
Hashtag power hour at Topstep.
Thank you, Dolby Time. All right. Like Hogue said, we are in the middle of the range right now. Stuck on VWAP in the ES 5624. VWAP is last trade as well. Looking at the NQ, last trade, 19,841. VWAP about 7 points beneath at 19,834. Everything is pretty much in the middle of the range. So we will be patient, sit on our hands, and see what plays out.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a coin flip here, my man. Bit of a coin flip here.
I'm feeling the same, guys. This one's tough. Just sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Hogue. This is a
no, please go ahead.
Yeah, just no real follow through to the downside. Kind of this choppy move back up, but doesn't seem like we are going to run with it. I liked the trade I saw just before I hopped on. Someone was getting long on this. That looked okay. This drift lower now, kind of retesting this overnight low and back to VWAP chop. It's tough. I like to use some anchored VWAPs just as a little bit structure later in the day. Maybe off of session high, off of the session low, kind of just drifted right back down towards them. Yeah, this is the 1 minute time frame.
1 minute. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Give me a heart attack.
Yeah. ES I find slow enough to manage. NQ maybe not so much on the 1 minute.
Oh, the inevitable question. They're asking, what is Delta? You know Delta right now. Please update us.
What is Delta?
What is Delta? Not the airlines. What is Delta currently?
S&P is negative 30,000.
Ooh.
NASDAQ down just under 2,000.
Okay.
We had some divergence here. It's pretty deep to the downside for not being tanking, for being off the lows.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Hogue?
Oh, I try not to think.
Gets us in trouble. Interesting. Negative 30,000 Delta in the ES. We'll keep an eye on that as power hour unfolds. But yes, those shorts would like to see.
I'm gonna try looking at this 1 minute chart. See what that looks like.
All right. All right, Dolby Time. We'll try to pull some levels here in the ES.
What do you guys got? What levels do we have, chat?
Yeah.
Check Discord.
Zach B, any levels you're looking for? I know we're right on VWAP right now, chopping around, but any prices of interest? Yeah.
We're down. We're really down towards the bottom of that range I like to play for the morning. I don't have anything major. The next thing I'm looking at is if we do start to come back below session VWAP, which we look like we are right now on the 1 minute, back below this high of day, and then really the low of day. That can kind of be used as a dynamic support resistance, maybe to tell me who's in control, buyers, sellers, and give me a little indication. So we start headed through these with a little bit of momentum. I could look short. I don't know that I would want to play this for a big extension to the downside, that we're just going to come and put a new low of day in here. But that's really all I have on at the moment. Just a wait to see if we start to crack these VWAPs, head down, maybe another 5-6 points or so. Give me a little bit of structure to trade off of, and I might consider a short on this one.
Okay. Ooh. Trying to pull some levels here. Dolby, looking at the Topstep daily levels. Last trade, the ES 56.24. Again, right on VWAP. 56.24 takes us to, we're in zone 4. And really showing there as we speak. But we'll stay tuned to see how this plays out. Again,
anyone like longs at 56.22? I mean, that's maybe resistance becomes support.
5622.
5622. Yeah, I got a couple ranges there, so kind of curious to see. Was it Alt Shift R? I don't remember that. Okay, yeah, we got these little ranges in the ES around like 1030 and like 1130. So I'm kind of wondering if the tops of those will turn into support since we've come back above. But I kind of agree with you guys. We're very much so in the middle, and I'm typically very aggressive when it comes to trying to find trades, and we are just very, very in the middle of a lot of stuff. So tough, very, very tough. Because if you go to like a 4-hour chart, I'm on the 4-hour in the ES. Let's see, I got this little fib. We're like right around the middle of the range. If you go from like high to low of 9 o'clock. That middle point is about 56, 25 or so. We're trading right around it. And then if you even go to a smaller time frame, say like the 15 minute, and then draw like a new consolidation, I mean, we're maybe 4 points above that. So we're like in the middle of a large range and in the middle of even a smaller time frame range. Okay. So we're in the middle of a lot of stuff.
Not levels just yet.
It's very squishy, as Anne-Marie would say. It's very squishy here.
Okay. Let's see.
I mean, I'd probably lean
chat.
long. If I had
like
to.
that too. Yeah. Again, everyone in the chat talking about going for the 9-day win streak in the ES. Currently at 8 days in the green. Market can go for 9.
Right now, it's failing.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I do see what you guys are looking at here. I don't think that's a terrible play. And I've really tried to temper myself hitting the sell button this last week for obvious reasons. But I think we could see it go either way. I just don't know if we're going to get momentum behind any of these moves.
Levels here. Settle 56.30.
Trying to drum them up. Drumming them up.
Andrew.
Just a flesh wound.
Okay. Scalp 622 short. I don't know if I want to go short 622s.
Hoke 56.30 is settle?
Yes.
Cool. All right.
We just had a move up there not too long ago and was unable to hold above that. Now we're playing around with VWAP. We're below VWAP, starting to see a little bit of momentum to the downside here. Here's your 22 area, Colby.
Yeah, Yeah, it's
Okay.
not really holding though. Pretty strong candle through 22s. Maybe if we can get back to like 23s and it can consolidate a little bit on like a 30-second or 1 minute time frame, it'll give me a little bit more confidence. But as I've said before, if I have a level drawn on my chart, I don't want to see long and strong candlesticks through the level, because typically it means that level is going to get pierced and just not show support. In faster markets like NASDAQ, I have found that to be not as reliable. But in a market like, say, the maybe ES or like crude oil, I find that to be a little bit more accurate. So let's see if this ends up holding a little bit here. We've printed so many red candles on the 5 minute recently.
Yeah, we
That
have.
it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, maybe 8, with one little green one that tried to close red. So if we get a little bit more hang time here, I'd be more inclined to go long at this level. Other than that, I mean, I feel like we can get much better pricing on longs down and around like 56.10 or maybe even like 56.15s. Because then we're talking like
50,
full range, right? Full range.
56.12 is weekly kickoff high. We did find support there earlier.
Yeah.
12s, okay. Yes.
Because this just might be like a continuation short off of the rejection that is 56, let's say 30. So I'm kind of curious to see how far this is going to pull back after rejecting 56.30. And then maybe
all the VWAP's pretty much flat.
All of them? Oh, great. Okay.
Hey, Hogue, if we see the squeeze start happening, we jump in?
Point, click, and pray.
Yeah.
I mean, cheap longs are pretty cheap here, though. Like, it would be very well defined. We start like stop would be 56.21 evens. It'd be like 2 or 3 points of risk.
Let's see how this 5 minute close out. Zach, what are you thinking? What are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm kind of sitting on hands at the moment. I still am waiting to see if we are going to come down. It looked like for a second we were going to get some volume to the downside there coming through this area that I'm watching. We're holding for right now. We get a little bit more structure starting to break these lows again, coming back down below this VWAP. I might look short on this one. It's definitely a cheap long. I think there's opportunity to the upside. I could see it just continuing to do what it's doing, kind of rotating back up into the the overnight range. But right now it's feeling a little weak. Yeah, nothing at the moment. Would love to get a trade on here. That's part of the plan, but gotta have something that makes sense, gives me a way to structure risk, some indication that I've got a nice opportunity to play out.
Yeah,
just came right back up to VWAP.
I'm getting some action in Team Higher Highs is getting some action in Discord here. So
what do they like?
We like longs in the ES. We're going to try to work 56.22.50. It kind of ran away from us a little bit while we were deliberating. But we're going to try a oneer at 56.22.50. And we're going to try to size up aggressively as long as this goes in our favor initially.
Okay. 56.
You got a check mark for me on that.
Nice. All right,
cool.
we can.
We'll try to add more. You could probably get down to like 3 contracts in the ES. So let's try keep them like 2 points apart or 2 ticks apart. So okay, coming back a little bit. 22.50, 21 and a quarter, 21 evens. So that last order, we'll try to buy that a stop run of 21 and a quarter.
Okay. Team Higher Highs, Hogue's Heroes. Cool.
Let's see if we get filled.
Working 3 lot?
Yeah. We're working 3 all day, but spread between 3 different prices that are all 2 ticks apart.
All right, so 3, 3, and 3 would get us in with a 9 lot.
It's 1, 1, and 1.
Oh, okay. Well,
okay, we're in 1, 56.22.50. What's our stop going to be? I don't want it to get much below, let's say 56.20. So let's say 56.18 is the stop. That's about 4 points. Because we got this 5620 here from August 19th. We'll see if that holds. Okay, cool. We're in a good spot. Like it.
And okay, we can size up a little if you want. Higher highs
We
likes
will
it.
add size.
All
We'll
right,
add
cool.
size, especially if we can start catching bids. We'll
Yeah.
get down to like a 1 minute or 30-second chart and then just try to buy all the pullbacks that we can.
All right. All right, curly long 1. Delta Hogue update on the Delta ES.
Just hanging around negative 30,000.
Okay.
30,700.
All right.
We're long
It's actually
2.
right around minus 2,000.
Okay. What price, Dolby?
Oh, we're 5622 and 3/4 all day on the 2.
Okay.
And we're just
Nice.
going
I
to
like
try to
the scaling
buy
play,
on
guys.
the way down.
Agree.
Oh, the scaling? Yeah, scaling's fun.
Yeah, I like the build a position. I think it's a good move, especially in a situation like this. If you're going to be wrong, you'll be wrong small. You're able to start to get heavy at the spot that you want, and have some nice room to run to the upside. Again, cheap trade overall. You can kind of control it. If it just
Like
is going to
Build-A-Bear,
run, you
but
catch
with
it.
more
then-
risk.
Yeah, I see the move.
So we got 2 from 22 in the orders.
Yeah, so I think what longs are probably looking for in the ES is to see if we can break out of this downward channel, which in my opinion is just more of like a short-term thing. And let's see if we can get above like 5625.
Be a bull flag.
A bull flag? Yeah, that'd be great. And then if we
There we
can
go.
like pierce 5625, we would try to like buy pullbacks on the channel on the way up, assuming this works out. If it doesn't
Hogue,
work
you
out,
seeing any-
I'm burning these glasses.
You seeing any paper? Seeing any paper upside downside on the ladder?
Well, just the like bookshelf algos. Nothing,
Algos,
nothing outstanding. Just twosies, couple of threesies. Just the annoying, like those algos are like flies flying around your head, but they never land on you.
Away.
You can't swipe them away.
All right, house account long 2 from 56 3/4.
Yeah, 5622 and
You guys don't have. There's a very important piece of equipment that everybody should have in their trading arena, their trading setup, and that is the back scratcher.
See that?
You have to have a back.
Very handy.
Gotta have a back scratcher.
I was going for rocks glass. That's what I was thinking you were going to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's probably mixed a couple of Kentucky snow cones before.
Well, 22s are holding up so far, which is great. And no wiggles in the ladder yet, which is, I mean, nothing's really going to happen as far as I can tell. But let's see. Let's see if we can spot a wiggle on the ES ladder.
Little wiggle. See if we get these shorts
Not there yet.
to feel the heat
They're
a
much
little
more
bit.
gentle wiggles.
Yeah.
Yep.
It doesn't really teleport.
Not yet. It's pretty chill.
Yes. Tilt. Nothing showing. 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES for the time being. We can do a live trader P&L update real quick as we manage this trade. House account up $4,000. Rips up $4,000. Jonas up 3,100. Dennis M up 1,800. David A up 4,600. Cole D up 3,400. Volcaron up 5,300. And Kang up 7,200. A lot of green on the board. Good to see. A lot of movement.
Zach, what's our stance?
Nice.
You still leaning short?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to be a late to the party either way on this one, which is usually my entry on this type of structure. to the downside, if I wait too long, I know I'm not going to have that much opportunity. To the upside, I'm going to be waiting for that break of a trend line that you have drawn on your chart, jumping back up above this opening range. Stop just below the lows, want to play a continuation to the upside. I see the hesitation here, but this has just been slow all the way down. Don't know if I'm going to see another leg to the downside here, but I'm kind of either way here, trying to stay flexible. I definitely like the buy. It's I see the setup for sure. I would just want some kind of a indication. I don't want to call it confirmation, but something to show me a little bit more of a shift that we're going to hold around these VWAPs. We're going to hold this low of day and start to push up. Maybe we run back up towards that opening range high. But I'm not in yet, guys. Not in yet. This afternoon stuff is tough for sure.
It is.
I think you get some. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's not for the faint of heart. It's like its own like quarantined little time of day to trade, because you have like MOC coming up, and then you have just end of day shenanigans. So it's almost completely divorced from the rest of the market as far as like what fast markets is like compared to power hour.
It is for sure. I've gotten accustomed to trading the afternoons more and more, just doing the live trading thing on YouTube almost every day. But it's no joke, man. You get that volatility that comes in, with those orders, that data, and it can quickly kick from this to some serious movement.
Oh, yeah.
But with that comes you guys know it, nothing new. But with that comes good opportunities. So
long four.
Dolby update. Long 4 for average price. That might be
56.22
average
evens.
price. 22 evens. Thank you.
Yeah, our last buy is going to be 56.20 and a quarter, and then if we just melt face lower, then we just lose. But we're just going to keep on trying to bid this and see if we can get this push higher up into like 56.30s.
Stop is just above 18.
56.18 and then 3/4. So we'll probably, if we get filled on the last lot, which would get us up to 5, I bet we're risking a little bit under $1,000 on this trade. Just approximating.
All right.
Yeah, on another day, guys, I'm
starting to get some wiggle on the ladder here.
Yeah, downside.
So someone in chat was talking about how do you spot a wiggle. We're starting to wiggle a little bit. So like 5 minutes ago, we weren't getting this sort of like quick up and down price action in the ladder or dome, but now we are starting to see it. Just
look at what time the wiggle came in.
30.
Right on the 30s, if I had to guess.
Right on the 30. Hourly in the 30. A lot of executions go.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if they're still doing executions now, somebody's got a big package that they're still working. Yeah. A big package of orders, I should say.
I wasn't going to say anything. All right.
I'm not going down that road again.
Folks,
I didn't say anything.
Time out. I need to go to Slack real quick. Make a note.
All right. Long 4 from 56.22.
Negative 31.5 in Delta now.
Nice. Okay.
Not that bad. Start to cover. To cover.
Yeah.
Come on, shorts.
That would be nice.
You know you want
shorts. Not going lower.
26. We got some liquidity. Where else? That's about it.
Oh, Carl. Look out, he says.
Yep.
Yikes. Jay. Yes, you turned into Topstep TV, my friend.
You did. This is Power Hour. Click like, click subscribe. Let's get to 115,000 subscribers right here, right now. Power Hour. Again, house account long 4 from 56.22.
I'm hawking Delta pretty heavy here. I mean, it's almost a 32,000 negative now. Have we moved? We have not.
As much as they'd like. We'll have MOC here in about 17 minutes. There'll be time
hopefully we
for
can
1 trillion. Buy side, yes.
To the buy side. That's what we're looking for. 1T to the buy side. Yeah,
I'll
hopefully
keep
we
an eye
can
out for
hang
that
out in
when
the
the time
straight long
comes.
enough.
Well, thank you.
It'd be fun to carry a 5 lot into MOC.
You're on the right side of it. It's very fun.
Indeed. Richard McDonough says more like sour hour. Yeah, Richard.
Aw.
We are trying. Yeah.
The,
no.
the market isn't really cooperating. It's hardly moved.
Yeah. Wake up, market.
Dude, make
Yeah,
the
we're
market
trying.
move. It'll be more fun.
Yeah.
We just, man, we cannot make a higher high, which is pretty nerve wracking. It's not my favorite.
How's volume?
Have you been watching that creep at the bottom of the screen today? There's been some really funny stuff in there.
It's very good.
Honestly, I think Jack is an absolute genius.
Very good. Wow, Jack, did you hear that?
Flip it. Oh, you're on fire today with the clips.
What's the last order we're working, Dolby?
19 and a half is our last fill. That'd put us at 6.
All right.
So risking about $1,000 on this trade.
NASDAQ's at point of control. S&P's between volume and TPO point of control.
Got this.
Yeah, I'm gonna see how we develop over the next couple minutes here, guys. I'd like to join you long America into MOC. I might run just a little bit wider stop, maybe a 5 or 6 point stop from the entry.
Okay, here we go.
But we're pushing off a little bit here.
Is this it? Is this what we needed? Let's pull these.
Negative 32,200 in Delta now.
Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of 32,000.
Yes. We're not breaking.
We're not. All right, new 5 minute.
Hey, Dobie, what's your stop on this one?
18 and 3/4.
Gotcha.
20 is kind of my line in the sand for this house trade. So we had, we like the 56.22 levels from Discord. So we got some team higher high members in there. So we like this level in general. What I'm looking for as like a line in the sand is this August 19th high and this previous, 1 hour high candle from August from today. So it's kind of like this very thin range where I'm hoping that buyers will step in.
Do we want to perhaps reconsider where the stop is, or we like it there?
If you want to take more risk, that's always easy to do.
Yeah. What do you got, Hogue?
I was just watching the crawl. I guess Gabriel is on it now. He just had something funny on there. I don't want to say the word, though. You'll have to read it.
Okay.
And
long 4, Dolby?
Yeah, for now. Until this goes down lower and we just buy more. Conviction.
NASDAQ.
And diamond hands.
Side. Yes. Pretty much just chilling right now. What's up, Hogue?
My good friend Mason is in the chat, and he said, "What do you think about Delta being, so negative and market so non-reactive?" Mason, we're just talking about that. We're kind of hawking the idea that we may end up with some sort of a short squeeze at the end of the day right now, and we're currently long for E-mini S&Ps in the house account, hoping that as time gets closer, if there's a whole lot of shorter time frame shorts in this market, which may be indicated by that negative 32,000 in Delta, they're going to need to cover, and that may take us higher. But ACH, anything can happen. Good to see you, though, Mason.
Man, markets are just chilling right now.
Yeah.
Power hour. Have
MOC
here.
Nothing.
MOC in about 12
Apparently,
minutes.
we have several geniuses doing the crawl at the bottom. Gabriel's on it now.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go.
Squeeze them.
Here we go.
We're up 5 ticks, boys. This is great stuff. Markets are crazy.
Slow play. Slow play. Yeah.
Listen, power hour is often that slow moving market. You got to find your way in, structure the risk, and let it play out.
Okay. Here we go.
Starting to peel off a little bit of that delta. It's now at 31,900.
Right.
How far do you think this market can go if 31,000 contracts come in to buy it?
I mean,
New highs. I don't know. Isn't that always the
Here,
power
let's
hour
try it on
thing?
the house. Let's try it on the house account.
absolutely.
What, holding for new highs?
No, buy
Edgeful
31,000
says-
contracts.
Ooh,
Sure.
that would
How about
that
Ben?
would do the trick.
Hey, Ben, are you listening?
That might do it.
I need to have my size updated from 15 to 32,000.
Is that cool?
Is that cool?
All right. Yes. Still just meandering. Oh, like yeah. The longer it gets into the, I mean, the short's got to do something.
Sorry, Andre. Holding right here
Oh, go
around
ahead.
this low of VWAP. I'd like to get long on it. I'm watching Bookmap. I'm kind of the dumb guy approach of just paying attention to the lit up levels as we're getting close. I see a little bit right at 56.20. Want to see if we just kind of crack below this and then start to react back up. I'm going to look for this long. Those, as we're coming down into it, don't look like they're staying on the book.
It's a long candle.
Oh,
Not my favorite looking candle.
those bids, yeah. Those are
Mickey.
algos, Zach. If we're looking the same thing, those are just algos. Just keep moving their orders up and down.
Yep.
Yeah, those are
They're
the
around
flies I was talking about.
exactly.
Yeah, pain,
Your
man.
fly swatter.
They make it difficult.
Adding another to buy at 56.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to hide what they're actually doing.
19 minutes left in the session.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
That is not a lot.
Time flies.
Coming down to the wire. Coming down to the wire here on Power Hour.
Hi, Market Stalker D. Good to see you.
Hello, D.
What are we? Oh, my goodness. It's going nowhere, Dre.
Nope.
I want a refund.
Right.
Call my broker,
hey.
refund all these trades.
I mean, the longer it goes nowhere, maybe the better for us.
Probably.
Back to 32,000 negative delta.
Yeah. We'll see in 9 minutes.
We're still working 3 more bids below our entry.
Mm-hmm.
Got to be the change that you want to see in the world.
Love that. All right. Well, while we watch this market trade sideways, Dolby, please jump in if we do add to the position. Manage it accordingly. I'm going to throw it to my man James for some hashtag Power Hour content. I hate that word, but it is content. James, what do we got?
It is content, and it is good content. The Power Hour content you've all sent us today includes a backup back scratcher for Hogue.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
Love it.
Yeah, there.
Never
you
have
guys
too
are quick
many.
with this one. Yeah. We also got from our good friend Muhammad his trading setup. He locked himself out with his personal daily profit target.
Yes.
Sends his workspace.
Oh, cool.
Awesome.
What's up, Muhammad?
Always love having TopstepTV on the big screen.
Yeah.
From Lost Trader.
What's this?
Every morning the crew asks Dakota, what do you plan to do at the Open? Dakota.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, well done.
That's great.
I like that one.
Well done.
And then finally, the last one to close us out for this power hour, Carl Hungus. Experienced trader is like a sniper, target hit. The new trader is like a Rambo going in there screaming, win CPI.
Hey. Work. Well done, Hungus. All right. NQ catching a bit of a bid here.
Well, that's good.
Will the ES follow? Thank you, James.
Long another one. Now we're long 5, 56.21 and 3/4.
Okay.
Slowly walking down our average.
Mm-hmm. Squeeze them. Dow selling off a little bit here.
Who cares what the Dow does?
I know. Just looking for anything. It's 56.20 line in the sand. Yeah.
Is that what we're doing? We might be selling. We might just be dead wrong.
Squeeze them.
Squeeze them. Squeeze them to the upside. Got to cover shorts.
Yes, they do.
You have 32.7 now.
I feel like the Goldman interns are watching right now. I can like feel their eyes in the back of my head.
Yeah, Goldman. Don't be lame, Goldman. All right. Well, in the meantime, watch this.
Long 6. 20s. You're the chosen one.
All right. What's the price? That's a tight. We got a tight stop here, Dolby. But okay.
I'm cutting that other one. So we're gonna risk. So we'll do 6 as the final. We're risking $1,000.
What's okay? What's the average price?
56.21 and a half. Long 6.
All right.
Actually, I'm just kidding. I want one more if we get to 1950.
One more.
Okay, now we're at 1950. All right, 20s bounce or we lose.
NASDAQ is staying bid. Candle.
See it, ES. Now's your time.
Negative 33.7 now.
33.7 growing.
Negative 33.7.
Boy.
Oh, it can make my palms
Zach,
sweaty, man. That's not what that
Zach,
was.
you ever consider being a country star?
No, I haven't put that one on the to-do list yet. You think I stand a chance?
I'd buy the album. I would buy the album.
Maybe just the picture on the cover. Once you hit play, it's going to be all downhill from there.
Oh no!
I think I'm going to be a much better trader than I am a singer.
I've done a little bit of modeling myself. I've always been the before model in the health magazines.
Oh, come on. All right, NASDAQ.
Oof.
The view up here.
Give us life.
Yes.
Negative 34,000 now.
Holding.
34,000.
Okay, let's.
They're getting deeper and deeper into this now.
Yes, they are. Settle 56.30. 56.30 is settle. MOC 3 minutes.
Total chaos.
Yvonne
in
calling.
3 minutes. Let's go. So I got some take profits just way up the ladder here. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them.
VWAP at all right. VWAP 56.24. 2.4.
Okay.
It is flat right now. NASDAQ staying bid.
I mean, 20s have held up decently. Like, at least it didn't get melted through, so we're like kind of close to being correct. Michael, we are risking about $1,000 to make more than $1,000 ideally.
Here we go. Nasdaq's still pushing here. What's our position, Dolby? Long 6 or 7?
7 at 56.21 1/4, and we have take profits at 24 evens. Basically, every 4 points, I'm taking one off. Starting at 24, so 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, and the last one would be 44, which would be brand new highs. God willing.
Nasdaq. Nasdaq rated VWAP. See what it does here.
Parched over here.
Minute 40 till MOC.
Negative 33.4 now. 33,400 in delta.
Okay. A little bit.
A little bit of movement here, guys. It's holding. It's holding for us.
We're still in that channel. This channel of doom. We got to get over like 23s, 24s, just any sort of bullish movement through this channel would be fantastic.
Squeeze them.
How's our chance to get out of the trade if we want to get out for break even?
Much Nasdaq. Nasdaq is pushing through
He's
VWAP
getting
here.
a pop there in the Nasdaq.
Yep. Here we go. 50 seconds MOC.
Negative 33,000 delta. Oh yeah, you're gonna be all right.
Hold. Yeah, we got selling again at 22 3/4. That channel still.
Man, oh man.
You know, if we can have 20 3/4 hold, maybe we'll have our first lower high, and this will be the reverse. But honestly, with MOC coming up, it's just really about whatever the algos want to do in 20 seconds.
Yep.
It's going to be late, but I'll let you know when it comes up.
All right, here goes Nasdaq.
To the moon.
Nasdaq pushing here. Nasdaq
Love
pushing.
to hear it. Keep it coming, Dre.
Nasdaq
Good
pushing.
vibes.
Still negative 33,000 in delta. There's a lot left in there.
MOC right now.
With the shorts. There's
Go.
one.
Holler when you get it.
Locked in $63. What's up?
All right. Was it? Buy side, right?
Still holding.
Yep.
Negative
See the follow-through
32.9
here.
delta.
What are they doing?
Oh,
32.9. Yep.
Man, oh man, it just gets crushed every little pop. All right, S&P. Buy side 1.8 billion. 1.8 billion S&P. Nasdaq up 800 million, Dow up 520 million, Mag 7 up 440 million. So, you know, above 2 billion to the buy side on all of these.
Yep. Okay.
All right, let's see what happens now.
Yeah.
I'll buy 20
8 minutes.
again if we can get down there.
Update the position, Dolby. Long 6.
Now long 6.
All right.
At 21 evens, we took one off. Our realized P&L is $63, approximately a steak dinner.
Nice.
Boom, steak dinner.
With no sides.
Or 3
No
Chipotle
sides.
rolls with guac. Yeah, depends how you want to measure.
Thought that was going to be it.
Negative 33.3. Still negative 33,000 in delta. They're just not letting go. It's only Tuesday, I guess.
Yep.
That runs for the week, Hogue? Just like all week? Just accumulates? And...
No, but Fridays tend to be a little bit more sensitive to shorter time frame traders. A lot of, you know, most speculators are going to be going home flat for the weekend, even some of your swing traders. So if they're all one-sided, then that's when you get the squeezes on Thursdays and Fridays, especially Fridays. But we haven't seen them in a while, but still they do happen. So I don't think we're going to get any updates on these Utmost CM balances because I don't have the subscription. But right now, they're still staying right there.
Yep.
Cool.
7 minutes left in the session. Delta
Playing
staying
around
strong.
our entry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still want to get long 20s again if we can. Stop. We'll move
Yeah, I
back
was
down
looking
to
at this
8
for
evens.
I was looking at this for a last minute long with you guys here. Just that pop back up, pull back, cheap long. Something that might play in the next 7 minutes here.
Last trade 56.20 half. NASDAQ has retraced. We'll move. Needs VWAP now.
Yeah, we have Market Stalker D pointing out something. I mean, value area high from yesterday on TPO is 56.20 quarter. And it just keeps trying to head back down to that level, trying to get back down into that value. Negative 34,000, negative 35,000 in Delta right now.
Goodness.
Just keeps coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a tough one, guys, for sure. Honestly, I'm getting ready with the finger on the trigger for a buy. That wick up. No, I like the wick up. Breaking back in real quick. If we had the nice pull back down and then held this low, gave me a I know I'm asking for a lot, but I'm on the 1 minute. Gave me a little bit of an indication that we're going to hold this and crack right back up. I'm getting long somewhere on the way back up. Probably 4 or 5 points off of the low, stop loss just below, but this did not play how I was hoping for that buy. I'm not looking short on a break to the downside at all, so I think I'm just sitting on hands for this one.
Yeah,
see what happens here.
Negative 3,600, 36,000 now. Negative 36,000.
Wow, that's not good.
We still haven't hit our stop.
Nope.
Still
We're just going to try to peel off as much as we can on the way up here. Within this range. What is this range we got? Anything up to like 30s, if we can even get there.
Oh, yeah. We'll take that last trade.
I mean, high of the day is long gone at this point, in my opinion.
Here we go.
Yeah, at this time, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll tighten up our targets. We could probably even move our risk up a little bit to like, was it negative 637? Because we really shouldn't see this rip back down below 20s if our thesis is going to stay true. And they just keep on coming with these sells.
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
We're not going
Negative 36.7 now. Negative 37.
Yeah. We're going to get stopped on it.
Negative 38 now.
Looks like it, yeah.
We're done. We're done
Relentless.
with that one. Minus 586.
You got us?
Yeah, I moved the stop up right below like 19 evens because I was saying like if we get below 20s, that kind of kills our thesis here.
Yeah.
So I'm just not confident in the trade below 20s. Maybe this is like the perfect stop run. We just get
they would have got us either way.
Yep.
Hey, congrats to the shorts. Yep.
With that much
All right,
delta. I mean,
trade idea.
I don't want to keep on buying into negative delta, but maybe this is the stop run and this rallies for all of our stuff.
It's always frustrating to see that happen, but like you're saying, you got to stick to the original thesis, right? So, what's the play? What's the line in the sand where we're kind of getting invalidated on it, or not kind of, where we're getting invalidated on it, and you can run it with a little bit wider stop, try to survive whatever that wick below stop run's going to be, but that's a dangerous game to start playing with heavier and heavier size.
Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. It's like, when you're trading this much size and you're trying to like size in, it's like you really do want to stick to your thesis because it's really easy to like keep on loosening up your stops and then you're down like $2 or $3 grand when you only wanted to be down like 500 or 1,000.
Yeah.
And it's like
agreed on that.
Not
Moving
where we
it
want to be at.
Power hour, it's, what's the reasonable target going to be? How far are we going to run? And you start with a wider and wider stop loss. It's, sizing down, and now you really need to capture a large move and a quick pop back up, maybe to a prior day level or down to a prior day level, something like that is not going to do it for you. So it is finding that spot to get in. And I like the way you guys manage that one for sure.
Those sellers are just relentless. Negative 40,000 now.
Damn, really?
We're still not. We're still not.
They
we're
win.
Still not like at the lows.
Yeah. You can just feel it too. It's like we're watching this thing, and it's like every time we get bid up, sellers come back in again. It's really, really hard to stay long 7 contracts when nothing is on your side. Delta is super negative. It's all lower lows and lower highs. We can't make a higher high. Price action's really mediocre. Like, of all the outcomes of this trade, this is like pretty mediocre. But like the positive stuff, this looks completely different. If this is a positive trade, we're shooting for 56.30 on strength into close, not waffling at 56.20, trying to figure out what we're going to do on 30,000 negative delta. This is just not the scenario in which you see those huge bull moves. But honestly, I'm pretty happy with the level from chat. I think guys in 100%. Team Higher Highs than Discord did a great job. I think the risk that we took on a lot of risk for relatively cheap and had really good price action, which shows to me that the levels that the people from Team Higher Highs picked were valid. Like if you find a level and it's holding, it's bouncing, then that's good. That means everyone else is paying attention to that area. So
40 seconds.
This is an A trade in my opinion, all day, even though we lost.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
still an A trade.
I mean, it was in process, so that's good.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coach Vince. Coach Vince had one of his VIPs get funded today.
Ooh.
Good job, Coach Vince, and to your VIP trader. Awesome job.
Yep. All right, 15 seconds. Zach B, thank you so much for joining us today on Power Hour. Look at the fireworks we're looking for, but hey, great insight. Looking forward to seeing you again.
No, absolutely, man.
It's just how it goes sometimes. We got 4 seconds, 3 seconds. We got the bell coming up. See how this closes. Man, a whole lot of nothing. Ding, ding, ding.
That's garbage. Like,
that was
garbage price action.
All she wrote. Right. There it is.
Right in the
there
middle
it
of
is.
the range.
Awesome.
Right in the middle of the range, right by points of control, late in the day.
Yes, I am, James.
It was a point flip.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We
Thank
tried.
you so much, guys. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. Got a lot more in store. Later on today, don't forget, TopstepTV not only covers the New York Open, but the New York Close as well, along with Asia and London Opens. Join Coach Dakota, 7:30 p.m. Central, Sunday through Thursday for slow markets, as well as right for Power Hour, catch Coach Jay. I think Coach Paul joining him as well, 3:15 Central to 4 p.m. as well. And yes, at the buzzer guest, Coach Paul. But, that's all we got for today. Thank you, everyone, so much for joining us today. We got more in store, but stay tuned. We got buzzer coming up in a little bit. But yes, again, thank you so much. Hogue, Dolby Time, Zach B. You guys rule. Let's do it again tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. See you soon.